Chapter 226 Wu Yunwan's Curiosity. As a person from Xuanyu Palace, Lin Wanyun certainly knew the effect of Baiadi, but she didn't expect that Chen Wanrong would actually use this trick. This is an approach that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages oneself 800 times. Once Chen Wanrong takes the powder from the female Bai butterfly, she will also have a strong interest in the man who took the male Bai butterfly. This is why Chen Wanrong started the reason for not using this trick. Of course, there was another biggest reason why she didn't use this trick at the beginning, and that was that the disciples of Xuanyu Palace spent a lot of time collecting the powder from Baiadi. She knew that the disciples of Xuanyu Palace had just sent the collected powder to Baiadi not long ago. Come to the Northern Palace. Although Baiadi powder can influence people, with Chen Wanrong's strength, she can use her skills to force the Baiadi powder that she has eaten into her stomach out of her body. However, in this way, she is no longer attractive to Lu Chen. So in order for Baiadi's powder to take effect, she had to endure the abnormal movement of her body, and also let the powder on Baiadi's wings stay in her body. Once Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore and came to find her, she could take advantage of that opportunity to directly plant the love poison into Lu Chen's body. Lin Wanyun looked at the bottle in her hand, then glanced at Chen Wanrong, and asked with certainty, "Palace Master, are you sure you want to use this method? Once you use Baiadi powder, you may also be interested in Bai Yi. The king is passionate." Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, "We have no time. Even if we can't control him for too long, we must refine the Fulong curse before Zhuge Chongguang discovers our purpose. Daxia will be in chaos. This time this is my last chance." Lin Wanyun sighed and said, "Okay, I will take the opportunity to serve him tea and pour water and put the butterfly powder into the water he drinks." Having said this, Lin Wanyun turned around and left the yard. After Lin Wanyun left, Chen Wanrong took out another small porcelain bottle and looked at the female butterfly powder in her hand. Chen Wanrong's frosty face moved slightly, as if she had made some kind of determination. Daxia's imperial army is about to move south, and the civil war is about to begin. She must seize the time to refine the dragon spelling curse, and then take advantage of the civil strife in Daxia, and the defense power of the capital has been weakened to directly attack the palace and kill Emperor Xia for her. Parents take revenge. After Emperor Xia dies, the people in the land of Chen State will definitely be excited. When the time comes, she will reveal her identity as the princess of Chen State and lead Chen State's former ministers to return to the country. All plans have been brewing in Chen Wanrong's heart. This plan has been brewing for nearly a year, and now it is time to implement it. What happened in Yancheng today quickly spread to other dynasties. When people from all major dynasties heard about it, they were all very surprised. The Northern Kingdom is obviously just a remote feudal state. How could Zhuge Chongguang, a literary sage, come to this place and be so polite to the vassal king, Bawang? Could it be that Zhuge Chongguang plans to move Huanyu Academy to the Northern Kingdom? It is true that Huanyu Academy is not liked by people, but Zhuge Chongguang is a powerful master. As long as he retains Huanyu Academy, he can win over Zhuge Chongguang. Now the great master Zhuge Chongguang has gone to the Northern Kingdom, which makes the rulers of the Daqian dynasty very unhappy. Although Emperor Qian hated the high-talking students of Huanyu Academy, and the ministers of the imperial court had always wanted to close down Huanyu Academy, for the sake of Zhuge Chongguang, the great master, Emperor Qian never took action against Huanyu Academy. Now Zhuge Chongguang actually went to the Daxia dynasty, and it seemed that he wanted to move Huanyu Academy there as well, which made Emperor Qian very uncomfortable. It was all the fault of those ministers who spread rumors among the people all day long and offended the great master Zhuge Chongguang. In order to save Zhuge Chongguang, Emperor Qian quickly sent envoys to the Northern Kingdom, hoping to allow Zhuge Chongguang to stay in the Daqian dynasty. He also promised that in the future, he would give the students of Huanyu Academy some opportunities to become officials. At this time, Emperor Qian thought that Zhuge Chongguang was leaving out of anger, and did not realize that Zhuge was already Lu Chen's man. Dahu Dynasty. King Yun Hall. Wu Yunwan, who was extremely elegant, was half lying on the phoenix chair, wearing a red robe with gold trim. She looked a little listless. In the main hall, a middle-aged man was saying something. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Wu Yunwan yawned, and then said, "Prime Minister Chai, you are not very competent as a Prime Minister, right now. It's been almost a year, and the civil unrest in the southwest has not yet been resolved. My father has given me a chance. If it cannot be resolved within a short period of time, he will mobilize an army to put down the rebellion directly with force. I heard that Daxia has sent troops south to take action against the Jiangnan family. At this time, Daxia has no time to come and cause trouble for Dahu." After the uprising broke out in the Dahu dynasty, Emperor Wu immediately sent a large army to quell the rebellion. Originally, Emperor Wu and Dahu's Manchu civil and military officials thought that the rebellious peasant soldiers were just ordinary people. As soon as the army of the Dahu dynasty arrived, they will be frightened and disperse, and they will be able to deal with those rebels in less than a month. As a result, what no one expected was that until now, Dahudu had not solved the Southwest Rebellion, and the Imperial Army even formed a confrontation with the rebels. This made Emperor Wu, who always liked to use force to solve problems, feel very angry. The rebels were only a few 100,000 peasant soldiers, and there were not many warriors in the army. As a result, these hundreds of thousands of peasant soldiers were able to compete with the imperial court army for so long. If he were not worried that Daxia would retaliate against Dahu at this time, Emperor Wu would probably have directly transferred those elite soldiers on the border of Daxia to attack the rebels in the southwest. Chai Jiliang belongs to the peaceful faction in the court. He intends to peacefully resolve the Southwest Rebellion at the minimum cost. In his opinion, the reason why the common people rebelled was because Emperor Wu had been waging wars abroad in recent years, which made life difficult for the common people. This made some people with good intentions take advantage of this and stir up the hatred of the common people against the imperial court. Therefore, if Emperor Wu wants to solve the civil uprising, the best way is for Emperor Wu to first issue an edict to punish himself and give some promises to the people to appease the people among the rebels and make some people who are not firm in the rebellion give up the idea of rebellion. But it is a pity that Emperor Wu would never issue an edict to sin against himself. He never thought that he was at fault, and he was the emperor. How could the emperor admit his mistakes so easily? However, in order to solve the rebellion in the southwest, Emperor Wu still followed some suggestions from Chai Jiliang and sent people to convey some peaceful ideas to the rebels. Emperor Wu sent people to tell the rebels that as long as they surrendered and did not continue to rebel, he could pardon them from all their crimes and even make the rebel leaders generals. Using some benefits to lure rebel leaders and then get them to lay down their arms is a very common way to solve rebellions. It's just that the rebel leaders didn't seem to accept Emperor Wu's tactics. They had a relatively big appetite and wanted a lot of things. This led to the imperial court sending many envoys to negotiate terms with the rebel leaders, but none of them could reach an agreement. A result that satisfies both parties. This made Emperor Wu unable to sit still. As an emperor, he had already made such a big concession, but those unscrupulous people still didn't know what was good and wanted more. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's just start a fight. It happened that they received news and learned about Daxia sending troops south. Everyone can see what Daxia wants to do by sending troops south. Daxia will soon be in chaos. By then, Dahu will not have to guard against Daxia's revenge. In addition, Daqian is still affected by the plague, so he couldn't spare the energy to cause trouble for Dawu. As for Daiyu's Emperor Yu and Wu Yunwangqing are sisters and have a very good relationship. Moreover, there are barbarians in the north who are putting pressure on Daiyu. Daiyu cannot take advantage of others' danger at this time. Since there are no threats from the outside, Emperor Wu has nothing to worry about. Emperor Wu plans to directly transfer back those elite soldiers who were on guard against Daxia and deal with the rebels in the southwest within 2 months. Emperor Wu's decision made Chai Jiliang, the Prime Minister, very embarrassed. After all, Chai Jiliang advocated peaceful resolution of the Southwest Rebellion from the beginning, but it took more than half a year to resolve it, and in the end it had to be resolved by force. After hearing what Wu Yunwan said, Chai Jiliang said, "If your majesty really uses force to quell the rebellion, he will create opportunities for the vassal kings in Dahou. Those who want to rebel most in Dahou are not the ordinary people, but those with heavy troops. Lord, the reason why the rebellion in the southwest has not been resolved is because someone is secretly causing trouble. If your majesty cannot calm down and sends troops now, it is very likely that the feudal kings will jump out at this time." Wu Yunwan smiled softly, and then said, "My father doesn't have as many worries as Prime Minister Chai. If anyone dares to show up, their end will be their heads." Wu Yunwan had just finished speaking, and Chai Jiliang was about to say something, when a maid entered the hall. "Elder Princess, information from the north." Upon hearing this, Wu Yunwan immediately stood up, sat upright, and said, "Pass it over." The next moment, the maid handed the information about the north country to Wu Yunwan. After Wu Yunwan took the information, she glanced at it carefully. Then, she frowned and said to herself, "I thought Zhuge Chongguang would go to Dayou, but I didn't expect that he would go to the northern kingdom in the end." Seeing that Wu Yunwan's face looked a little ugly, Chai Jiliang asked, "Elder Princess, I wonder what happened? Why does your face look so ugly?" Wu Yunwan did not answer. She folded up the information in her hand and flew directly to Chai Jiliang. Chai Jiliang caught the information flying from Wu Yunwan with one hand, then glanced at it, and then he fell into deep thought. Wu Yunwan said with a smile, "Xiang Chai knows so much, so let me analyze why Zhuge Chongguang rejected me and did not stay in Dayou in the end, but went to the northern kingdom." Hearing Wu Yunwan's question, Chai Jiliang came to his senses and said directly, "I don't know. The current situation in the northern kingdom is very special. Not only may there be a mysterious superpower, but Swanyu Palace is also in the northern kingdom. The owners of the Swanyu Palace have been staying in the northern kingdom for who knows how long. Now Zhuge Chongguang, the literary sage, has gone to the northern kingdom again. No one knows what they want from the north country." Wu Yunwan said jokingly, "I didn't expect that there are things in the world that Prime Minister Chai doesn't know about. This is unexpected by me." At this time, Wu Yunwan stood up and walked slowly towards the middle of the hall. She looked at the sky outside the hall and said, "With Zhuge Chongguang, there are now 2 great masters in the northern kingdom. The northern king became independent that day. I don't think it's strange, but I am very curious about what is there in the north that is worthy of them going to the north one by one." Having said this, Wu Yunwan said to the maid, "Write a letter to the Qinhai Chamber of Commerce immediately so that they can be a little more active." Hearing what Wu Yunwan said, Chai Jiliang said with some dissatisfaction, "Elder Princess, the rebellion in Dahou has not been resolved yet, so there is no need to be so concerned about what is happening in the north, right?" Wu Yunwan asked with a smile, "Isn't Prime Minister Chai curious about what is in the north?" Chai Jiliang said, "If there is really something in the north that attracts major forces to go there, the news will naturally leak out soon. At this stage, the most important thing for Dahou is to suppress the rebellion. If the eldest princess wants that position, countering the rebellion is the best opportunity. As long as no enemy country invades Dahou, what is happening in other countries now is not important." Hearing Chai Jiliang's words, Wu Yunwan said calmly, "What Chai Xiang said is right, then please first trouble Chai Xiang to find a way for me to intervene in this matter." Chai Jiliang said calmly, "Elder Princess, please don't be anxious, the opportunity will come soon." Chapter 227 Lin Wanyun poisoned. After Zhuge Chongguang came to the northern kingdom, Lu Chen directly appointed him as the Minister of Education, in charge of the education work of the entire northern kingdom, and also gave him the title of bachelor, so that he could participate in discussions on any military and national affairs in the future. Although Zhuge obtained such a high position as soon as he came to the Northern Kingdom, no official in the Northern Kingdom was dissatisfied, including Li Rui, who was temporarily acting as the Prime Minister's power. The power of Grand Bachelor Zhuge is far greater than that of Li Rui. His status is obviously higher than that of Li Rui, and Li Rui still has no temper at all. Zhuge is the great master of the literary saint, and he is also a person who is expected to break through to the realm of heaven and man. Who dares to compete with him for power? He couldn't compete with others in literary competition, and he was still a grand master in martial arts competition, so Li Rui had to give up most of his power. With a great master sitting in the small court of the Northern Kingdom, the officialdom of the Northern Kingdom became much more harmonious, because everyone knew that under the prince, Zhuge had the most power. No matter how they climbed up, it was useless. The status of the great master over there. Moreover, Lu Chen not only arranged for Zhuge to be an official, he also arranged for the students who came to the north with Zhuge one by one. However, most of them started at the grassroots level, and Lu Chen did not come up all at once. Just give them very important positions. Even if the students of Huanyu Academy are our own, we can't give them important positions right away. For Lu Chen, loyalty is important, but ability is also very important. If he only needed to be loyal without requiring others to have ability, then the Northern Kingdom would not still be short of officials. Lu Chen's idea was very simple. He would first send the students from Huanyu Academy to the grassroots level for training and correct their habit of talking loudly. After they have accumulated a certain amount of experience, he would then promote them up. It just so happens that their loyalty is 100%. After delegating the students of Huanyu Academy to the grassroots level, Lu Chen can easily grasp the situation at the grassroots level even if he is in a high position. Coupled with the supervision of Jin Yiwei, his control over the grassroots level is far greater. Far more than other rulers. The construction of the new city is in full swing, and the construction of the straight road is almost half done. Now the political, economic, and military affairs of the north have basically entered a stage of stable development. After firearms entered the army in the north began to practice new tactics. The most lacking thing in the north is still food. Although Lu Chen obtained high-yielding crops such as corn and sweet potatoes, his time was limited and he only planted one round. It has not spread to the entire northern country yet. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to solve the food problem of the Northern Kingdom and prevent the Northern Kingdom from being affected by famine. Before that, the Northern Kingdom needs to buy food from other dynasties. Fortunately, the business in the Northern Kingdom has been very developed, and there is an endless stream of caravans from all the major dynasties. Even if the caravans of the Northern Palace do not take the initiative to buy grain from other dynasties, those caravans will transport grain from other dynasties to the Northern Kingdom for sale. It also makes up for the shortage of food in the north to a certain extent. Seeing that everything in the Northern Kingdom was developing for the better, Lu Chen finally felt less stressed recently, and he left many of the things he was doing to Zhuge. Although Zhuge is an ancient person, he is not much stupider than modern people. He can understand most of Lu Chen's policies. Zhuge can accurately implement Lu Chen's policies without Lu Chen's excessive explanation. Which made Lu Chen feel a lot more relaxed all of a sudden. With Zhuge and the students from Huanyu Academy, Lu Chen no longer has to work as hard as before. He only needs to continue his plan to breed offspring and wait for the opportunity quietly. North Palace. Evening, study. The lights in the study were brightly lit. Lu Chen worked a little overtime today. In the evening, a lot of information from the capital came in, and he was sorting it out. Recently, the conflict between his father and the Jiangnan family has become more and more obvious. Emperor Xia wanted to send troops south, but was blocked by officials of the Jiangnan family in every possible way. The conflict between the two sides has become public. The Jiangnan aristocratic family had probably reacted and knew that Emperor Xia was planning to attack them, so they didn't care so much and directly used various means to prevent Emperor Xia from dispatching troops. In anger, Emperor Xia had already killed several aristocratic families. Officials. In the past, Emperor Xia was afraid of those aristocratic families, so he rarely killed aristocratic family officials. Even if those officials did something wrong, he would only take off their official hats. Now he directly starts killing aristocratic family officials, which means that he has endured it to the limit. The atmosphere in the capital is particularly depressing right now, and there is a feeling that a storm is coming. Lu Chen sat on the desk and kept reading the information that arrived at the North Palace tonight. At this time, Qin Yushan was still standing in front of Lu Chen and did not leave immediately. After Lu Chen looked through the information on the table, he asked, "How is the investigation going that I asked Commander Liang to investigate?" Qin Yushan replied, "Back to your Majesty, since your Majesty released the right to operate the salt industry, the ones who have made the most profits from salt production are the Dongfang family among the Jiangnan aristocratic families. They had already bought the salt industry before the imperial court released the right to operate the salt industry. A lot of land by the sea was used for drying salt, and the salt was smuggled to the Great Dynasty. Since the imperial court released the right to operate the salt industry, the Dongfang family has openly sold its private salt to the whole country. In less than a year, it has earned nearly 10 million taels of silver, and this is the data we can find. If you include the data that we can't find, I estimate that the Dongfang family has earned more than 10 million taels of silver." After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen stopped flipping through the information manually and fell into deep thought. Since the Dongfang family is the one with the biggest profit, does that mean some kind of deal has been reached between the Dongfang family and Emperor Xia? Seeing that Lu Chen was deep in thought, Qin Yushan stopped talking. After a while, Lu Chen said, "What else did Commander Liang find out about the Dongfang family?" Qin Yushan continued, "The Dongfang family has always wanted to enter the court, but the Dongfang family is different from ordinary families. They moved to Daxia from other dynasties. They don't have much land in Daxia, and they have been here for generations. He is engaged in business, so he has always been looked down upon by other aristocratic families. Although there are some talkative people in the court, it is very difficult for members of his family to enter the court. In the past year, the trade exchanges between the Dongfang family and the capital have been very frequent, and their merchant ships have never stopped." After hearing Qin Yushan's report, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. "So, the chess piece his father placed in the Jiangnan aristocratic family is most likely the Eastern aristocratic family? Although the Dongfang family can be regarded as an ancient family, the Dongfang family only has money and does not have the political status to match it, so strictly speaking it is different from the ordinary ancient families. Since the Dongfang family wants political status and wants to enter the imperial court, Emperor Xia can take advantage of this opportunity to secretly reach a synthesis with the Dongfang family, destroy other families first, and then raise the status of the Dongfang family. Only. Will Emperor Xia really keep his promise? If the Dongfang family is really Emperor Xia's chess piece, will Emperor Xia throw it away after using it again? After all, in Emperor Xia's eyes, the aristocratic family was the source of chaos in Great Xia, and he himself hated the aristocratic family very much, so he might not keep his promise. If only a group of ancient aristocratic families were eliminated, and then another group of aristocratic families were supported, then the Great Xia Dynasty would probably fall into the cycle of history, and perhaps within a few years, Great Xia's current situation would be formed again. Lu Chen was very curious about what his father would do when the time comes. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, "Ask Commander Liang to keep an eye on the Dongfang family. Every move of the Dongfang family will be written down and sent to the Northern Kingdom." Qin Yushan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "Okay, it's already so late. If you have nothing to do, you can go back first. My subordinates, please leave. After saying this, Qin Yushan turned and left Lu Chen's study. After Qin Yushan left, Lu Chen continued to look at the information on the table. He felt very happy about the current situation in the world. All major dynasties and countries have internal problems of one kind or another. In order to deal with these problems, judging from the intelligence he collected, the situation in the world will not be stable in 2 or 3 years. By the time the major dynasties had resolved their internal conflicts, the Northern Kingdom had grown up. Now the Northern Kingdom's commercial trade is becoming more and more developed. If the Northern Kingdom can complete the primitive accumulation of capital in the past few years, it may not be long before it can embark on the path of industrialization. The way. Just as Lu Chen was looking forward to the future, the maid's voice came from outside the door, "Your Majesty, Commander Lin is here." Hearing this, Lu Chen looked through the information and said, "Come in." The next moment, Lin Wanyun pushed the door in carrying a lunch box with several layers. After entering the study, Lin Wanyun said, "Chener, this is the supper that Zixuan made for you just now." Hearing this, Lu Chen raised his head and glanced at Lin Wanyun, then glanced at the lunch box. "Sorry, Aunt Linear." Lin Wanyun said with a smile, "No trouble, this is what I should do. You should eat something first." Having said this, Lin Wanyun placed the lunch box on the desk, then opened the lunch box and took out all the food inside. Lu Chen moved all the information on the table aside, then took a look at tonight's supper, and found that tonight's supper was the same as usual, consisting of soups made with various tonic foods. In fact, these things have no effect on Lu Chen at all. He is already a great master and has very strong physical strength and energy. He has no need for these things at all. There is no need for Mu Zixuan to prepare these supplements for him. But this was his princess's wish, and Lu Chen wouldn't say anything, and there was no harm in replenishing it. Although he had strong physical strength, he still had to have that kind of thing when cultivating a relationship with his wife and concubines. Thinking of this, Lu Chen picked up a spoon and prepared to take a sip of soup. At this moment, Lu Chen was stunned and suddenly felt something was wrong. Although Lin Wanyun has now become the leader of the inner courtyard of the palace, Lin Wanyun is still an outsider to a certain extent. Outsiders are usually not qualified to give food to Lu Chen. Usually those who give food to Lu Chen are those closest to Mu Zixuan. It is impossible for the maid, Mu Zixuan, to hand over the food to Lin Wanyun. Mu Zixuan is a smart woman. How could she not see that Lin Wanyun and the others have ulterior motives for Lu Chen? Moreover, Mu Zixuan had already told Lu Chen that Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun might have some purpose in choosing to stay in Beijing. The palace. Lu Chen smiled slightly, "I'm afraid there might be some extra ingredients in tonight's supper." Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at Lin Wanyun. Lin Wanyun was wearing a purple dress today, looking very charming. Her plump body held up the dress, making her look very mature and charming. Lu Chen used the system to identify Lin Wanyun's personal information. Name, Lin Wanyun. Identity, the adopted daughter of Lin Jieyuan, the left Prime Minister of Great Xia, later left the Lin family and joined the Swanyu Palace. She is a half-step master. She is 32 years old this year. She followed Chen Wanrong, the master of the Swanyu Palace, to Beijing, intending to use the blood of the North King to refine the dragon-subduing curse. To deal with Emperor Xia, Chen Wanrong sensed that Great Xia was about to be in chaos, and the arrival of Zhuge Chongguang gave her a sense of crisis, so she planned to use the love poison on King Bei in advance. In order to successfully cast the poison, Chen Wanrong asked Lin Wanyun to eat it at Beijing. The powder of the male bai butterfly is planted in the things. As long as the powder of the male bai butterfly is taken, Bawang will be affected by Chen Wanrong, who has taken the powder of the female bai butterfly. In their opinion, doing so will greatly increase the success rate of the poison. Rating, 95. Favorability, 100. Seeing that Lin Huanyun's personal information was updated, the smile on Lu Chen's face became even brighter. He asked why Lin Huanyun took the initiative to give him supper today. It turned out that Lin Huanyun and Chen Wanrong planned to give themselves medicine. But having said that, the butterfly powder used by Chen Wanrong sounds like it has the same effect as the dragon and phoenix tree. Lu Chen was a little unsure whether this thing would affect him, so he asked in his mind, "System, can the poison invulnerable body be able to dissolve Biade's powder?" Yes, Biade's powder is a kind of aphrodisiac. After hearing the system's answer, Lu Chen felt relieved. Since he could detoxify, there was nothing to worry about. Chen Wanrong and Lin Huanyun didn't want to wait any longer, and he just didn't want to wait anymore. It was time to add 2 more women to himself. He had always been greedy for the body of this beautiful woman in front of him. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly stop holding the spoon in his hand, Lin Huanyun was startled and had a bad premonition. She was a little worried that Lu Chen had discovered the Biade powder in the soup. Lin Huanyun immediately comforted herself in her heart. She only drank a little powder today, and Lu Chen shouldn't be able to detect it. Moreover, the powder from Biade was not considered poisonous. The key was that it had no smell. Then Lin Huanyun asked tentatively, "Chener, what's wrong?" Lu Chen pretended to sigh and said, "Hey, why did Zixuan make so many great supplements for me? If I eat these things at night, how can I still sleep?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't notice. "I haven't recovered from my cold. I've been lying in bed all day. I'm going to update this chapter today. My head is dizzy. There may be something wrong with what I wrote. If there are any typos or sentences that don't make sense, please point them out for me. Thank you." Chapter 228. You don't want Miss Chen to be my slave girl, right? Chapter 228. You don't want Miss Chen to become my slave girl, right? After Lu Chen finished speaking, Lin Huanyun said from the side, "You have been thinking so hard about the affairs of the North Country, and you have to take care of your wives and concubines at night, so you should really make up for it." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then put down his hand and took a spoonful of soup. "That's what Aunt Lin said, I have so many women, I really should take more." Having said this, Lu Chen raised his hand again and brought the soup spoon to his mouth. Lin Huanyun stared at Lu Chen's movements, wanting to see him drink the soup into his mouth. The next moment, Lu Chen blew on the spoon, then tilted the spoon and drank the soup into his mouth. After seeing Lu Chen's throat making swallowing movements, Lin Huanyun became nervous again. Lu Chen didn't notice it just now because Lu Chen hadn't touched the soup yet. She didn't know that after Biade's powder entered Lu Chen's body, Lu Chen was still. Can it be discovered? Lin Huanyun asked tentatively at this time, "Chener, how do you like this soup?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. It's no different from the soup Zixuan used to make. I've been taking it every day recently and I'm used to it." Having said this, Lu Chen took out a small bowl from the lunch box, poured some soup into the bowl, picked up the bowl and continued to drink. Seeing that Lu Chen drank so much soup at once, Lin Huanyun had an imperceptible smile on her face. The first time drugging Lu Chen should have been successful. After that, she would find an opportunity to give Lu Chen 2 more doses of medicine. When Chen Wanrong took the powder of the female bewing butterfly, it would be very easy to plant a love poison on Lu Chen. Just when Lin Huanyun was thinking this, Lu Chen started to eat the midnight snack. He seemed not to notice that there was anything in it at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Huanyun was completely relieved. After a while, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, Aunt Lin, what is Miss Chen doing recently?" Lin Huanyun replied, "She is still practicing in the pavilion every day as before." "Chener, it's been a long time since you heard her play the piano. Are you tired of listening to her?" The palace master told me about this a few days ago. She seemed a little disappointed if you didn't go to her. I think she might be in love with you. Speaking of this, Lin Wanyun's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chen's handsome face, wanting to see what kind of reaction he would have. Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Well, I actually want to hear her play the piano, but there are too many things going on recently, and I have almost no free time every day." But fortunately, Dean Zhuzh brought the students from Huanyu Academy to the north. After a while, after I hand over some government affairs to Zhuzh Chongguang, I will have time to listen to Miss Chen play the piano again. Lin Wanyun said, "It turns out it's because you are too busy. I thought you were no longer interested in the palace mistress, so you didn't listen to her play the piano for several months." Lu Chen said with a smile, "How could I not be interested? Miss Chen is as beautiful as a fairy. If I am not interested in her, then am I still a man?" After the words fell, Lu Chen continued to eat, while Lin Wanyun didn't say anything and just stood aside quietly. After a while, Lu Chen finished all the supper prepared by Musician. Lu Chen pulled a piece of soft paper from the table and wiped his mouth. Lin Wanyun said at this time, "Chener, I will take these things away." Lu Chen said calmly, "Yes, okay." Lin Wanyun then bent down and began to pack the lunch boxes on the table. After Lin Wanyun bent down, the exquisite curves of her body were more perfectly highlighted, which made Lu Chen feel a little restless. Lu Chen said at this time, "Well, it's better not to eat such supplementary food at night. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep again tonight." Lin Wanyun thought Lu Chen was just talking casually and didn't take Lu Chen's words to heart. She lay on the table and packed her things while saying absently, "Zixuan is also doing this for your own good." Just when Lin Wanyun finished packing the lunch boxes on the table and was about to leave the study, Lu Chen suddenly said, "By the way, Aunt Lin, I have something to ask you." After hearing this, Lin Wanyun didn't realize what Lu Chen wanted to do next. She thought Lu Chen was going to ask something serious. At this time, Lu Chen stood up and asked, "Aunt Lin, General Lin came to see me last time and told me something." "General Lin?" Lin Wanyun was stunned. Then she quickly realized, "Are you talking about my sworn brother Lin Xiaoming?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, it's him." Lin Wanyun frowned slightly. She felt that it might not be a good thing. After all, Lin Xiaoming told her about the Lin mansion's plan last time. The Lin family plans to marry her to Lu Chen. Of course, she would definitely not want to. After all, she is already 32 years old this year. Women of this age already have children as old as Lu Chen. How could they marry Lu Chen when they were almost a generation apart? Lin Wanyun asked curiously, "What did Xiu Ming say to you?" Lu Chen got up from his seat at this time, walked slowly to the middle of the study, and then said to the maid at the door, "Xiao Huan, go and guard the door of the courtyard. There is no need to approach the study without my order." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Xiao Huan's voice came from outside the study. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the maid at the door left the study door. Seeing that Lu Chen sent away all the maids at the door, Lin Wanyun became even more curious about what Lu Chen was going to say next. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Aunt Lin, General Lin told me that you are not married yet, and the Lin family intends to marry you to me. I wonder what you want?" Lin Wanyun was startled. This was indeed the case. Lin Xiaoming was so shameless. He had already said that he would not marry Lu Chen, but he actually came to Lu Chen to tell him about it. Lin Wanyun said quickly, "Chener, your mother and I are sworn sisters, and I am already so old, how can I marry you? If this spreads, it will have a great impact on your reputation." Lu Chen said calmly, "I think it won't have much influence, and age is not a problem. Isn't Nan Yan also in her 30s this year? She also married me, and you are working in the palace. As a guard commander for so long, I should also know that since Nan Yan married me, I often go to her room to have sex with her. So age is not a big issue for me. It mainly depends on what you think, Aunt Linear. Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment, and then said, Chen'er, I still feel that we are not suitable. Lin Wanyun also knew in her heart that her age was not a big deal in front of Lu Chen. Although she would have some grudges in her heart, Lu Chen would definitely not care. Moreover, she has stayed in Buwang Mansion for more than a year. She has long discovered that Lu Chen seems to particularly like mature women, especially women like Yellow Nanyan. As long as Lu Chen enters Yellow Nanyan's room, then he almost didn't sleep all night. When she thought that Lu Chen might have fallen in love with her, Lin Wanyun's face suddenly felt a little hot, and a red cloud appeared on her face. Seeing that Lin Wanyun's face was slightly red, Lu Chen slowly walked towards Lin Wanyun. Seeing the big boy in front of him getting closer and closer, Lin Wanyun subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Wanyun said again, Chen'er, you don't have to listen to Xiu Ming. Xiu Ming is ignorant and talks nonsense. And don't you still want to pursue our palace master? If our palace master knew that you had that kind of thought towards me, he might be disgusted with you. Age is not a problem for Lu Chen, Lin Wanyun can only move Chen Wanrong out. She is still in the North Palace, so she cannot directly refuse Lu Chen. She can only use various methods to make Lu Chen retreat. If she directly rejected Lu Chen and did not give Lu Chen face, then she would definitely not be able to stay in Buwang Mansion in the future. If she was not in Buwang Mansion and relied heavily on Chen Wanrong alone, it would easily lead to the failure of their plan. Seeing that Lin Wanyun was a little afraid of him, Lu Chen stopped and said calmly, Aunt Lin, Miss Chen knew from the beginning that I am a carefree person. If she is really interested in me, she shouldn't care if I marry another wife. Lin Wanyun said quickly, Chen'er, although I have always called her Princess Rongrong, she was actually brought up by me since she was a child. Even though she calls me aunt, in fact we share the same love as mother and daughter. If you want to be with her, if she does, she won't be able to marry me. If she finds out about this, she will definitely not be able to accept it. Lu Chen said, Oh? Aunt Lin, do you still have such a relationship with Miss Chen? Lin Wanyun said, the year I left the Lin family, I met Rongrong on the way to Swanyu Palace. At that time, I thought she was pitiful, so I adopted her. Later, the venerable Swanyu Palace discovered that she had extremely high talent for martial arts, and then took her into her. The position of palace master was passed to her. Although we are not mother and daughter, we are no different from mother and daughter. If you marry me and want to be with her, then the relationship between us will be messed up. Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Seeing that Lu Chen was silent, Lin Wanyun thought in her heart that with Chen Wanrong's relationship, Lu Chen would most likely not have any thoughts about her. Chen Wanrong is more beautiful, so Lu Chen should know what to choose. Just when Lin Wanyun was thinking this, Lu Chen suddenly said, Aunt Lin, since you and Miss Chen are like mother and daughter, does that mean that she has a very important position in your heart? Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment when she heard this question. She didn't understand why Lu Chen suddenly asked this question. Lin Wanyun said, this is natural. I have no other wishes in this life. I only hope to always protect her and help her realize what she wants. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, and his smile looked very evil, as if he was a villain in a movie or TV series. Lu Chen then said, Aunt Lin, since Miss Chen is so important in your heart, you probably don't want to see Miss Chen become my forbidden wife and be my slave girl for the rest of her life. This. Lin Wanyun was immediately confused. What did Lu Chen mean by this? After coming back to her senses, Lin Wanyun asked, Chen'er, what do you mean by this? Lu Chen chuckled, then looked at the lunch box on the table, and then continued, Aunt Lin, Do you think I don't know that you put Baiadi powder in the lunchbox? As soon as these words came out, Lin Huanyun's mind went blank. She didn't expect that Lu Chen had discovered her little move. How can this be? Didn't she just let it go a little bit? Can such a little bit be discovered? Lin Huanyun looked panicked and said harshly, what is Baiadi? Chener, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Lu Chen continued to walk towards Lin Huanyun, and Lin Huanyun continued to retreat nervously. Soon she retreated to the wall, unable to retreat any further. Lu Chen looked at Lin Huanyun's flustered jade face and said, Aunt Lin, are you thinking now that Baiadi is colorless and tasteless? How could I have discovered it even if you let it go just a little bit? This. Lin Huanyun suddenly became extremely frightened. Not only did Lu Chen know that he had put Baiadi's powder, but he also knew what he was thinking in his heart. How did he do that? Is it possible that he can read minds? Impossible. How could anyone in this world be able to read minds? Lin Huanyun still said stiffly, Chener, I don't know what you are talking about. Lu Chen said calmly, I not only know that you put Baiadi powder in the food I eat, but I also know why you come to the North Kingdom and the Buwang Mansion. At the same time, I also know why you always let me pursue Miss Chen. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun's heart beat wildly. She was not sure if Lu Chen was deceiving him, or if Lu Chen really knew all this. Just when Lin Huanyun was analyzing in her mind whether Lu Chen was deceiving her, Lu Chen said directly, You came to the North Country initially because you wanted to use my blood to make a dragon spelling curse to deal with my father. As soon as these words came out, Lin Huanyun's eyes suddenly widened and her pupils shrank. He thought that Lu Chen was deceiving him just now, but he didn't expect that Lu Chen actually knew the purpose of their coming to the North Country. How did Lu Chen know? What else does he know? At this time, Lu Chen continued, Later, when you saw my extraordinary strength, you came up with the idea of using the love goo to control me, and then use the North Country as a springboard to help Miss Chen recover. Oh, by the way, I already knew that Miss Chen is Princess Chen. Lin Huanyun clenched her fists slightly, and the power in her body began to operate unconsciously. This was the biggest secret between Chen Wanrong and her. Even few people in Swanyu Palace knew this secret, but Lu Chen knew it. If this secret is leaked, Emperor Xia will definitely find ways to get rid of Chen Wanrong, and he will never let this secret leak out. But the big boy in front of her was the son of her good sister, and she couldn't do it. Lin Huanyun looked at Lu Chen indifferently, stopped pretending, and then asked, What else do you know? Lin Huanyun felt that there was no point in continuing to pretend. Lu Chen even knew the secret that Chen Wanrong was the princess of the Chen kingdom, which meant that Lu Chen had already thoroughly investigated their backgrounds. Seeing that Lin Huanyun seemed to be ready to do something to her, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then continued, I also know that Miss Chen can't wait any longer, so I asked you to put Baiadi's powder in what I eat. You plan to plant the love goo in me as soon as possible so that I can cooperate with you in refining the dragon subduing curse. Chapter 229 I agree to your conditions. Seeing that Lu Chen had understood all their plans, Lin Huanyun no longer concealed it. She looked at Lu Chen with cold eyes. Since you already know what the palace master and I did, why did you still drink the soup just now? Lu Chen said with a smile, Aunt Lin, you may not know that I am immune to all poisons. Baiadi's powder is of no use to me, so why don't I drink it? Hearing this, Lin Huanyun was stunned for a moment, and she subconsciously said, It's impossible. She doesn't believe that there are people in this world who are immune to all kinds of poison. Lu Chen said with a smile, Believe it or not. Lin Huanyun did not continue the topic. Her beautiful eyes stared directly into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, What are you going to do with us? At this point, Lin Huanyun was ready to take action. She planned to rush out immediately and take Chen Wanrong away from the North Prince's mansion. Now that the matter has been exposed, there is no need for them to stay in Buwang Mansion. Just when Lin Huanyun was thinking this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Disposal? Why should I dispose of you?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun was slightly stunned. They planned to use love gu on Lu Chen, then control him, and also planned to use his blood to refine the dragon subduing curse. Isn't Lu Chen angry at all? Lin Huanyun couldn't believe what Lu Chen said. She didn't think Lu Chen was so generous. Lu Chen continued, "Aunt Lin, you have been in Buwang Mansion for more than a year. Don't you still know me?" Lin Huanyun frowned slightly and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You want to put a love charm on me, don't you just think that this person is more lustful and can use a beauty trap to seduce me? Why don't you know what I want to do now?" Hearing what Lu Chen said, Lin Huanyun instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen planned to keep the two of them and turn them into his women. Lin Huanyun snorted softly and said, "Chener, if you want to keep us here to give you a child, it depends on whether you have the ability." Speaking of this, Lin Huanyun waved out her palm, and an invisible palm hit Lu Chen directly. Lin Huanyun knew that she was probably not Lu Chen's opponent, so she had no intention of fighting. As long as she could leave this study, her affairs would be exposed. After conveying the matter to Chen Wanrong, they should be able to escape from the North Prince's mansion easily later. Although Chen Wanrong is a Grand Master, she is not an ordinary Grand Master. Even if there are several Grand Masters in the North Palace, it is impossible to keep them. Lin Huanyun is still very confident in Chen Wanrong's strength. After all, Chen Wanrong is the disciple of the Venerable. What he practices is not an ordinary martial arts technique. Just when Lin Huanyun thought she could repel Lu Chen, she found that her palm energy had no effect on Lu Chen after it came into contact with Lu Chen's body. Her palm energy seemed to disappear. Seeing this scene, Lin Huanyun was stunned for a moment, then she took action again and slapped Lu Chen with another palm. She is still a half-step master. Although her strength is close to that of a master, she is not skilled in the use of spiritual energy. Since she cannot defeat Lu Chen with her palm energy, she can only attack directly. Looking at the jade palm coming straight towards her, Lu Chen also did not dodge. Lin Huanyun was slightly distracted. She didn't understand why Lu Chen didn't take action to resist. Although Lu Chen's strength was already at the master level, she was still a half-step master. If you were hit by a half-step master, even a master would be injured. Seeing that Lin Huanyun's palm was about to touch Lu Chen's chest, Lu Chen suddenly stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Lin Huanyun's wrist. Then, with lightning speed, Lu Chen brought Lin Huanyun's jade hand over her back and pressed her back. Lin Huanyun's left hand slapped Lu Chen in an attempt to break away. As a result, Lu Chen easily grabbed Lin Huanyun's left wrist, and then pressed both of her hands onto her hips. At this time, Lin Huanyun's hands were controlled by Lu Chen. Lin Huanyun turned her back to Lu Chen and wanted to kick her back. However, she suddenly found that the power in her body suddenly disappeared and her body became soft. Lin Huanyun was stunned for a moment. This? How so? Lin Huanyun couldn't remember what she had eaten today that would dissipate her power. All of this must be related to the big boy behind him who controls him. Lin Huanyun quickly twisted her waist, trying to get rid of Lu Chen's control. Lu Chen pressed her jade hands firmly on her back buttocks. No matter how hard she struggled, it was of no use. Feeling Lu Chen's body pressed tightly against her buttocks, Lin Huanyun became extremely panicked for a moment, and she quickly said, "Let me go quickly. I just wanted to escape, I didn't really want to hurt you." Lu Chen grabbed Lin Huanyun's wrist with one big hand, then used the other hand to hold Lin Huanyun's waist, and then put his arm on Lin Huanyun's neck. He leaned his head against Lin Huanyun's ear and whispered, "I already know what you want to do you think I am not prepared?" Lin Huanyun's body was very soft, and Lu Chen felt very comfortable holding her waist like this. In addition, the mature woman's fragrance from Lin Huanyun's body floated into Lu Chen's nostrils, which made Lu Chen's heart even more restless. He had long been thinking about Lin Huanyun, a beautiful woman, but because there were too many reform issues in the north, he never had the chance to attack her. Unexpectedly, she came to his door today. Now that she has delivered it herself, there is nothing more to say. There is no reason not to eat the delicious food delivered to your door. Feeling the heat from Lu Chen's body, Lin Huanyun became even more panicked. She used all her strength to continue twisting her waist and said, "Chener, don't be like this. I never wanted to hurt you, I just want to help." Wrong is just refining the dragon subduing curse to take revenge. Lin Huanyun's heart beat faster and faster, and her body felt hotter and hotter. For some reason, she vaguely smelled a very special smell, which made all the cells in her body active. She felt that if she continued like this, she might be lost too. Feeling Lin Huanyun's soft body getting hotter and hotter, Lu Chen felt like he was holding a ball of soft and hot cotton, and it became increasingly difficult for him to maintain his sanity. However, Lu Chen took a deep breath at this time, and then used the spiritual power in his body to calm down the restlessness in his body. Lu Chen blew into Lin Huanyun's ear, and then said in a low voice, "Do you still remember what I said to you just now?" Lin Huanyun felt that her face was extremely hot and her body had completely softened, but she was still trying hard to twist her waist, trying to get rid of Lu Chen's control. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun asked absently, What are you talking about?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You don't want Miss Chen to become my forbidden wife and be my slave girl for the rest of your life, right?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun was startled and her body stopped struggling. Lu Chen continued, "Sometimes hunters often appear in the form of prey. When you are trying to catch my attention, I am also trying to catch your attention. Do you think that I have done nothing during the more than a year you have been in Buwang Mansion? Did not do it." Lin Huanyun suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and she asked tentatively, What did you do?" Lu Chen leaned close to her ear again and whispered in her ear, "Don't you feel that the power in your body has dissipated?" Lin Huanyun said, "It is indeed your fault." Lu Chen said, "You want to put a love charm on me and drain my blood. Isn't it normal for me to take some small measures to protect you? Not long after you came to Buwang Mansion, I gave you poison. As long as I use my skills even slightly, your skills will be suppressed. The most important thing is that this poison will never be eliminated. Once you are poisoned by this poison, your realm will never be able to improve in the future, and you may even go crazy when practicing. The main reason why you haven't been poisoned is because I regularly release the antidote into your yard." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun's face showed a hint of panic again, and she immediately asked, Rong was also poisoned by you?" Lu Chen said, "This is natural." Lin Huanyun blushed and said angrily, "You are despicable." Lu Chen said, "Why am I so despicable? Didn't you just use Baiadi's powder on me? I just did it before you did. We all did the same thing." Having said this, Lu Chen blew into Lin Huanyun's ear again, and then said in a deep voice, "No one can detect the poison I administered, and no one can create the antidote except me. That is to say, if Miss Chen and you leave the palace for too long, we will become poisonous." Hearing these words, Lin Huanyun was a little shocked. She didn't think Lu Chen was lying to her. Although they didn't realize when they were poisoned, her body had indeed been abnormal during this period of time. She always felt a little restless in her body, especially when practicing. Lu Chen's figure always appeared in her mind. If it is true that they have been poisoned as Lu Chen said, then if they can't find an antidote, won't they never be able to leave the North Prince's mansion? Then how will Chen Huanrong seek revenge in the future? How to restore the country? Just when Lin Huanyun was thinking wildly, she suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from behind her. This pressure made even a half-step master like her breathless. Lin Huanyun was stunned for a moment. This pressure obviously cannot be the pressure of a Grand Master. Chen Wanrong is the Grand Master. Lin Huanyun has been with the Grand Master for a long time, so she knows very well what kind of pressure a Grand Master has. The pressure she feels at this moment is that of a Great Master. Only the pressure. How so? Lu Chen is actually a great Master. Isn't he only 17 years old this year? Even if he turns 18 in a few months, he is still a young man at most. How can he break through to the Grand Master realm at this age? At this time, Lu Chen continued to speak in Lin Huanyun's ear, I forgot to tell you that I am now a Grand Master. Even if you come to find people from Swanyu Palace, you will not be able to steal the antidote from me. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun came back to her senses. She pretended to be calm and said, Rong is your mother's junior sister. Are you really planning to do harm to her? Lu Chen said with a smile, since she is my mother's junior sister, I should take better care of her. The best care is to make her my woman. Lin Huanyun threatened in a cold voice, Rong's master is a venerable person who has transcended the realm of gods and humans. If you dare to do harm to Rong, she will definitely kill you. Do you want to ruin yourself just because of your temporary happiness? Life. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, death under the peony flowers, doing tricks is also romantic. Seeing that Lu Chen was not afraid of death, Lin Huanyun was completely panicked. She twisted her waist again, trying to get rid of Lu Chen's control. While struggling, she said, if you touch us, you will not end well. Lin Huanyun was twisting and turning against Lu Chen's body, which immediately made Lu Chen furious. Lu Chen immediately said, let me tell you straight, if you want me to let Miss Chen go, it's not impossible, but you need to pay some price. Lin Huanyun stopped struggling again, what price? It's simple, be my woman and bear my children. Lin Huanyun immediately said, impossible, I will never marry you. Lu Chen said with a smile, then there is no other way. If you don't agree, then you and Miss Chen will have to stay in Buwang Mansion to give birth to my child. Lin Huanyun hesitated. At this time, Lu Chen once again used a low voice to confuse, didn't you say before that Miss Chen is very important in your heart? Now she is going to be hurt. Don't you want to protect her? If you think about it, what you just said was all a lie to me. She is not important in your heart at all. Since you don't agree, forget it. It just so happens that after I broke through to the Grand Master, I can't release my energy. After I turn you into my woman later, I will go find her and let her become my woman. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun said in panic, no don't. Lu Chen's words were like the whispers of a devil, constantly bewitching Lin Huanyun's heart. Lin Huanyun gritted her teeth and tried to feel the power in her body again, only to find that the power in her body had completely disappeared. No matter how she felt it, she could not feel it. It seems that she can no longer get rid of the devil Lu Chen. Lin Huanyun thought in her heart that she must not let Lu Chen hurt Rong. Rong has not yet taken revenge, has not restored her country, and has so many things that have not been done, so she cannot be trapped. Worked as a slave girl for Lu Chen in Buwang Mansion. This time, let her protect Rong. Thinking of this, Lin Huanyun made up her mind to sacrifice herself. Then Lin Huanyun said, how do I know if you don't keep your word? What if you get my body and don't plan to let her go in the end? Lu Chen asked with a smile, do you think you still have the right to choose now? Lin Huanyun said angrily, you. Lin Huanyun knew that it was useless to say anything now, and then she was like a deflated balloon. She said weakly, okay, I agree to your terms and be your woman. As long as you are willing to let her go, what do you want me to do? It will be all right. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 230 I Won't Give In. Chen Wanrong was picked up by Lin Huanyun. She always regarded Chen Wanrong as her daughter, so she didn't want to see Chen Wanrong get any harm. Although she didn't know if Lu Chen would keep his word, she had no choice now. Both she and Chen Wanrong had been poisoned by Lu Chen. And she has no way to get rid of Lu Chen now. In this case, she can only choose to sacrifice herself. She thought to herself that even if Lu Chen went back on his words in the end and was unwilling to hand over the antidote to her, it would not matter. She could find the antidote to the poison that Lu Chen and the others were exposed to while they were having trouble with each other. Lu Chen said before that the reason why they were not poisoned was because he would sprinkle antidote into the yard where they lived from time to time. Then Lu Chen would do the same in the future. As long as she stayed with Lu Chen long enough, she would one day can find where Lu Chen's antidote is hidden. Just when Lin Wanyun was thinking this, she suddenly felt Lu Chen's claws tugging on her belt. Lin Wanyun felt extremely ashamed in her heart when she thought that she would become Lu Chen's woman. Although she had a crush on Lu Chen, she always peeked at Lu Chen inadvertently and admired his handsome appearance. But Lu Chen is a generation younger than her. She is already 32 years old this year, while Lu Chen is only 18 years old at most. There is a full 14 years difference between them. In her eyes, Lu Chen has always been a big boy, not a man yet. This is not because Lu Chen is too childish and immature. Lu Chen is now a grand master. His physique and aura are far beyond those of his peers. He is very mature. However, Lin Wanyun often looks at Lu Chen from the perspective of an elder. After all, Lu Chen is her sworn brother, the son of Jin Lan's sister. At this time, Lin Wanyun was being held by the big boy Lu Chen. Her whole face was flushed and her whole body was hot. A strange feeling echoed in her heart. At this time, she could hear her heart beating wildly, the blood in her body seemed to be boiling, and her heart felt a little itchy. This feeling was very strange. It was something she had never experienced before. After all, she had never been so close to a man before. Lu Chen said in her ear at this time, "Since you agreed, let's get started." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun, who was confused, suddenly woke up. Start? What to start with? Could it be that Lu Chen wanted to have an affair with him in the study? No. Absolutely not. This was in the study. At night, patrollers would definitely pass by the study. What if someone saw her? She didn't want Chen Wanrong to know about it. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun immediately continued to struggle. While struggling, she said, "We can't be here." Lu Chen said, "If you are not here, then go to your room." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun was startled. If he really went to his room, Chen Wanrong would have noticed it immediately. Lin Wanyun bit her silver teeth lightly and said, "Just stay here. As long as you don't make a sound, the patrollers will not notice what is going on in the study." Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun snorted coldly and said, "If you don't keep your word then, I will destroy my Danshan and die with you." Lu Chen didn't care about Lin Wanyun's threat at all. He lay his head on Lin Wanyun's shoulder, enjoying the scent of her body. Lu Chen's heart was completely agitated, but he didn't act immediately and just hugged Lin Wanyun like this. Lin Wanyun felt a little uncomfortable and twisted slightly again. She didn't want to break free, and she couldn't break free now. After a while, she found that Lu Chen was just hugging her like this, smelling her fragrance on her neck. Lin Wanyun was a little confused. What was Lu Chen doing? Why didn't he do anything? Lin Wanyun didn't dare to speak at this time. She was wondering if Lu Chen suddenly had a conscience and planned to let her go. Thinking about it, after all, she was more than 10 years older than him, and her appearance had faded with age. Lu Chen probably didn't have much interest in his body. Maybe what he said just now was all to scare himself. Moreover, she has a very good relationship with Lu Chen's mother. Maybe Lu Chen will not do anything to him for Chu Yu's sake. At this time, Lin Wanyun still had a sense of luck, but she soon felt something was wrong. The hot breath of Lu Chen's breath blew on her neck, making her nerves very sensitive and all the cells in her body became active. Although Lu Chen hadn't done anything yet, she felt like she was getting worse and worse, and the blush on her face had spread to her snow-white neck. The whole person seemed to be on fire. Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore as he hugged Lin Huanyun's plump and round body, but he was still restraining himself. After all, there was still enough time tonight, so he didn't need to be in such a hurry. But just hugging her like this wouldn't work, and then Lu Chen's claws began to move away from Lin Huanyun's body. Being touched by Lu Chen like this, Lin Huanyun's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her body suddenly became more sensitive and hotter. For a moment, Lin Huanyun felt a little overwhelmed. She had never been in such close contact with a man, and she didn't know that being in close contact with a man would produce such a feeling. This was the first time she had such a strange feeling. Lin Huanyun couldn't understand why her body felt like this. When did she become that shameless woman? After a while, Lin Huanyun's body couldn't help but twist. At this time, the big boy's voice sounded in her ears, "Huanyun, why is your body so hot?" Hearing this, Lin Huanyun's cheeks became even hotter. She snorted coldly and said nothing. She tried to control herself and calm her restless heart. However, no matter how hard Lin Huanyun tried to calm down the restlessness in her heart, it was all in vain. Gradually, her consciousness became blurred. Lin Huanyun gritted her teeth. No, she must stay awake and not be fooled by this little villain. Lin Huanyun gradually realized that Lu Chen had nothing to do and she didn't take action immediately. He didn't take action immediately. Most likely, he wanted to make herself unable to hold on and then ask him for something like that. This little villain wants to humiliate her, and she must hold back. Just when she was thinking this, Lu Chen suddenly released the hand that bound her wrists, and then turned her body around. When Lin Huanyun turned around and looked at Lu Chen head-on, Lu Chen found that Lin Huanyun's eyes were flashing with autumn water. Lin Huanyun was stunned for a moment when Lu Chen suddenly turned around. After her hands were released, she subconsciously wanted to attack Lu Chen, but her jade arms had no strength at all and she couldn't lift them up at all. Lin Huanyun was stunned. How could this happen? At this time, Lin Huanyun looked up at Lu Chen. In a hazy moment, she seemed to see Lu Chen staring at her with a smirk on his face, and Lin Huanyun felt even more ashamed. Lu Chen leaned down at this time, and Lin Huanyun's head immediately turned to the side, trying to dodge, but Lu Chen's big hands directly fixed her head, and then kissed her sweet lips. Ahoy! Lin Huanyun raised her jade hand, hammered Lu Chen's chest, and tried to push him away, but it was all to no avail. Soon Lin Huanyun's mind went blank and she was completely addicted to Lu Chen's kiss. At the last moment when her consciousness was completely blurred, Lin Huanyun knew that she was finished. I was afraid that she would never be able to get rid of Lu Chen again. In the end, the little villain succeeded. You can't blame others for this. If you want to blame them, you can only blame them for coming to plot against Lu Chen. Not only did the scheme fail, but they were also discovered by Lu Chen. As Lin Huanyun's last conscious state faded away, she was completely devastated. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. The moonlight is like ripples on the ground. There are shadows of branches on the ground. The shadows of the trees are swaying as if the water is rippling. Summer has arrived, and the night breeze rustles the leaves. At this time, the maid at the door of the courtyard where the study is located is watching the shadow reflected in the study window. Seeing the overlapping shadows moving around, the little maid blushed slightly. She was actually used to this kind of thing. As a maid on duty in the study, she often saw such scenes. However, this was the first time she saw Lin Huanyun appearing in the study, which surprised her. She had thought that Lin Huanyun was just the guard commander of the inner courtyard, but she did not expect that Lin Huanyun, the guard commander, had such obligations. Just when the little maid was thinking wildly, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Xiaohuan, has Chen gone back? Hearing this voice, the little maid was startled. She quickly turned her head. When she turned around, she found that it was Chu Yukin. The little maid was relieved and said, "Go back to Mrs. Chu, the prince is still in the study handling government affairs." After hearing what the little maid said, Chu Yukin was about to walk towards the study, but before she took 2 steps, she heard the sound of an animal. This! Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. Then she looked towards the window and found that there were 2 overlapping black shadows on the window. Only then did Chu Yukin realize that Lu Chen was clearly busy doing bad things instead of dealing with government affairs. Chu Yukin glanced at the 2 black figures and snorted coldly in her heart. It must be that vixen back again. She couldn't just go back to her room at night and run into the study to do such a thing. This was treating the study as a where is it? It's really shameless. Chu Yukin stood there and stared at the 2 twisting black figures for a while. At this time, Chu Yukin felt a little confused in her heart. Why was the voice in her study not that of that vixen? She was already very familiar with that vixen's voice, and her tone was not like this either. The voice was even deeper at this time, as if the woman was deliberately suppressing her voice to prevent it from being heard. If it was Wang Qingkai, a shameless vixen, she wouldn't care about this. Wang Qingkai would always yell at the top of his lungs, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't hear. Isn't it Wang Qingkai who is in the study at this time? Thinking of this, Chu Yukin turned to look at the little blushing maid next to her and asked, "What's in the study?" Before Chu Yukin finished speaking, a woman's voice came from behind her, "Is Mrs. Chu on duty tonight?" Hearing this enchanting voice, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. Then she turned around and found that it was Wang Qingkai, a vixen. Wang Qingkai is still outside. So, the person inside is indeed not Wang Qingkai. Wang Qingkai can't be separated. Since it wasn't Wang Qingkai, then who was so ignorant that he went into the study to disturb Lu Chen while he was dealing with government affairs, and even did that kind of thing with him? After Wang Qingkai came to the door of the courtyard, she was about to continue talking when she suddenly heard a series of strange sounds. Then she looked up at the window of the study room. After seeing 2 black figures, Wang Qingkai smiled. Said, "I didn't expect Mrs. Chu to have such a hobby. But what's the point of eavesdropping? It's better to experience it yourself once than to eavesdrop 100 times." Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Chu Yukin snorted coldly, and then turned around and left without asking the maid who was inside. Seeing Chu Yukin's leaving figure, Wang Qingkai smiled slightly. Although she didn't know if Chu Yukin had ever done that kind of thing with Lu Chen, in her opinion, apart from maids and servants, the women in the inner courtyard where no one can escape from Lu Chen's grasp. After Chu Yukin's figure disappeared from sight, Wang Qingkai turned to look at the maid and asked, "Which lady from the palace is inside?" Hearing this question, the little maid was stunned for a moment. Although Wang Qingkai was also Lu Chen's woman, this was the first time Lin Huanyun appeared in the study. She was a little unsure whether she could tell such a thing. Seeing that the little maid hesitated and did not answer directly, Wang Qingkai instantly guessed that the woman in the study was definitely not the woman Lu Chen had had before, and Lu Chen had probably secured another one. Is it Chu Qingli? Or Lin Huanyun, or Chen Huanrong? This voice didn't sound like that of Chu Qingli or Chen Huanrong. It was a bit suppressed, and it sounded like it was coming from someone who was older and had a lot of shame. Then it could only be Lin Huanyun. Wang Qingkai covered her mouth and smiled. She was not jealous because Lu Chen had another woman. On the contrary, after Lu Chen had one more woman, she felt a little happy inside. Regarding Lu Chen, her emotions have always been complicated. She was both afraid that Lu Chen would not look for her, and she was also afraid that Lu Chen would look for her every day. It would be nice if Lu Chen had more women. From now on, he wouldn't have to stare at her, a slave girl, every day. Thinking of this, Wang Qingkai said to the maid Xiao Huan, "Xiao Huan, after the prince's affairs are finished, Tell the prince that I came to see him, and find someone to come to my yard to remind me." The maid immediately said, "Yes, Mrs. Wang." Wang Qingkai then turned and left. In the early morning, the rooster crows over and over again, and Lu Chen is still tasting the delicious dish from yesterday. At this time, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. He felt that he should not have done those things in the study yesterday, but should have found a bedroom. Lin Wanyun and Yellow Nanyang belong to the same type, and their bodies are very soft. The soft body is the most comfortable to hold in your arms while sleeping. There is no way to sleep in the study, which is a bit of a waste. While Lu Chen was busy, the timid voice of the maid came from the door, "My lord, the princess has made breakfast and brought it to you." Hearing this voice, Lin Wanyun woke up from a dream and wanted to get rid of Lu Chen, but was held tightly by Lin Wanyun, unable to move at all. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Wanyun, don't worry, we still have plenty of time." Lin Wanyun turned her head and cursed angrily with a red face, "You devil, I will never give in." Lu Chen laughed, and then said to the maid outside the door, "Send the breakfast back and tell the princess that I will come back to eat later." "Yes, your majesty." After the maid left, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed Lin Wanyun's lips again. Ahoy! Chapter 231 Lu Chen's Proposal. Congratulations to the host for getting another wife and concubine, and being rewarded with the craft of making edible salt. The host cultivates a relationship with his wife and concubines once, the qi refining technique experience value is increased by 500, the rejuvenation hand experience value is added by 200, the dragon and phoenix yin and yang kung fu experience value is added by 600, the qigong absorption dafa experience value is added by 300, the host triggers an emotional critical attack, and all kung fu experience points are added triple it. The host and his wife and concubine are connected with each other, and they are specially rewarded for the light skill of changing their bodies. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then he turned to look at the beautiful woman not far away who was constantly adjusting her clothes. Lin Wanyun's hair was disheveled, her bun was completely untied, and her dress was torn and white. There are some red marks on his neck. At this time, Lin Wanyun also noticed Lu Chen's gaze. She looked at Lu Chen with resentment and said, "When are you going to give us the antidote?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry? At least I have to wait until you are pregnant with my child." Lin Wanyun was startled. Although she stayed in the study all night and was tortured all night, she knew very well that the higher the level of a warrior, the harder it is to give birth to an heir, but she could not conceive Lu Chen's child after staying there for one night. She was already a half-step master, and Lu Chen was a great master. It would be even more difficult for the two of them to have children. If she could not get the antidote from Lu Chen until she was pregnant with Lu Chen's child, then Chen Wanrong would probably the best opportunity for revenge will be missed. Chen Wanrong may not only be unable to take revenge, but may even miss the opportunity to restore her country. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun frowned. She absolutely could not wait until she was pregnant with the child before leaving the palace. She had to find another way to get the antidote from Lu Chen. Lin Wanyun said at this time, "I hope you will keep your word." Having said this, Lin Wanyun was about to turn around and leave the study. However, after taking a few steps, she felt uncoordinated and swaying. Lin Wanyun quickly stabilized her body. It's not that she's not feeling well, it's just that the feeling she had just now was so intense that her brain is still a little dazed, and she hasn't recovered yet. Lin Wanyun gritted her teeth and tried to regain consciousness as soon as possible. After waking up a little, Lin Wanyun took steps again, preparing to leave this place. But when she took a step, her body suddenly lost its center of gravity and was pulled back by Lu Chen, and then she fell into Lu Chen's arms. Lin Wanyun thought Lu Chen was going to do something like that to her again, so she immediately started struggling. What do you want to do?" Lin Wanyun was a little scared. It was already broad daylight, and people often came to Lu Chen's study. If he was still doing something disgraceful in the study, others would definitely find out. If this incident reaches Chen Wanrong's ears, what will Chen Wanrong think of herself then? She will most likely think that she has betrayed. Lu Chen hugged Lin Wanyun's soft body tightly and whispered in her ear, "Aunt Lin, actually I know you can't bear to take action against me." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun was stunned. In fact, she really didn't want Lu Chen to get hurt. Recently, she often dreamed about Chu Yu and how Chu Yu took care of her in the past. But she had no choice, and she had her own stand. Chen Wanrong was brought up by her as if she were her biological daughter. Compared to Lu Chen, another person's child, she must be oriented towards her daughter. Moreover, Chen Wanrong also said that she would not kill Lu Chen. Not only would she not kill Lu Chen, but she would also have a child with Lu Chen and inherit the throne of Chen Kingdom in the future. It was precisely because of Chen Wanrong's plan that Lin Wanyun felt less guilty. If Lu Chen only lost some blood and was not in danger of life, she wouldn't be too sorry for Chu Yu. Besides, Chu Yu's death was most likely caused by Emperor Xia. They used Lu Chen to refine the dragon subduing curse. To a certain extent, it was also to avenge Chu Yu. Lin Wanyun snorted coldly at this time and said, "You are so sentimental." Seeing Lin Wanyun being so stubborn, Lu Chen blew into her ear and then said, "That's not what you said last night." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun's face turned hot instantly. She never thought that she would become like that one day. She was already in her 30s, and she would become that shameless woman. It's all this little villain's fault. Lin Wanyun immediately twisted her waist, trying to break free from Lu Chen's arms. However, no matter how much Lin Wanyun twisted, she still couldn't break free. The power in her body was still in a blocked state. She was almost like an ordinary person now. How could an ordinary person get rid of the control of a great master? At this time, Lu Chen continued to speak in her ear, "Aunt Lin, although I am quite lustful, I really like you and Miss Chen, and I feel there is no need for us to be so antagonistic. I know that Miss Chen also has some feelings for me. Since we both have a good impression of each other and like each other, why can't we be together? Besides, my relationship with my father is not good. He killed my mother, so what you want to do to him has nothing to do with me. Since we have no direct conflict, we like each other, and we have a common enemy, then why can't you marry me, be my woman, and give me children?" This. Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment. Listening to what Lu Chen said, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with what Lu Chen said. Although they did want to use the love gu to control Lu Chen, they had no intention of killing Lu Chen, and Chen Wanrong also planned to have a child with Lu Chen. In fact, the reason why they have always been afraid of Lu Chen discovering their thoughts is that they think that Lu Chen will not cooperate with them in refining the dragon subduing curse, let alone let them kill his father. After all, Lu Chen is also the Emperor Xia's son. Seeing Lin Wanyun fell into silence, Lu Chen continued to bewitch her ears and said, "Judging from your behavior last night, you have been thinking about my body for a long time, but you didn't show it. Now you are me as a woman, there is no need for us to hide anything from each other. Before, you were afraid that I would reject you after knowing your purpose, so you didn't dare to tell me about your affairs. Now that we have talked about it, how about we officially start cooperation?" Lin Wanyun's face turned red and she said, "Shameless person, who cares about your body?" Lin Wanyun felt extremely ashamed when Lu Chen said what she was thinking. She had indeed been thinking about Lu Chen's handsome face recently, and she couldn't help but look at him. Sometimes she looked at him. There will be some strange feelings in your heart. Although she has been deliberately avoiding these feelings, there is no doubt that she does have feelings for Lu Chen in her heart, and she knows this in her heart. It's just that she strongly denied it. After all, she was 32 years old, How could she be tempted by a man so many years younger than herself? What Lu Chen did last night completely tore apart the pretense in her heart. Lin Huanyun continued, what kind of cooperation? You just want my and Rongrong's bodies. I will never agree. Rongrong still has her own mission. She cannot stay in Buwang Mansion to give birth to your child. You'd better give up. Lu Chen put his arms around Lin Huanyun's waist and said, you are right, I do want your body, but I also mean what I said about cooperation. There is no conflict between these two things. It doesn't matter if you don't agree now. I will give you time to think about it slowly. When you think about it clearly, you can tell me your choice. Having said this, Lu Chen let go of Lin Huanyun. Lin Huanyun immediately walked out of the study. To be precise, she ran away from the study. She was very afraid that Lu Chen would get interested and press her down on the table again. After Lin Huanyun left, Lu Chen briefly glanced at the light skill transformation he had just acquired. This Qinggong is very useful to him. This Qinggong allows him to move to other places in the blink of an eye. After learning this Qinggong, he will be able to easily avoid other people's attacks in the future. After reading the exercises, Lu Chen glanced at his study, which was already in a mess. The pillow last night was too soft, so he couldn't control himself, and the process was a little rough, causing the table in the study to collapse. You must know that this table was specially customized by him a few days ago. The purpose was to worry that when Wang Qingkai occasionally came to his study to relax, the desk would be a little overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, not long after this, the desk was still dry. It seems that it would be better not to do this kind of thing in the study in the future. Thinking of this, Lu Chen tidied his clothes and then left the study. At the same time, Yunrong Yuan. After Chen Wanrong woke up early in the morning, she meditated in the pavilion. Suddenly, an embarrassed figure appeared in the yard. Seeing Lin Huanyun's hair disheveled and staggering as she walked, Chen Wanrong immediately stood up and asked, Aunt Lin, what's wrong with you? Although Chen Wanrong had no expression on her face, her tone obviously fluctuated. It was obvious that she cared about Lin Huanyun very much. If Lin Huanyun hadn't taken her to Swanyu Palace back then, and if she hadn't been raising her all the time, it's hard to say whether she would have survived, let alone what she has achieved today. Although she always called Lin Huanyun auntie, in fact she had already regarded Lin Huanyun as her mother. Lin Huanyun was afraid that Chen Wanrong would see something, so she quickly said, I'm fine. An assassin came to the palace last night. I fought with him a few times, but my clothes were a little torn, but I was not injured. I went to take a shower first. Having said this, Lin Huanyun quickly walked towards her room. Seeing Lin Huanyun's back, Chen Wanrong did not have too much doubt because she had 100% trust in Lin Huanyun and she believed that Lin Huanyun would not lie to her. Only, Chen Wanrong felt like she smelled a pungent smell. She couldn't tell what the smell was. This was the first time she smelled this smell. And after she smelled this smell, she couldn't help but picture that man in her mind. Chen Wanrong immediately adjusted her internal strength and calmed down her heart, preventing herself from continuing to think wildly. After a while, Lin Huanyun took off her torn clothes, soaked in the tub, and scrubbed her body over and over again. At this moment, the words Lu Chen said seemed to be echoing in her ears. She couldn't tell whether what Lu Chen said was true or false, so she didn't dare to trust Lu Chen. If Lu Chen is really looking for them to cooperate, then maybe he can consider it. But in this case, how would she face Chen Wanrong? Is it possible to let her and Chen Wanrong marry Lu Chen? This is more than ridiculous. Only that little rascal could come up with such a thing. Lin Huanyun sighed. The first priority was to find the antidote first, and then consider other things. At this moment, she began to exercise, intending to expel the impurities from her body. But the next moment, she was stunned again. Feeling her bulging belly, she suddenly thought about how she could get the antidote from Lu Chen if she couldn't get pregnant with Lu Chen's child as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Huanyun had no choice but to give up her luck. When she thought that she was actually going to give birth to a child for Sister Chu Yu's son, Lin Huanyun felt extremely ashamed in her heart. She might as well just die. At such an old age, she was actually the same as someone 10 years younger than herself. Men of several years old behave in a shady manner. It's all that little rascal. When Lin Huanyun thought of the appearance of the devil, the scene from last night reappeared in Lin Huanyun's mind. In order to prevent herself from continuing to think about it, Lin Huanyun immediately sank down and buried her whole head in the water. Chapter 232 It's time to incorporate Northland into the Northern Kingdom. After taking down Lin Huanyun, Lu Chen felt refreshed. Although he didn't sleep all night, he was not sleepy at all because of the Grand Master's physique. Lu Chen was sitting at the table in the main hall, eating breakfast and humming a tune. At this time, Music Xuan was feeding her child not far away. Seeing that Lu Chen was so happy early this morning, Music Xuan asked curiously, "My lord, did you encounter something happy just now?" Lu Chen put down the bowl in his hand and asked, "How did you tell?" Music Xuan laughed, and then said, "The prince has been humming a little tune since he came back. His mood is written on his face, and I can naturally see it." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Well, it seems that I can't hide things at all." At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, I got a method of making salt not long ago. It happens that the east of the North country is close to the sea. You can recruit some workers to make salt in the east." Hearing this, Music Xuan was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Your Majesty, does the palace also need to dry salt? Isn't it inappropriate to leave this matter to me?" Lu Chen said doubtfully, "My beloved, you should have heard about it a long time ago. The imperial court has abolished the official salt industry. We, the vassal kings, can also make our own salt privately." Music Xuan said, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is that the ownership of the salt industry management rights is of great importance and should be handed over to the small court in the north. Although some functions and powers of the current Northern Palace and the small court of the Northern Kingdom are not completely separated. For example, the money earned by the Northern Palace will be allocated to the Northern Kingdom's treasury from time to time. However, people also know that as the regime of the Northern Kingdom gradually stabilizes, the Northern Kingdom will the small imperial court and the Northern Palace must be separated to a certain extent. For example, things such as the harem not being able to interfere in politics will have to be brought up sooner or later. Although the Great Xia court has liberalized the right to operate the salt industry, if the right to operate the salt industry was liberalized in a remote place like the north, the price of salt would have skyrocketed that day, and the people would have been very poor. If the price of salt rises too outrageously, people will not be able to afford salt. The management rights of the salt industry must be managed in a unified manner. The management rights of the salt industry represent politics. Music Xuan knew that she was just Lu Chen's princess, a woman, and the harem could not interfere in politics casually. Salt production is not an economic issue, but a political issue. If Lu Chen insists on letting her intervene in the management of salt production, it means that Lu Chen's plan is to liberalize the management rights of the salt industry. Because the management rights are liberalized, it will be the same for whoever makes salt, and there is no suggestion that she is interfering in politics. However, once the right to operate the salt industry is released, the price of salt will easily rise randomly. Hearing what Music Xuan said, Lu Chen instantly understood what she meant. He then said, "You don't have to leave it to the officials to dry the salt. Just let the people in the palace dry the salt. And the production method I got, it's better. The dried salt is high-quality salt and won't taste bitter. I don't want the salt-making method to be leaked yet. As for the issue of the right to operate the salt industry, this can be easily solved. At that time, Part of the profits from the royal family's salt drying will be handed over to the state treasury. In addition, I will set up a salt monopoly bureau. The Salt Monopoly Bureau is only responsible for selling salt, not making salt. Anyway, in this era, the whole family belongs to him. Even the entire northern kingdom belongs to him. It doesn't matter that he asked the prince to make salt. Moreover, the method of making salt was invented by him. It is already considered a big deal for him to hand over part of the proceeds from selling salt to the national treasury. Not bad. For now, he alone has the final say in the northern kingdom. The small court belongs to him, and no one will say anything. There are so many properties in the palace, and no official in the northern kingdom dares to say that the palace is competing for profits with the people. Of course, only Lu Chen can do this. If other vassal kings want to do this, those aristocratic families will definitely jump out to oppose it. Music Xuan said, I understand, I will dispatch some workers to make salt at the beach later. Lu Chen immediately took the time to eat. After breakfast, he got up and left the main hall, heading to Wang Qingkai's courtyard. When he left the study just now, the maid told him that Wang Qingkai came to see him last night, and there was a high probability that Wang Qingkai had something going on. However, as soon as Lu Chen walked out of the main hall, he saw a beautiful figure in a red dress leaning against the wall of the courtyard. Wang Qingkai's S-shaped figure looked extremely attractive, with a curvy front and a plump figure. Before Wang Qingkai could speak, Lu Chen smiled and said, What does Mr. Wang want from me? Wang Qingkai smiled and replied, The slave family is looking for you, so of course they have important information. Your Majesty has been busy lately. If I want to report information to you, I will have to wait all night. Lu Chen walked up to Wang Qingkai at this time and placed his paws on her waist naturally. Master Wang, are you going to your room or my study? Hearing this question, Wang Qingkai rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. She knew that Lu Chen didn't sleep all night last night, so she wasn't worried that Lu Chen would criticize her later, so she said, Let's go to the slave's room. Lu Chen and Lin Wanyun stayed in the study room all night last night. The smell in the study room may be a bit strong now. Anyway, she was just reporting information to Lu Chen. It would be the same wherever she reported it. Lu Chen said, Okay. Then Lu Chen held Wang Qingkai's waist and came to Wang Qingkai's bedroom. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Chen put her on the couch and pressed her on top. Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lu Chen was going to do something to her, but soon she realized that she was overthinking it. After Lu Chen fell on the couch, he hugged Wang Qingkai's waist and turned over, lying on his side. Holding her was like holding a pillow. At this time, Lu Chen buried himself in her arms, took a deep breath of the fragrance and said, Tell me, if there is any news in the recent dynasties, you can report it directly and put the paper information on the table in my study later. Just go on. I didn't sleep last night. Let me squint for a while. When Wang Qingkai came back to her senses, she said, How could Lu Chen criticize her at this time? Lu Chen was busy in the study all night last night. Even if he is a great master, he still needs to rest. Wang Qingkai then let Lu Chen hold her soft and delicate body, and she said, The students from Huanyu Academy originally wanted to pass through the Great Xia Dynasty and then come directly to the Northern Kingdom, but they were driven to the Dahu Dynasty by the Northern Kingdom's army. The reason for Great Xia's army is that they are afraid that they will spread the plague, so it may take some time for those students to reach the Northern Kingdom. If they were to pass directly through other counties of the Great Xia Dynasty, the students of Huanyu Academy would be able to reach the North Kingdom in 3 months. But now they take a detour through the Dahu Dynasty, and then have to pass through the Daeyu Dynasty. This may take 4 to 5 years. It took months to reach the North Country. Lu Chen hugged Wang Qingkai's soft and fragrant body tightly, and said lightly, I understand, is there any other information? Wang Qingkai continued, it is said that the eldest princess of the Dahu dynasty went to the southwest region of Dahu to negotiate with the rebel leaders and plan to recruit the rebels. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately raised his head from the warm fragrance of Wang Qingkai's soft jade, and then looked sideways at Wang Qingkai. She shouldn't be the one to negotiate, right? She is a princess, and she has to go and negotiate with her. Negotiations with rebel leaders. Wang Qingkai said, it was true that she was not the one to go at the beginning. At the beginning, Emperor Wu wanted to use force to quell the rebellion. At the same time, in order to accumulate some achievements for his two sons, he asked his two sons to lead troops to suppress the rebellion. The army was defeated, and both of his sons were defeated, causing them heavy losses. Under the persuasion of Prime Minister Cai Jiliang, Emperor Wu once again agreed to peace talks. Because Princess Wu Chong had always had a better reputation among the people, he chose to let her negotiate with the rebel leader. When Lu Chen heard Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's interesting. It seems that in a few decades, another queen will appear in this world. But having said that, since ancient times, there has been no such thing as a rebellion. Those rebel leaders shouldn't agree to surrender to the Dahu court, right?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai said with a smile, "Your Majesty, your guess is wrong." The slave family heard that some of the rebel leaders in the southwest of Dahu had planned to surrender and chose to join the Chong army. A princess. This. Lu Chen was stunned again. If they rebel halfway, aren't those guys afraid of being reckoned with by the queen? Lu Chen asked, "Is this news accurate?" Wang Qingkai replied, "Accurately, there are indeed rebels who intend to surrender to the Dahu imperial court, but there are also some rebels who refuse to surrender. Those rebels who do not surrender are basically from the aristocratic families in the southwestern region of Dahu." Lu Chen smiled. Those aristocratic families indeed had no way out. If it were ordinary people, even if they rebelled, the rulers might end up choosing not to punish the people because of the large number of people. But those aristocratic families were different. Those aristocratic families, the rebellion is obviously aimed at overthrowing the rule of the Dahu royal family. Even if they surrender, they will definitely be liquidated in the end, so the war in Dahu will continue for some time. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt relieved. The situation in Daxia is also quite chaotic now. If Dahu recovers at this time, maybe Emperor Wu will send troops to attack Daxia immediately due to his character. Although Lu Chen is not the emperor of Daxia yet, in his eyes, the entire Daxia dynasty will belong to him sooner or later. He does not want to see Daxia occupied by Dahu. At this time, Wang Qingkai continued, "In addition, there is another piece of information about the Dayu dynasty." Lu Chen said curiously, "Information about Dayu? What happened to Dayu recently?" Compared to other dynasties, Dayu has always been relatively calm. Except for the 200,000 troops they stationed in the border area of the northern kingdom, there has been no movement. Wang Qingkai said, "The barbarians are moving south, and Dayu Atun's 200,000 troops in the border area of the north have gradually been transferred to the northwest to fight against the barbarians." Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Although the main barbarian tribes in the north have been wiped out by them, there are actually not many barbarians in the north. The barbarians are divided into several large tribes, and these tribes have their own royal courts. Originally, these tribes were unified, but after the death of one of their generals, these tribes established themselves as kings. Among them, the Tianlang King tribe and the Baizian King tribe moved to the north, while the other tribes remained in the northwest region. Dayu, like Daxia, is invaded by barbarian tribes every year, and the number of barbarian tribes in the northwest far exceeds that in the north. Therefore, the barbarians from the northwest going south will put great pressure on Dayu. Lu Chen thought in his mind that now Dayu had to resist the barbarian invasion, which meant that all the major dynasties had no time to pay attention to him. It's time to incorporate Northland into Northland. After the Northland is incorporated into the Northern Kingdom, the area of the Northern Kingdom is likely to directly exceed the Great Xia Dynasty. When the Northern Kingdom develops again, it will not be a problem for him to directly claim emperor in the Northern Kingdom in the future. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. He buried his head in the warm fragrance of Wang Qingkai's soft jade again, and then continued to sleep with his eyes closed. At this time, Wang Qingkai said, "That's all the information I want to report." "Your Majesty, do you have any orders?" Lu Chen asked in Wang Qingkai's arms. "Has the Qian family done anything recently?" Wang Qingkai replied, "The Qian family has been more active recently, but compared to some time ago, they seem to be a bit more low-key." Lu Chen said, "Keep staring at them." Wang Qingkai said, "Okay, Your Majesty." Lu Chen then took a deep breath of Wang Qingkai's fragrance again, and then said, "Okay, if you have nothing to do, stop talking and let me hold you to sleep." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai smiled slightly, and then stopped talking. Her delicate chin rested on Lu Chen's head, and then she raised her jade arms to hug Lu Chen. Holding Wang Qingkai's soft body, Lu Chen quickly fell asleep. Time flew by, and not long after, it was time for Zhou Yuyu to give birth. Lu Chen has not left the palace recently. He happened to be at the palace on the day Zhou Yuyu gave birth to her child. Lu Chen came to Zhou Yuyu's delivery room early in the morning and was waiting. With Lu Chen standing beside her bed, Zhou Yuyu wasn't worried at all about what would happen later. At this time, Lin Wanyun was waiting outside the delivery room with Chu Yukin and the others. Lin Wanyun's thoughts were a little confused. In the past few days, Lu Chen had been having sex with her, trying to get her pregnant. She felt that she had been completely cheated. It bears Lu Chen's mark. When she thought about giving birth to a child for Lu Chen in the future, a blush appeared on Lin Wanyun's face and her face became extremely hot. No, she had to quickly find the antidote and help Rong escape. She couldn't keep thinking about giving birth to a child for this little villain. When she was pregnant with the child, she didn't even know that the year of the monkey had passed. At this time, Chu Yukin looked at Lin Wanyun and said, "Sister Lin, why is your face so red?" Lin Wanyun came back to her senses and said quickly, "Oh, I'm fine. I've been a little obsessed with practicing these past few days." Hearing this, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. Obsessed? Later, Chu Yukin discovered that Lin Wanyun's neck also had many red marks similar to those on Chu Qingli's neck. Chu Yukin said, "Sister Lin, why did you become obsessed with practicing martial arts?" Lin Wanyun said in confusion, "Is there anyone else in the palace who is practicing martial arts and becoming possessed?" Chu Yukin said, "Yes, King Gli has often gone crazy in the past few months. Look at her neck. Those red marks were left when she went crazy while practicing martial arts. It's strange, why do you have so many red and purple marks on your neck after you practice martial arts and go crazy?" Hearing this, Lin Wanyun and Chu Qingli who were not far away were startled. Lin Wanyun and Chu Qingli turned to look at each other at the same time, and found that the marks on the other's neck were indeed the same as theirs. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingli snorted in her heart, that lecher didn't even let Lin Wanyun go. She finally discovered that as long as there were beautiful women in the inner courtyard, Lu Chen had no intention of letting them go. No, she had to hurry up and complete the deal with Lu Chen, and then rescue her sister. After her hard work during this period, there were not many transactions left between her and Lu Chen, and she had to speed up. Although they could see that each other's body and mind were already in the shape of Lu Chen, Chu Qingli and Lin Wanyun both had a tacit understanding and did not say it out loud. They both turned to look at the delivery room at the same time, pretending that this incident had not happened. Chapter 233 The fifth child is born. After Lu Chen stayed in Zhou Yuyu's delivery room for a while, Zhou Yuyu's stomach started to move. At this time, the midwife reminded from the side, "Your Majesty, Mrs. Zhou is about to give birth." Lu Chen said, "I understand." Then Lu Chen grabbed Zhou Yuyu's jade hand, smiled and said to Zhou Yuyu, "Don't be nervous, Yuyu, you will be fine soon." Zhou Yuyu said with a relaxed look, "With the prince here, I won't be nervous." Lu Chen's women basically all know that Lu Chen can use magic. With the help of Lu Chen's magic, women like them will not find it difficult to have children. This was proven when Mu Zixuan gave birth to a child last time. As soon as Zhou Yuyu finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly came from his lower body. When he felt Zhou Yuyu's expression suddenly changed, Lu Chen knew that it was almost done. Then Lu Chen used his rejuvenation hand to send a green spiritual power into Zhou Yuyu's body. In just a moment, the pain in Zhou Yuyu's body disappeared. Lu Chen did not let go. He continued to instill spiritual power into Zhou Yuyu. After a while, the green spiritual power that entered Zhou Yuyu's body gathered near the fetus, and then wrapped the fetus. Before Zhou Yuyu could react, the child rushed out of Zhou Yuyu's body. The next moment, the child's cry of "wow wow wow" resounded throughout the room. The midwives hurriedly took care of the rest, bathing the baby, cutting the umbilical cord and so on. Zhou Yuyu, who was lying on the bed at this time, was stunned. She felt a bit of pain, and then her child came out? Is it that easy? Although she knew that Lu Chen was here and giving birth would not be too painful, it was too easy, even easier than the last time she gave birth. To put it harshly, this was even easier than giving birth to Gong. After all, she barely felt anything when the baby came out. Seeing Zhou Yuyu looking at him in astonishment, Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yuyu said with a blank look on her face, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, I am born right now." Lu Chen burst out laughing, and then said, "Then how long do you want our child to stay in your belly? It's been almost 10 months, and it's time to come out." Zhou Yuyu then said blankly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen said, "Thank you, you are my woman, this is what I should do." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at his hand, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he thought to himself that it seemed that he was becoming more and more proficient in using the rejuvenation hand. Zhou Yuyu didn't even have 2 minutes to feel that the child was born. The rejuvenating hand was indeed a rejuvenating hand. There was nothing wrong with changing the name to the medical master in the future. At this time, the system sound rang in Lu Chen's ears. Congratulations to the host for having an heir, and a reward for 2 vassal families. From now on, these 2 families will coexist and die with the North Palace. If the North Palace rises, they will rise. If the North Palace dies, they will perish. They will follow you unconditionally. The more children, the greater the reward. Host, please keep up your efforts and strive to have heirs all over the world as soon as possible. Lu Chen was stunned when he heard the system prompt. What the hell? Are 2 families being rewarded this time? Not the military? Not a talent either? What's the use of having 2 families? You have to know that he himself hates aristocratic families, so how can the system still reward his family? While Lu Chen was lost in thought, the midwife came over with the child in her arms. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, Mrs. Zhou has given birth to a princess for you." Everyone in the North Palace knows that Lu Chen is not a patriarchal person, and they all see his love for Lu Huan. After hearing the midwife's words, Lu Chen came back to his senses. He then took the baby and smiled at her. The baby girl who was still crying suddenly stopped crying. Lu Chen then put the baby girl on the bed. At this time, Zhou Yuyu slowly stood up and looked sideways at her daughter on the bed. Zhou Yuyu said, "Your Majesty, would you like to give her a name?" Lu Chen said, "Let's call her Lu Lingxiu." Hearing this, Zhou Yuyu murmured, "Lingxiu, Lingxiu, Zhongling Yuxiu, the name chosen by the prince is really nice." Lu Chen smiled slightly, then put his hand on Lu Lingxiu's body, and then used his rejuvenating hand to check her body to see if there was any disease in her body, and then treated her. After Lu Chen stayed with Zhou Yuyu in the room for about half an hour, he left the room and went to his study. After entering the study room, Lu Chen immediately opened the system and checked the rewards he had just received. Since they are the people rewarded by the system, then these two major families are 100% loyal to themselves. It is unrealistic to have big families in their own territory. Since a dynasty will inevitably produce big families later, then wouldn't it be better to make your own people stronger? In the future, he can also let the two major families cooperate with him, sing a double act, let them pretend to be against the North Palace, and then fish to lure out those families who want to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a little better, and then he checked what the two families he had obtained were doing. Qian family, a remnant of the Great Shang, with a population of 30,000. The family is located in the capital of the Dahou dynasty. The current head of the family, Qian Dahai, has close contacts with Princess Dahou. On the surface, they are the force supported by Princess Dahou, but in fact they are only for destiny. Son of service. Dongfang family, a remnant of the Great Shang, with a family population of 40,000. The family is located in Sufeng city of the Great Xia Dynasty. The current head of the family is Dongfang Yi. They secretly reached a cooperation with the Great Xia Emperor and plan to eliminate the Jiangnan family and be loyal to the Xia Emperor in the future. But in fact they only serve the destined ones. The heads of the two major families and their clansmen have received the information that you are the son of destiny. You have given them a chance to give them a direct order. What order do you want to give? Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't hold back his lips. After thinking about it for a long time, he realized that the Dongfang family and the Qian family were his own. I'm afraid Wu Yunwan and his father didn't think of it. What surprised him the most was actually the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family actually reached cooperation with his father. Although he had already guessed that there was a traitor in the Jiangnan family after being reminded by Zhuge Chongguang, and also noticed that it might be the Dongfang family, but he wasn't sure if it was them. As soon as the system prompt came out, it was basically 100% certain, but unfortunately, the Dongfang family was not his father's people, but his. If his father knew that the Dongfang family belonged to him in the future, he didn't know what his father would look like. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to the system, let them stand by where they are, and ask people from their two families to get in touch with me as soon as possible. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. The Dongfang family and the Qian family have received your order. At the same time, Tingyu Tower. Wang Qingkai, who was wearing a red dress on the attic, was looking at the scenery in the distance. Sitting in front of her was a fat middle-aged man. Wang Qingkai said, President Jian, I am a little curious. Since you are interested in Buwang Mansion, why don't you contact Buwang Mansion directly and insist on asking me to inquire about Buwang Mansion? Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Qian Dahai was about to reply when suddenly, a stream of information flooded into his brain. Qian Dahai was stunned for a moment, then showed a smile. He had already guessed that it might be King Bei, so he actively inquired about King Bei during this period. Unexpectedly, it was really King Bei. Now that he has determined who his master is, there is no need to continue spending time with Ting Yulu. Then Qian Dahai stood up and said, Master Wang, I suddenly thought that there is something urgent today, so I left first. As for me, just pretend you didn't hear what I just said. Having said this, Qian Dahai walked directly down to the attic. Seeing Qian Dahai leaving in a hurry, Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. What's going on? She didn't seem to have said anything sensitive to him just now. Why did he leave so suddenly? Originally, she planned to find out more about the Dahou dynasty from Qian Dahai, but Qian Dahai left just as their conversation began. Wang Qingkai frowned. Qian Dahai was so anxious to leave Tingyu Tower. There must be something very important. She had to tell Lu Chen the news quickly. Thinking of this, Wang Qingkai immediately stood up and prepared to go back to the palace. At this moment, in a certain yard, Dongfang Longjia was painting in the pavilion. Suddenly, her brain froze, her hands shook, and the painting in front of her was directly scratched and destroyed by the brush. If anyone were here, they would definitely recognize that the figure in her painting was none other than King Bei. Dongfang Longjia was stunned for a long time and did not come back to her senses. She did not expect that she was just trying to avoid the prince and casually expand the Dongfang family's business, but she unexpectedly bumped into the Son of Destiny. The destined son is actually the Northern King? It doesn't seem particularly strange. Since the Northern King came to the Northern Kingdom, he not only defeated the barbarians in the Northern Kingdom, but also created so many weird things in the Northern Kingdom. The most important thing is that the reforms in the Northern Kingdom seem to be incompatible with this world. After coming back to her senses, Dongfang Longjia glanced at the portrait in front of her. She just suddenly wanted to paint today, and she just painted casually. She didn't expect that the man she painted in the end was also King Bei. It seems that there is God's will in the dark. Then Dongfang Longjia said to the maid, "Get ready, I'm going to the North Prince's mansion." "Yes, miss." Not long after Lu Chen stayed in the study, the maid's voice sounded at the door of the study, "Your Majesty, the President of the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce wants to visit you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen said calmly, "Bring him to the study." After a while, Qian Dehai appeared in Lu Chen's study. After seeing Lu Chen, Qian Dehai hurriedly knelt down and said, "Common man Qian Dehai, please see the prince. The prince is 1,000 years old." Lu Chen said, "Get up." Qian Dehai immediately stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen didn't want to waste time. He said directly, "President Qian, I heard that you are very good at business. I have an official position here. Are you interested?" Hearing this, Qian Dehai smiled and said, "My lord, you are the master of our Qian family. I will do whatever you ask me to do." Lu Chen said, "Well, from now on, the position of Minister of the Ministry of Commerce will be handed over to you. However, how do you plan to solve the problem with Dao?" Qian Dehai said, "My lord, you don't know something. The eldest princess of Dao has always wanted the Qianhai Chamber of Commerce to infiltrate the North Country and inquire about the North Country's intelligence, but she has never had the chance. If you want me to be the Minister of the Ministry of Commerce, I only need to tell the eldest princess of Dao. She is probably eager for me to join the small court in the north. And now that the Qian family is still in Dao, she shouldn't doubt me." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "This is still not safe. Yu Qian family should find a way to move to the North Country. After you move to the North Country, I will hand over the position of Minister of Commerce to you." Lu Chen was worried that Wu Yunwan would notice something and then attack the Qian family directly. At this time, Lu Chen asked, "Is there any difficulty in moving the Qian family to the north?" At this time, Qian Dehai continued, "Your Majesty, it is not difficult for the Qian family to leave the North Country at all. In order to make the North Country trust the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce, Princess Dao has actually wanted the Qian family to move to the North Country for a long time." Lu Chen said with a smile, "She has so much confidence in you, isn't she afraid that you will betray her?" Qian Dehai said, "Although she will agree to let the Qian family move to the north, there is a high probability that Cao Min's two sons will stay in Dao's Qinghai Chamber of Commerce as hostages. In addition, Princess Dao has a very powerful assassination organization in her hands. So she is not worried at all that we will betray her. Qinghai Chamber of Commerce seems to belong to the Qian family, but the actual controller is Wu Yunwan, and the headquarters of Qinghai Chamber of Commerce is also in Dao. The most important thing is that Qinghai Chamber of Commerce controls the wealth of the Qian family, so even if the Qian family members move in other dynasties, Wu Yunwan was not afraid of betrayal by the Qian family. She did not believe that Qian Dehai, who regarded wealth as his life, would abandon his wealth in the Qinhai Chamber of Commerce. Besides, Qian Dahai also had 2 sons who were hostages in Dahu's Qinhai Chamber of Commerce. She was very relieved about Qian Dahai and the Qian family. Lu Chen said, "Well, after you go back, hurry up and let Qian's family move here." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the maid's voice came from the door of the study again, "Your Majesty, Mrs. Wang is looking for you." Lu Chen said directly, "Come in." The next moment, Wang Qingkai opened the door and entered. As soon as she entered the door, she was immediately ready to tell Lu Chen about Qian Dahai's visit just now. "Your Majesty, just now Qian Dahai." Wang Qing was stunned on the spot before she finished speaking. Because in front of her was Qian Dahai himself. Qian Dahai said with a smile, "It turns out that the owner of the building, Mr. Wang, is also a member of the prince. I wonder how Tingyu Tower can develop so fast." Wang Qingkai was a little confused. From what Qian Dahai means, does he also belong to Lu Chen? Tingyulu and Qinhai Chamber of Commerce have been fighting for months, but in the end they are both their own people? Wang Qingkai then turned to look at Lu Chen, "My lord, aren't you making fun of me?" Chapter 234 The storm sweeping across Great Xia is coming. Wang Qingkai felt a little aggrieved. He took Tingyulu and fought with the Qinhai Chamber of Commerce, trying every means to get their information, but in the end he found out that the president of the Qinhai Chamber of Commerce was from Lu Chen. Why didn't Lu Chen tell her earlier? She suddenly felt that Lu Chen didn't trust her anymore, so she didn't ventilate herself. It's even possible that Lu Chen deliberately let Qian Dahai test him. Seeing that Wang Qingkai seemed a little unhappy, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Master Wang, I only found out today that President Qian is my man." This. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. Just found out today? This fool is cheating. Qian Dahai belongs to him. How could he only find out today? Qian Dahai said to Wang Qingkai at this time, "Master Wang, what the prince said is right. It was only today that I found out that the prince is my master. I came to you to inquire about the North Prince's mansion before, mainly to verify my guess." Wang Qingkai looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. Lu Chen said that Qian Dahai was his person, but then said that he only found out that Qian Dahai was his person today. Doesn't this mean that Lu Chen had no contact with Qinhai Chamber of Commerce before? Then why did Qian Dahai become Lu Chen's person? Wang Qingkai felt her mind was a little confused, but she finally believed what Lu Chen said. She felt that there was no need for Lu Chen to send someone to test her. After all, there were Jin Yiwei everywhere in Tingyu Tower, and every move she made was with Jin Yiwei under surveillance. Qian Dahai said wisely at this time, "Your Majesty, if nothing happens, the common people will go back first." Lu Chen said, "Well, you go and do your work." After Qian Dahai left the study, Lu Chen stared at Wang Qingkai with a smile on his face and said, "Why, after you heard that Qian Dahai was mine, did you think I was sending someone to test you?" Wang Qingkai curled her lips and said nothing. She did think so at first, but after thinking about it for a while, Lu Chen really didn't need to send someone to test her. Her whole body belonged to Lu Chen, and her body and mind had already turned into his shape. There was nothing left to test. Lu Chen explained at this time, "The situation of Qinhai Chamber of Commerce is a bit special. I did learn that Qian Dahai is mine only today. He was not sent by me to test you. You can rest assured about this." Wang Qingkai asked curiously, "Why did the prince only know that Qian Dahai is yours today?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You have stayed in the palace for so long, so you should know that I have an immortal master." The women in the inner courtyard of the palace basically knew that Lu Chen was a person with a destiny for immortality. Anyone who had slept with Lu Chen had experienced the so-called magical treatment, so they did not believe in the fact that Lu Chen had a destiny with immortality. Suspect. Not only the inner courtyard of the palace, but also the soldiers of the Northern Army firmly believed that Lu Chen was a son of destiny who was blessed by immortals. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wang Qingkai was startled, and then he came up with an explanation in an instant. It turns out that Jian Dehai is the person prepared for the prince by his master. Wang Qingkai thought to herself, how did Lu Chen know that Jian Dehai was one of hers? Jian Dehai had not had any contact with Lu Chen for a long time, so both parties did not know what the relationship between the other party and herself was. If Jian Dehai is the person Lu Chen's master prepared for Lu Chen, so all this makes sense. After hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You are right, Jian Dehai is indeed a talent prepared for me by my master, and there are many people like him." Wang Qingkai said, "The new family said that Jian Dehai has been inquiring about you recently." The new family thought that he was trying to obtain information from the Northern Palace. Now it seems that he is trying to confirm whether his master is you. After the words fell, Wang Qingkai felt much relieved. All she had to do was make sure that Lu Chen did not doubt her. Lu Chen still trusted her. At this time, Wang Qingkai said, "If nothing happens, I will go back first." Lu Chen said calmly, "Yes, okay." Lu Chen was much calmer today and had no intention of doing anything bad in the study. Someone else should come to see him later, so he continued to sit in the study and wait. Sure enough, not long after, I heard the maid's voice coming from the door of the study again, "Your Majesty, the young lady of the Dongfang family wants to meet you alone." Lu Chen said calmly, "Bring her to the study." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, a maid from the palace appeared in the study with a woman wearing a white plain dress. When Lu Chen saw the woman in front of him, he immediately felt a dazzling light shining on his body. The woman was very beautiful, and her body seemed to be emitting little bits of starlight. Lu Chen started to feel restless just after taking a look at it. After Dongfang Longjaihu saw Lu Chen, she immediately saluted and said, "Daughter Dongfang Longjaihu pays homage to the prince. The prince is 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old." Hearing Dongfang Longjaihu's voice, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said, "Get up." Lu Chen then used the system to identify Dongfang Longjaihu's personal information. Name, Dongfang Haoyu. Identity, the daughter of Dongfang Yi, the head of the Dongfang family, 26 years old this year, at the master level. Rating, 98. Favorability, 50. Loyalty, 100. After seeing Dongfang Longjaihu's information, Lu Chen was stunned again. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Longjaihu and Xian Yunkai's display information were the same, and their favorability and loyalty were also separated. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen looked at Dongfang Hajaihu again. Dongfang Longjaihu wears a white belt around her waist, which perfectly highlights her curvy figure. Her temperament is very similar to Chen Wanrong, and they both belong to the kind of fairy-like women. However, Dongfang Longjaihu gave Lu Chen a different feeling. If he were in front of Chen Wanrong and without touching Chen Wanrong's body, it would be difficult for Lu Chen to have any evil thoughts towards Chen Wanrong. But the first time Lu Chen saw Dongfang Longjaihu, he had the idea of having a relationship with her and letting her give birth to a child for him, and he became extremely restless inside. Dongfang Longjaihu had a smile on her lips and a beautiful face, like an intellectual big sister. This reminded Lu Chen of the big sister next door in his previous life. Of course, Dongfang Longjaihu was not his sister next door in her previous life, but her image was very similar. He remembered that the first time he had an impulse towards a woman in his previous life was because he saw his sister next door and wanted to have something happen with her. This is what every man will experience. Lu Chen couldn't help but think in his heart, he didn't expect that even though he was already the father of several children, he would still have such a heartbeat. It seems that I have been under too much pressure recently and have not relaxed well. If I had relaxed well, there is a high probability that I would not have such an impulse in my heart. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he coughed and said, I heard that the Dongfang family has recently cooperated with my father. I wonder if it is true or not. Dongfang Longjiu replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, back to your lord, the father of the civilian girl planned to let the Dongfang family enter the court, so he chose to take the initiative to join your majesty and prepare to cooperate with your majesty to wipe out other aristocratic families. Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, your father is not afraid that my father will kill the donkey when the time comes. Dongfang Longjiu replied, the Dongfang family has great masters and many merchant ships. In addition, the Dongfang family does not have much fixed land in Daxia. They can leave Daxia at any time. From the perspective of Menu's father, it is not difficult for the Dongfang family to escape from the Great Xia Dynasty. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. The system didn't tell him just now that the Dongfang family had a Grand Master. If he was added to the list, wouldn't it mean that there were already 3 Grand Masters in the Northern Kingdom? The country has 3 Great Masters so quickly. Dongfang Longjiu asked at this time, Your Majesty, I wonder if the Dongfang family needs to move to the north. Now that the Son of Destiny has appeared, their family should follow their mission and assist the Son of Destiny. Now that the Dongfang family is in Sufeng City, which is quite far away from the Northern Kingdom, if Lu Chen needs anything, they can't mobilize all the family's strength to help Lu Chen immediately, so it's better to move the entire family to the Northern Kingdom. Of course, if they really did this, they would probably offend many people, including several aristocratic families and Emperor Xia. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, it's not necessary for the moment. By the way, since the Dongfang family has cooperated with my father, you should have a rough idea of when my father plans to take action, right? Dongfang Longjiu replied, I know, the time is set on the 9th day of next month. His Majesty plans to force the prince and others to Sufeng City first, forcing them to rebel, and then attack them. His Majesty has already deployed tens of thousands of elite troops to the southeast coast through the merchant ships of the Dongfang family. Once the Jiangnan family and the Crown Prince rebel, His Majesty will send troops as soon as possible. At that time, the Jiangnan family will attack from both sides. If the Jiangnan family does not have the support of other vassals, there is a high probability that it will not survive for half a year. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. He really didn't expect that his father had already prepared to this point. It seemed that he still looked down upon his father. Lu Chen glanced at Dongfang Longjiu's flawless jade face, and then continued to ask, is it possible that those aristocratic families also have great masters? If a great master appears by then, what will my father plan to do? This civilian girl doesn't know either, but I heard that in order to completely eliminate several important families in the south of the Yangtze River, Your Majesty not only sent people to Sifeng Mountain and Dingfeng Mountain, but even sent people to Peach Blossom Valley. After hearing the 3 place names mentioned by Dongfang Longjiu, Lu Chen had basically guessed what his father wanted to do. It is rumored that there are great masters in these 3 places. His father sent people to these 3 places, obviously hoping to find the great masters of these 3 places to cooperate. If there are great masters from these 3 places to help his father, it would be easier for his father to destroy the Jiangnan family. Of course, it would also be a good thing for his father if the great masters of these 3 places did not help each other. At this time, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Once Jiangnan rebelled and the other vassal kings did not take any action, then there should be no problem if his father wanted to destroy the Jiangnan family. But the key to the problem is that those vassal kings have been suppressed too hard. Some people have long wanted to rebel. Once the Jiangnan family and the prince rebel, will those vassal kings also jump out? When the 2 forces gather together, at the same time, I am afraid that my father's wishful thinking will come to nothing. At this time, Lu Chen was thinking and his eyes swept around Dongfang Longjiu's body. Being stared at so directly by Lu Chen, Dongfang Longjiu felt a strange feeling in her heart. Her loyalty to Lu Chen is naturally 100%, but this does not mean that she particularly likes Lu Chen. She has long heard that Lu Chen is a womanizer and particularly likes beautiful women, even her own aunt. Although Lu Chen is no longer the trash he was rumored to be, it does not mean that Lu Chen is no longer lewd. Dongfang Longjaiho can't help but wonder if Lu Chen is taking a fancy to her when he stares at her so directly. Own body. Those men were like this when she was in Sufeng City. They wanted to marry her just after looking at her a few times. At this time, Dongfang Longjaiho thought in her heart that Lu Chen was the son of destiny. If Lu Chen really wanted his own body, I'm afraid the entire Dongfang family would agree. Then would she marry to the North Palace and become Lu Chen's concubine? Although she couldn't say how much she disliked Lu Chen, this arranged marriage still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Dongfang Longjaiho took a look at Lu Chen at this time. Lu Chen's cheeks were very handsome and angular, and there seemed to be an imperial aura between his eyebrows, making people want to surrender. If she only looked at Lu Chen's appearance, there would be nothing wrong with marrying him, but she was used to being free and didn't really want to marry into an emperor's family. A son of destiny like Lu Chen will definitely become an emperor in the future, and not just any ordinary emperor. If she becomes his woman, let alone the intrigues in the harem, she will basically be able to stay in the palace in the future. Until death. After Lu Chen pondered for a while, he said, "Miss Dongfang, have I heard that you have an engagement with the prince?" Dongfang Longjaiho replied, "Yes, the main reason why the folk girl came to the north country was to escape from the engagement with the prince." Seeing Lu Chen mention the engagement, Dongfang Longjaiho became even more convinced that Lu Chen was interested in her. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Miss Dongfang doesn't want to marry the prince. Is it because she has something in her heart?" Dongfang Longjaiho replied, "A common girl has no one she likes yet." Speaking of this, Dongfang Longjaiho continued, "Your Majesty, just call me the folk girl Longjaiho. Now that the entire Dongfang family is a vassal family of the North Palace, there is no need for Lu Chen to respect her so much." Lu Chen's excessive respect for her made her feel pressure. Lu Chen said, "Well, from now on, I will call you Hao Yu. Longjaiho, when you go back later, write a letter to your father and tell him that the king has placed a Jin Yiwei in Sufeng City. If you need anything, you can contact the Jin Yiwei directly, or you can keep in touch with me through the Jin Yiwei." Having said this, Lu Chen directly took out a Jin Yiwei badge and placed it on the desk. "This is the identity badge used by Jin Yiwei. You can send it to Sufeng City as well." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjaiho looked at the identity card on the table, then walked to the identity card and picked up Jin Yiwei's identity card. This identity card is a blank identity card. It is mainly for Dongfang Yi to identify Jin Yiwei. It has no other function. Folk girls know it. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, if nothing happens, you can go back first." "Yes, Your Majesty, the daughter of the people is retiring." Dongfang Longjaiho saluted again. After the salute, he turned around and left. Looking at Dongfang Longjaiho's graceful figure when she left, Lu Chen smiled mockingly to himself. He has fallen too hard. When he sees a beautiful woman, he wants to possess her. Is this the change brought about by power? Then Lu Chen rubbed his temples and stopped thinking about it. At the same time, Daxia, Beijing. East Palace. Today's East Palace is not as lively as usual. There were many officials coming to the East Palace some time ago. During this time, there were suddenly fewer people. On the one hand, it was because the officials in the court were aware of Emperor Xia's idea of deposing the crown prince. On the other hand, Lu Shiyun was aware of what was about to happen, so he asked those officials who had a good relationship with him to meet with him as little as possible. At this time, most of the people in the main hall were members of the Jiangnan family. Lu Shiyun sat in the main hall and glanced at everyone. At this time, Wang Qinchuo, The Minister of War said, "Your Highness, it is a certainty that His Majesty will send troops. No matter how we try to stop it, it will be useless." Some time ago, Huanyu Academy and some Dacian people entered Daxia and brought the Dacian plague into Daxia. Regardless of whether the plague has spread or not, His Majesty will use this as an excuse to send troops. We have to prepare in advance. After hearing Wang Chenchuo's words, Lu Shiyun fell into silence. Of course he knew that his father had planned to take action against the Jiangnan family, but his position was a bit awkward. First of all, he was the son of Emperor Xia, and secondly, the Jiangnan family had a very close relationship with him. If he did not follow the Jiangnan family in rebellion, after the Jiangnan family was destroyed, his position as prince would definitely be abolished. There is no doubt about this. The reason why he was able to become the prince in the first place was entirely because of his father's compromise with the Jiangnan family. If his backing was gone, how could he still hold the position of prince? But if he rebels with the Jiangnan family, not to mention that his unfilial behavior will be despised by others, the possibility of their success is also very small, and if they fail in the end, his end will not be good. After thinking about it, Lu Shiyun finally made up his mind. The Jiangnan family was completely tied to him. He could not retreat at this time. If he could not take over, his end would only be worse. Seeing that Lu Shiyun had been silent for a long time, Wang Yang said from the side, "His Royal Highness, Your Majesty is forcing you to rebel. We have no way out. If the Jiangnan family is gone, your position as prince will also be destroyed." Abolition. Emperor Xia did not directly send troops south, but kept exerting pressure, hoping to force Lu Shiyun to go south. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Emperor Xia wanted to find a legitimate reason to get rid of the Jiangnan family. Now that the conflict between Emperor Xia and the Jiangnan family has been put on the table, a war is bound to break out. Even if the Jiangnan family does not rebel, there is only a butcher's knife waiting for them. The plague in Dacian is the best excuse. Emperor Xia can not only use the plague in Dacian to send troops south, but also use the plague infection to wipe out the Jiangnan aristocratic families. At that time, Emperor Xia can completely declare to the outside world that those aristocratic families have been affected by the epidemic killed by the plague. Even if people know that the plague is just an excuse, it will not have any impact. After all, the Jiangnan aristocratic families have been wiped out, which can have a good effect of killing chickens and warning monkeys. It doesn't matter if any aristocratic families dare to jump out and go against Emperor Xia in the future. Must. Even if a noble family jumps out, Emperor Xia can still wield the sharp blade he prepared. Now that several major dynasties have their own matters to resolve, and there are no external conflicts in Daxia, Emperor Xia can do whatever he wants. After listening to Wang Yang's words, Lu Shiyun stood up from his seat and said, "I will ask my father tomorrow morning to let me lead my troops south to control the plague." After hearing Lu Shiyun's words, everyone was relieved. The prince had finally made up his mind. What they were most worried about was that Lu Shiyun would shrink back at this time. Lu Shiyun was the son of Emperor Xia. Of course he still had a way out. If he didn't rebel, at most he would be deposed as the crown prince and put under house arrest. But the Jiangnan family was different. Without the crown prince as their backbone, their rebellion would not be able to gather the hearts of the people. With the crown prince, they will be able to go north under the banner of Qingjun, pull Emperor Xia down from that position, and then support Lu Shiyun to ascend to the throne. In the morning of the next day, Lu Shiyun took the initiative to propose to Emperor Xia that he would lead troops south to help the people in the south resist the plague. Emperor Xia agreed without thinking. Most officials already knew what would happen next. Some officials related to the Jiangnan family submitted their resignations one after another, citing various reasons for resigning. These officials were just the talkers of the aristocratic family. Emperor Xia did not touch them directly, they were just minor players. Emperor Xia was waiting for Lu Shiyun to raise his troops. Once Lu Chen raised an army, his reasons would be sufficient. As for how many people the war would bring suffering and how many people's homes would be destroyed, these were not what Emperor Xia considered. At this time, Emperor Xia wished that Lu Chen could drag a few more aristocratic families into trouble, and then he could deal with them together. The current situation is that Lu Chen knows that his father is sending troops south to force them to rebel, and Emperor Xia also knows that Lu Chen and the Jiangnan family have guessed that he is sending troops south to force them to rebel, but Lu Chen and the Jiangnan family still cannot not contrary. If they didn't fight back, Emperor Xia's sword would fall directly. As the officials of the Jiangnan family left the court one after another, the storm that swept through the entire Great Xia finally came. Emperor Xia had no retreat, and neither did Lu Chen and the Jiangnan family. Most of the officials who were still in the court were not in a hurry to take sides. For them, it was the same whether Lu Chen or Lu Xingqiu was the Xia emperor. This chapter has 6,000 words, one update today. Chapter 235 The Prince Rebels. Conspiracies can often only plot against one person or a small group. If you want to plot against a huge group and destroy a big force, a simple conspiracy cannot do it. Ever since Emperor Xia came to power, he has been scheming, plotting against those aristocratic families, and instigating relationships between those aristocratic families. As a result, after scheming and scheming, those aristocratic families are still very tight-knit, and he has never seen that aristocratic family being plotted against by him. Gone. Ancient aristocratic families like the Wang family cannot be wiped out without physical means of elimination. Any policy to suppress the aristocratic family is just a small step for the aristocratic family. The aristocratic family can not only distort the emperor's policies, but also take advantage of new policies. Get more benefits for them. Emperor Xia had long seen through the family's methods, and he knew very well that all measures were not as effective as directly cutting off the heads of those people. Years of competing with aristocratic families in the court had given Emperor Xia the idea that only force could solve everything. As the Prince Lu Shu traveled south to Yunnan, the imperial army also made preparations to go south. Although it was nominally going south to resist the spread of the plague, those generals knew very well that they were definitely not going south to control the plague this time, or in other words, they were not going south to control the plague. In Emperor Xia's eyes, those aristocratic families were a plague. After Lu Chen arrived in Sufeng city, with the help of the Jiangnan family, he quickly took control of the counties in the south of the Yangtze River. The Jiangnan area has been the territory of the Jiangnan family since ancient times. There is not even a vassal king in this area. In addition, the surrounding counties are all officials of the family. It is very easy for Lu Chen to control the counties in this area without spending too much money. Energy. Of course, controlling the counties is one thing, but controlling the local army is the main thing. If you only control the local counties and have no army to resist the imperial army, it is of no use. On the one hand, Lu Chen consolidated the private soldiers of aristocratic families in the Jiangnan area, and on the other hand, he sent people to win over the generals of the imperial court. If he wanted to start a rebellion, he could not just rely on these aristocratic families. Only with the support of more people and more forces can they have a chance of success. The 7th day of June. News of the prince's rebellion spread throughout Daxia. Lu Chen gathered hundreds of thousands of troops and went north, saying that he wanted to clear the emperor's side. Lu Chen pointed the finger at Lin Jiayuan, who did not stand for himself, saying that it was precisely because of such treacherous officials as Lin Jiayuan around Emperor Xia that the Great Xia Dynasty was defeated by the Dahu Dynasty, and it also led to the cession of territory and compensation for Great Xia. Daxia, Beijing. Lin Mansion. Lin Jiayuan was drinking tea in the study and busy writing a letter to Lu Chen. At this moment, Lin Xiaoming rushed in, without even knocking on the door, and rushed directly into the study. "Dad, something serious is going wrong." Seeing Lin Xiaoming's frizzy hair, Lin Jiayuan frowned, stopped the pen in his hand and said, "How can a person of such age still be frizzy?" Lin Xiaoming ignored Lin Jieyuan's reprimand. He directly handed a piece of yellow paper in his hand to Lin Jieyuan and said, "Dad, the prince has rebelled. He issued a memorandum against thieves, saying that he wanted to clear the emperor, and that you were responsible for the defeat of Daxia, the culprit." Hearing this, there was no trace of surprise on Lin Jieyuan's face. He smiled and touched his beard, and then said, "It's exactly what I thought. I knew the prince would definitely choose me as their official crusade." Object. Most of the officials in the imperial court could be won over by Lu Shiyun. If Lu Shiyun really succeeded in the end, Lu Shiyun could still reuse those officials. But Lin Jieyuan was different. Since Lu Shiyun became the prince, Lin Jieyuan had targeted Lu Shiyun many times. He and Lu Shiyun were obviously not the same person. The most important thing was that Lu Shiyun had to choose an official that everyone knew. Common people have never heard of ordinary officials, even officials at the level of Shangshu. Ordinary people have almost no impression. But the Prime Minister is different. Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan have been Prime Ministers for so many years, and the common people have long known their names. And Zhao Venhan himself is biased towards Lu Shiyun, so Lu Shiyun will definitely not choose Zhao Venhan as a treacherous minister to attack, and then only Lin Jieyuan will be left. When Lin Jieyuan left the capital from Lu Shiyun, he was prepared to be regarded as a treacherous minister by Lu Shiyun. Seeing that Lin Jieyuan was unmoved and even showed a smile, Lin Xiaoming said, "Dad, how can you still laugh at this time? What if His Majesty hands you over?" Lin Jieyuan laughed, and then said, "Hand me over? I asked you to read more books. If you don't listen, how could your Majesty hand me over? You don't have to think about it. You don't think that the Crown Prince's so-called Qing Jun side is really to clear out our Lin family, right? The Crown Prince's so-called Qing Jun side is clearing His Majesty. He just took me out as a target. If the prince says he wants to clear the throne, wouldn't it mean that the son has rebelled against his father? Even if he succeeds, he will definitely be despised by the world. And if he dares to directly target your Majesty, how will he be able to gather people's hearts at that time?" Lin Xiaoming immediately said, "Dad, of course I know that the prince's rebellion is not a simple rebellion against the emperor. I am just worried that the imperial army will not be able to hold it back by then, and your Majesty will hand over our Lin family to delay time." The people in the East Palace came up with the cloud-piercing bow in the past few months. The prince must have had many similar weapons quietly crafted in the Jiangnan area. When the time comes, the imperial army will not necessarily be their opponent when facing those rebels. After all, Lin Xiaoming was Lin Jieyuan's son. He was somewhat sensitive to politics because of his influence. Of course, he knew that the so-called clearing the emperor's side was not just as simple as eliminating the so-called treacherous ministers. What he was really worried about was what would happen to the Lin family if the imperial army was defeated. After hearing what Lin Xiaoming said, Lin Jieyuan said with a serious face, "You are also the commander of the Kailan army and a general. Why do you have so little confidence in the imperial army?" Lin Xiaoming said, "I have used the cloud-piercing bow and know how terrifying the power of the cloud-piercing bow is. The cloud-piercing arrow shot by the cloud-piercing bow can easily penetrate the armor of the heavy cavalry. When the time comes, the 20,000 heavy cavalry sent by the imperial court will also it may not have much effect." Lin Jieyuan said calmly, "Whether the war is won or not depends not only on the power of the weapon, but also on many factors. The power of the cloud-piercing bow is indeed great, but not all soldiers can use the cloud-piercing bow, and your Majesty has been planning this for so long, and he must have placed chess pieces in the Jiangnan family. The outcome of this war will most likely be His Majesty's victory, so you don't need to worry too much." Having said this, Lin Jieyuan picked up the pen again and continued to write. While writing, he said, "King Bei wrote to me not long ago. He has planned to marry your sister, and your sister has agreed." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming was startled. His sworn sister agreed? Real or fake? He remembered that when he told her about it in Baguio, she was still very resistant. Why did she suddenly agree? Just when Lin Xiaoming was lost in thought, Lin Jieyuan said something coldly. If His Majesty is really defeated, we will go directly to the Northern Kingdom. This. Lin Xiaoming was stunned. Now he knew why his father was not anxious at all. It turned out that he had already thought of a way out for the Lin family. Only. If the imperial army is really defeated, is it really that easy for the Lin family to escape from the capital and go to the north? Lin Xiaoming remained skeptical. At the same time, Northland, Government Hall. Li Rui was reporting on the current situation of land reclamation in the North Kingdom at the court. The land belonging to the North Kingdom had few people and many places had not yet been reclaimed. Since the reform of the North Country, the people of the North Country have been encouraging people to open up wasteland. Even though Lu Chen has taken back all the land ownership in the North Country, the people of the North Country are still relatively active in opening up wasteland. This is thanks to Lu Chen's policy of cancelling agricultural taxes. This policy of cancelling agricultural taxes is too advanced for this era. The common people have never experienced the feeling of getting as much food as they plant. Although the ownership of the land is not theirs, the common people think that they can farm for many years after clearing up wasteland, and they do not have to pay agricultural taxes in these years. As long as they farm for a few years, the labor they put in to open up wasteland is nothing at all. Under the land policy of the Northern Kingdom, many ordinary people are willing to take the initiative to open up wasteland. In addition, the Northern Kingdom has moved many refugees from the 3 counties ceded by Daxia. Those refugees have no land. In order to settle down, they also joined the land reclamation process. Come to the team. After listening to Li Rui's report, Lu Chen said, continue to encourage the people to open up wasteland. Tell the people that the Buwang Mansion will regularly distribute high-yield grain seeds in the next 3 years. Don't be afraid that there will be no crops that can be planted after the land is cleared. Li Rui said, Yes, Your Majesty. At this time, Lu Chen continued, in addition, the king plans to incorporate the Northland into the Northern Kingdom. Starting from today, the map of the Northern Kingdom will be changed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. Incorporate the Northland into the Northland? Although Lu Chen had already mentioned this plan, at that time Lu Chen was just thinking about it and did not take any actual action. There are no large tribes like the Sirius King's tribe in the north today. They are all small tribes. As long as the army of the North Country scares them a little, they can drive those small tribes out of the North Country. At this time, Xiao Pengtian stood up and asked, I wonder what the prince plans to do with the barbarian tribes on the grassland. Lu Chen said calmly, on my territory, naturally my people are my people. After the Northland is added to the Northern Kingdom, all the barbarian tribes must be registered, and every barbarian must register for the Northern Kingdom identity. With the certificate, they can continue to live a nomadic life on the grasslands of the north, or they can give up nomadic life and settle down south. For the barbarians who choose to settle south, the Northern Palace will grant them some land and send people to teach them how to farm. Lu Chen already had experience in how to deal with barbarians. After the barbarians from the Heavenly Wolf King tribe and Bixian King tribe moved into the Northern Kingdom, Lu Chen sent people to teach them farming. Not only that, Lu Chen also specially hired some people who knew both Bactrian and barbarian languages to teach the barbarians how to speak Bactrian. Among the barbarians, the Heavenly Wolf King tribe's transformation into Daxia was done better from the beginning, so the barbarians from the Heavenly Wolf King tribe integrated into Daxia faster than the barbarians from the Bixian King tribe. Now the barbarians from the Sirius King's tribe have become the link for the barbarians to integrate into the Northern Kingdom. Today, the barbarians from the Sirius King's tribe have completely surrendered to Lu Chen from the bottom of their hearts. The barbarian soldiers captured by the northern kingdom before can be released now without having to look for them. People watch them, and they will come back on their own when the time comes. In addition, many men in Daxia have married barbarian widows, and now the barbarians and the people of the north have integrated relatively well. After listening to Lu Chen's words, Xiao Pengtian immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Lu Chen continued, "I will set up a special barbarian management bureau. At that time, all matters related to the barbarians will be handed over to the Barbarian Management Bureau." "Okay, General Xiao, please get up. That's it for now. Next, you think about how many counties should be divided into after the north is incorporated into the north." Hearing this, the hall suddenly became agitated with discussions. The Northland is really too big. Let's not talk about the size of the Northland that they don't know. Even if the Northland they know is included in the Northland, the land area of the Northland may exceed that of Daxia. If the territory of a feudal state exceeds that of the suzerain state, this may arouse the fear of the court, and the northern king may even be framed by the court for rebellion. As for how many counties should be divided into the Northland, it is really difficult to divide. Most of the Northland is grassland and there are no people. If it is divided according to the counties in Daxia, I am afraid that some counties will not have a single person at all. By then, there will be no people. Tell where the officials who govern the county live." While the officials in the main hall were having a heated discussion, a member of the Imperial Guard Qunhu entered the main hall. He came to Lu Chen from the side hall, and then whispered to Lu Chen in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the 8th Prince has rebelled." After finishing his words, Jin Yiwei Qunhu handed the information in his hand to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened the information and read it carefully. At this time, the discussion in the hall became quieter and quieter. The official's eyes fell on Lu Chen's face. The expression on Lu Chen's face was constantly changing. Generally, only important information Jin Yiwei would attend during the small court meeting. Entering the council hall, if it is not particularly important information, the Jin Yiwei will directly send the information to Lu Chen's study. So when they saw thousands of Jin Yiwei entering the political affairs hall, the officials in the political affairs hall knew that something big must have happened in Daxia. After reading the information in his hand, Lu Chen said directly to the officials in the main hall, "I have received news that the 8th Prince went south to fight the plague and colluded with the Jiangnan family to rebel." Upon hearing this, the hall suddenly became extremely quiet. People had long guessed that such a day would come. Recently, they had frequently heard that Emperor Xia was purging the court and sending troops south. This was obviously forcing the 8th Prince and the Jiangnan family to rebel. Now the 8th Prince and the Jiangnan family have indeed turned against each other. If they rebel, the opportunity for Northland will come. At this time, the Northern Kingdom will incorporate the Northern Territory into the Northern Kingdom. The officials of the Imperial Court will never say anything. The most important task of the Imperial Court now is to suppress the rebellion. They have no control over the affairs of the Northern Kingdom. This is a great opportunity for the development of the Northern Kingdom. Chapter 236 The Eager Lin Huanyun. Seeing that the officials were not surprised at all by the news of Lu Shuyun's rebellion, Lu Chen continued, "The 8th Prince is using the slogan of Qing Jun, saying that Prime Minister Lin Jiayuan of the left is a traitor, deceiving my father and leading to the defeat of the Great Xia War. Ceded land and paid compensation, which finally made the people of Daxia miserable." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the officials in the Northern Kingdom remained calm and were not surprised. Since ancient times, most rebellions have been under the slogan of Qing Jun. Of course, although it is Qing Jun, it is still the Jun who is Qing in the end. Lu Chen said again, "What do you think, if the Imperial Court calls on me to come to Beijing to serve as king, will I go or not?" Hearing this, Zhuge Chongguang, who had not spoken at Xiaokai today, stood up. A great master like Zhuge Chongguang, if he were in other dynasties, even in Daxia, would not have to participate in court meetings. However, this is in the northern kingdom. Although he is a great master, he is such a great master in front of Lu Chen, the son of destiny. Grand Master is nothing. Those who should attend court meetings should still attend, even if he is 150 years old this year. Of course, for a person of his level, he will definitely not participate in discussions about small matters. He will usually only speak up when it comes to major matters. As for what's the big deal? The question Lu Chen asked now was a big deal. Zhuge Chongguang said, Your Majesty has been planning for many years. This time the 8th prince was forced to go south by Your Majesty, and the Jiangnan family's rebellion was also forced by Your Majesty. Therefore, I believe that Your Majesty has been fully prepared. If this civil war is without the interference of other forces, the imperial court will most likely win, and there is no need for vassal kings from other places to come to Beijing to help the king. If one day the court asks the prince to come to Beijing to serve the king, then the prince will have to be more careful. Hearing Zhuge Chongguang's words, Lu Chen asked curiously, Why is this? Zhuge Chongguang replied, Judging from Your Majesty's layout, it is not a big problem to deal with the rebels in Jiangnan. But if under such circumstances, Your Majesty still allows the vassal king to come to Beijing to serve the king, it proves that Your Majesty's initial goal was not Jiangnan. Family. Hearing what Zhuge Chongguang said, Lu Chen instantly understood what Zhuge Chongguang meant. It seemed that in Zhuge Chongguang's opinion, Emperor Xia might be preparing a serial plan. On the surface, it is aimed at the Jiangnan family, but in fact, it may be that he wants to make those vassal kings jump out, and then solve the vassal kings together. But isn't this appetite a bit too big? Lu Chen asked, Do you think, Grand Scholar, that once Your Majesty summons the vassal kings to Beijing to serve the king, he will have the idea of reducing the vassal state? With the current military strength of the imperial court, it should not be possible to reduce the vassal state while suppressing the rebellion, right? Zhuge Chongguang said calmly, I heard that Your Majesty once sent people to Dingfeng Mountain, and there is also Peach Blossom Valley in Sifang Mountain. In my opinion, if Your Majesty just wants to destroy the Jiangnan family, there is no need to send people to these 3 places. Your Majesty has a secret chess in Jiangnan. As long as you use the secret chess, you can easily eliminate the Jiangnan family, and the Daxia royal family. It is impossible for the Grand Master to be the only national master. Since His Majesty has long been planning to destroy the Jiangnan family, he must have been prepared to deal with the family's Grand Master, and will not go to these 3 families just when he is about to attack the family. A place. Hearing what Zhuge Chongguang said, Lu Chen reacted instantly and frowned slightly. Not long ago, he also heard from Dongfang Longjaihu that Emperor Xia sent people to Dingfeng Mountain, Sifang Mountain, and Peach Blossom Valley. At that time, in his opinion, his father wanted to deal with the great master of the family, so I will go to these places to ask their great masters to take action. But if you think about it carefully, is it too tight for his father to go to these places to invite those great masters at this time? If he wanted to invite them, he should have invited them long ago. And Zhuge Chongguang was right, there really couldn't be only one Grand Master in the royal family, and Situ Ce, the national master, was just the Grand Master on the surface. After Zhuge Chongguang reminded him, Lu Chen suddenly felt that his father was planning to kill the feudal king as well. I am afraid that solving the feudal king was the real reason why his father sent people to those sects. At once, people went to several sects that were suspected of having great masters, just to deal with the Jiangnan family, which really made people feel that they were making a fuss out of a molehill. The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If the Grand Masters of the royal family are all used to deal with the possible Grand Masters of the Jiangnan family, then who are the Grand Masters that Emperor Xia invited from those sects to deal with? Generally, the Grand Master will not take action easily. If the Grand Master takes action, there is a high probability that he will also deal with the Grand Master. Among the vassal kings, it is clear that only the Northern Kingdom has a Grand Master platform. The most important point is that the time when Emperor Xia sent people to those sects seemed to be just after Zhuge came to the Northern Kingdom. In other words, it is very likely that the person Emperor Xia invited the great masters of those sects to deal with was Zhuge. Zhuge himself is the Grand Master, so he is so sensitive to some things about the Grand Master. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's face became even more ugly. No way, his cheap father is not really planning to do something to him, is he? I hope I am overthinking it. Perhaps his father sent people to invite the great masters of those sects, just as a precaution. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to the officials in the hall, "You all go back and think about how the counties in the north should be divided. Tomorrow's court will determine the division of the regions in the north. Today's small court meeting ends here. If there are any other important things that need to be reported, please come directly to my study." In addition, Commander Qin came to my king's study. Having said this, Lu Chen immediately stood up and left the political hall, heading to the study. Zhuge reminder made Lu Chen feel a little uneasy, as he had not paid attention to the subtle information before. Unexpectedly, when these details were put together, it made people feel that there was a huge conspiracy behind it. He never thought that his father would take action against the Northern Kingdom at this time. After all, the problem of the aristocratic family gave Emperor Xia a headache. How could he take action against the vassal king at this time? What's more, the Northern Kingdom was still a feudal state with a great master in charge. Wanting to immediately cut down the vassal state after clearing out the aristocratic families, and also cut down the Northern Kingdom, was a big challenge to Daxia's national strength. However, whether Zhuge reminder would come true or not, Lu Chen planned to take precautions before it happened. He must investigate the current situation in the capital. He wanted to know what his father was doing. After going to the study, Lu Chen asked Qin Yushan to immediately assign tasks to all the Jinyi guards in Daxia, asking them to quickly collect information about the mobilization of troops in Daxia. At this moment, North Prince's mansion, Yunrong Courtyard. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun also received information about Lu Shiyun's rebellion. Seeing this information, Chen Wanrong was slightly touched in her heart. After waiting for so many years, her chance to revenge and restore her country finally came. After reading the information in her hand, Chen Wanrong handed the information to Lin Wanyun, who was standing aside, and then asked, "Aunt Lin, how much Baiadi powder did you use on him?" After Lin Wanyun took the information from Chen Wanrong, she was stunned for a moment. The ridiculous things she and Lu Chen had done in the recent period suddenly appeared in her mind. After Lin Wanyun came to her senses, she lied and said, "Almost half done." Lin Wanyun knew very well that the more this time came, the less likely it was that Chen Wanrong would discover what happened between her and Lu Chen. She had to hurry up and get the antidote from Lu Chen, but recently she had tried many methods but could not find where the antidote to the poison Lu Chen mentioned was. She even doubted whether Lu Chen was he didn't poison them at all, he just lied to her. However, the idea of Lu Chen lying to her was quickly denied by her. She found that as long as she was away from Lu Chen for too long, she would feel restless all over her body. Every time she practiced, she would think of Lu Chen, and she was vaguely obsessed with it. Signs, which shows that Lu Chen is most likely not lying, and they have indeed been poisoned by Lu Chen. Chen Wanrong said at this time, "Aunt Lin, please try to put more Baiadi powder in the food he eats recently. The love voodoo has matured and cannot be delayed any longer. If it continues, the love voodoo will turn into a butterfly." The goo worms selected by Chen Wanrong were cultivated from the larvae of the biwing butterfly. She has been suppressing the growth of the goo worms. If the goo worms grow too fast, they will directly transform into butterflies, and then the biwing butterflies will not be able to become goo worms. Lin Wanyun said guiltily, "I know, I will find a way to put Baiadi powder in his food in the next few days." Speaking of this, Lin Wanyun thought in her mind that it seemed that in the next few days, she would either pester Lu Chen and ask Lu Chen to help her conceive the child as soon as possible and then obtain the antidote, or she would find a way to steal the antidote from Lu Chen. Time was running out. It was so urgent that she couldn't wait any longer. Night. Lu Chen's study room was brightly lit. Lu Chen stood in front of the desk, looking at the map of the Northland drawn by the Jin Yiwei. Now the map of the Northland has basically been drawn, but this is just a simple map. Lu Chen mainly wanted to look at the map. See how to divide counties more appropriately. At this moment, Lin Wanyun's voice sounded at the door. "Chener, are you there?" Hearing Lin Wanyun's voice, Lu Chen said lightly, "Come in." The next moment, Lin Wanyun opened the door and entered. Lu Chen raised his head at this time and took a look at the dignified and elegant Lin Wanyun. Seeing Lin Wanyun running into his study at night, Lu Chen had already guessed what she wanted to do. They had done a lot of bad things in the study, but at this time Lu Chen said with a smile, "Aunt Lin, I'm still going to do it tonight. There are government affairs to deal with, so I'm afraid I don't have time to do that kind of thing." Lin Wanyun was slightly stunned when she heard this. Then she said, "I can wait until you finish." For her, time was already very tight, so she didn't want to wait even a day. Today Lu Chen had government affairs to deal with, and Lu Chen would definitely have government affairs to deal with tomorrow. He might go to accompany his wife and concubines the day after tomorrow. If that goes on like this, when can I be pregnant with his child? If you can't conceive his child, how could she get the antidote from Lu Chen to save Chen Wanrong? Seeing that Lin Wanyun was so anxious, Lu Chen had basically guessed the reason. He asked jokingly, "Aunt Lin, when did you become so active?" Hearing this, Lin Wanyun's pretty face became extremely hot, and a blush spread on her face, quickly spreading to her delicate collarbone. She also knew that she looked like a shameless woman by taking such initiative, but she had no choice. The prince had rebelled, Daxia was in turmoil, and there was not much time left for her. Lu Chen continued, "Aunt Lin, you must have heard about the rebellion of my 8th emperor brother, that's why you are so anxious. But having said that, what's the use of being so anxious? Even if Miss Chen leaves Buwang Mansion, without the so-called dragon fulfilling curse, I'm afraid there's still no way to kill my father, right? You have deliberately lurked in Buwang Mansion for so long, just for the dragon subduing curse. This dragon subduing curse must be very important to you." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun blushed and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You just have to keep your word." Lu Chen smiled and put away the map on the desk. After rolling up the map and putting it aside, he slowly walked towards Lin Wanyun. When he walked behind Lin Wanyun, he hugged Lin Wanyun's plump body and whispered in her ear, "Since you want to be pregnant with my child so much, then I should naturally satisfy you." Lin Wanyun turned to look at Lu Chen, and was about to say something, but the next moment, Lu Chen blocked her lips. "Ahoy!" Then a voice that was very familiar to the maids in the inner courtyard of the Buwang Mansion came from the room. Chapter 237 Discovered. Under the cold moonlight, Chen Wanrong, wearing a long black dress, was sitting in the pavilion. Even though she was wearing a black monotonous cloth, she still exuded a fairy-like light. The moonlight shone on her body, highlighting her cold temperament. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and the stools and stone tables in the pavilion seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Chen Wanrong rarely wears black clothes. She wore the black plain clothes today mainly to visit Buwang Mansion at night. Her white clothes were too obvious, so she specially found someone to make her a black plain dress. The love voodoo was about to hatch, so Chen Wanrong tried to poison Lu Chen in advance. Since Lu Chen had taken the powder of the male bai butterfly, his feelings for her should have deepened. It would be best if Lu Chen could be given a love poison in advance. If Lu Chen's feelings for him were not yet strong enough to be able to give him a love poison, there would be no loss in letting the poison be familiar with Lu Chen's scent in advance. As the moon floated to the middle of the sky, Chen Wanrong also got up and headed to where Lu Chen might be. She had asked Lin Wanyun to inquire about it a long time ago. Recently, Lu Chen had been handling government affairs in the study every night until very late before going back to sleep, so the first place Chen Wanrong went to was the study. At the same time, in order not to disturb Lu Chen, the maid Xiao Huan who was guarding the study kept watch for Lu Chen and was walking towards the entrance of the yard. Maid Xiao Huan has noticed that not many people in the inner courtyard know about Lu Chen and Lin Wanyun. In addition, every time Lu Chen and Lin Wanyun do such things secretly in the study, she thinks that Lu Chen has no intention of letting them go. More people know. As one of Lu Chen's personal maids, she should naturally keep Lu Chen's secrets secret and help him look after things. However, as soon as Xiao Huan reached the entrance of the yard, his vision suddenly went dark, his mind suddenly lost consciousness, and he passed out. After Chen Wanrong knocked Xiao Huan unconscious, she placed her on the inner wall of the courtyard. Then she used the exercises given to her by her master to hide her aura. The next moment, she seemed to blend into the courtyard. Then Chen Wanrong came to the window of the study. When she heard a woman's voice coming from inside the study, Chen Wanrong's eyebrows raised slightly. If there were other people in the study, it would not be so easy for her to bewitch Lu Chen. Although it was unlikely to be poisoned tonight, she could still let the goo she cultivated become familiar with Lu Chen's aura. After a few days, she would think of a way to trick Lu Chen into her yard, and then use love goo on him again. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong raised her slender hand, poked a small hole in the paper window of the study, and then looked into the room with one eye. As a result, when she looked into the study room, she froze, her mind went blank, and a look of astonishment appeared on her expressionless face. She never expected that Lin Wanyun would be in the study, and that she would have such a relationship with Lu Chen. How so? Chen Wanrong's cold face turned a little ugly. She couldn't accept what she saw. At this time, the sound of conversation between two people came from the study. Wanyun, why have you become so shameless? You really want to be pregnant with my seed? If Miss Chen sees you like this, I don't know what she will think. How about we tell her about our relationship earlier? Hearing Lu Chen's humiliation, Lin Wanyun protested with blurred eyes. Don't. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Wanrong's face darkened. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees, and frost appeared on the windows. At this time, Chen Wanrong felt that she had been betrayed. Lin Wanyun, who had always been dignified and elegant, turned out to be like this. She had never seen Lin Wanyun behave like this before. She even suspected that the woman in the room was not Lin Wanyun, but a certain vixen became. Chen Wanrong didn't know that Lu Chen was now in the realm of a grand master. Although she had learned the techniques her master taught her to hide her aura, the perception of a grand master was far greater than that of ordinary warriors. When Chen Wanrong came to the yard where the study was located, Lu Chen had already sensed Chen Wanrong's presence, but he didn't care about Chen Wanrong's arrival at all. On the contrary, Chen Wanrong's arrival stimulated his animal heart and made him became more brutal. Unlike Lu Chen, Lin Wanyun was not aware of Chen Wanrong's arrival at all. At this time, her mind went blank and she had long forgotten her last name. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wanrong left the study. After she returned to the courtyard where she lived, she could not recover. The scenes that happened in the study just now were still impacting her brain. She really couldn't figure out why Lin Wanyun betrayed her and turned into a road Chen's woman, and having an affair with him in the study. After the Chen kingdom was destroyed, she escaped from the Chen kingdom's imperial city. If it weren't for her encounter with Lin Wanyun, she might have died. It was Lin Wanyun who brought her to Suanya Palace and treated her like her own daughter. Her ability to grow to this point and have her current status was completely inseparable from Lin Wanyun. She never thought in her heart that Lin Wanyun would betray her one day. But now, Chen Wanrong suddenly felt her heart twitching, and her body was a little unsteady. She quickly supported the stone table with her hands, and then sat in the pavilion to adjust her internal strength. After a while, the chaotic internal energy in Chen Wanrong's body calmed down, and Chen Wanrong's whole person also calmed down. She had just been overwhelmed by the anger of betrayal, so she couldn't think rationally for a while. But it was different now. After she calmed down, she began to analyze why Lin Wanyun did such a thing and why she had an affair with Lu Chen. She still didn't believe that Lin Wanyun would betray her. After all, they had the same love as mother and daughter. She didn't believe that all Lin Wanyun's previous feelings for her were fake. If Lin Wanyun did not betray her and instead chose to do that kind of thing with Lu Chen, it was most likely to poison Lu Chen, so she had to sacrifice her beauty to get close to Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong was startled. Thinking about it this way, Lin Wanyun did all this for herself, and he actually doubted her just now? When she thought of this, Chen Wanrong felt deeply guilty in her heart. In order to take care of her, Lin Wanyun has not had a Taoist partner until now. Lin Wanyun is in her 30s this year. She is also a woman and has needs. Chen Wanrong knew very well that as long as a woman in the inner courtyard of the palace had any relationship with Lu Chen, she would easily fall. She had long heard the maids and servants of the palace talk a lot about Lu Chen's magical qualities. Lin Wanyun had been depressed for decades, and suddenly came into contact with such a handsome man, and he was also very good at dealing with women. It was not surprising that she would look like she did just now. Although Chen Wanrong has not been exposed to matters between men and women, she is the palace owner of Swanyu Palace after all, and she also knows something about these things. Swanyu Palace does not prohibit disciples from finding Taoist companions. At most, it stipulates that disciples cannot have children. In order to prevent disciples from getting pregnant because of male and female affairs, Swanyu Palace also has some books on male and female affairs in the library. Especially regarding contraception, Chen Wanrong once knew something about it. At this time, the air in the courtyard seemed to be getting colder and colder, and Chen Wanrong's face became colder and colder, as if her body was releasing cold air to the surroundings. Her dignified and virtuous Aunt Lin was now treated like an animal by that man. Even though she understood that Lin Wanyun might have done all this for herself, she still couldn't forgive Lu Chen in her heart. Just now she stood at the door of the study for a while, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Judging from their conversation, it was not just once or twice that they had done so. Moreover, Lu Chen's purpose was not simple. Lu Chen not only wanted to possess Lin Wanyun's body, his real purpose was to make Lin Wanyun pregnant with his child. Having children was a taboo in Swanyu Palace. Besides, Lin Wanyun is already in her 30s this year, and Lu Chen actually wants her to give him a child. Does this man have all he wants to do is breed offspring? He wanted to breed offspring so much that when she successfully restored the kingdom in the future, she would lock him up in her palace, and then find hundreds of maids for him to let him breed offspring every day. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong clenched her fists. A strange emotion arose in her heart. She didn't know what kind of emotion it was. This emotion made her feel a little irritable. Even if she calmed down just now, her heart soon became restless again. Being occupied by that irritable emotion, Chen Wanrong once again adjusted her internal strength, trying to stabilize her emotions again. In this way, Chen Wanrong sat in the pavilion all night, and Lin Wanyun was also beaten up in Lu Chen's study all night. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning shone on the earth, the exhausted Lin Wanyun returned to the yard. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Chen Wanrong in the pavilion. After Lin Wanyun saw Chen Wanrong after doing bad things, she immediately felt guilty. She tried her best to pretend that nothing happened and walked towards her room. But at this moment, Chen Wanrong asked, "Aunt Lin, where were you last night?" Hearing this, Lin Wanyun stopped and her brain paused. After coming back to her senses, Lin Huanyun immediately lied and said, "I was on duty last night." Chen Wanrong glanced at Lin Huanyun's slightly messy hair and her somewhat torn dress. She finally held back and did not continue to ask. Lin Huanyun had almost never lied to her since she was a child, but because of that man, she lied to herself, which made Chen Wanrong feel a little sad. Seeing Chen Wanrong's cold face, Lin Huanyun became a little flustered. She couldn't help but wonder, could Chen Wanrong have noticed something? Just when Lin Huanyun was thinking this, Chen Wanrong said calmly, "Aunt Lin, please go and rest first." Then Chen Wanrong closed her eyes and continued to meditate. Seeing that Chen Wanrong didn't say anything, Lin Huanyun breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Chen Wanrong had discovered something and was shocked. Lin Huanyun then returned to her room and asked the maid to fetch water. After taking a bath, she fell asleep directly. At the same time, on the other side, after Lu Chen came out of the study feeling refreshed, he saw the maid Xiao Huan leaning against the courtyard wall. Lin Huanyun was the first to walk out of the study just now. She also saw Xiao Huan, but she thought Xiao Huan fell asleep leaning against the courtyard wall. It was very common for maids to doze off. In addition, she had to go back to take a bath quickly. In order to avoid being discovered that she had that kind of relationship with Lu Chen, she ignored Xiao Huan. Lu Chen walked directly in front of Xiao Huan, and then used the rejuvenation hand to revive Xiao Huan. After waking up, Xiao Huan looked at Lu Chen sleepily. The next moment, her eyes suddenly opened wide, and then she jumped up from the ground. "Your Majesty, slave, slave." Xiao Huan didn't know how to explain it. She was now afraid that Lu Chen would suspect that she had dozed off and fell asleep last night. "Your Majesty, someone knocked this slave unconscious last night." "This slave?" Xiao Huan was about to cry. She didn't know who wanted to harm her, but actually knocked her unconscious and left her here. How could she explain it now? Lu Chen smiled and said, "I know who knocked you unconscious. You don't need to explain too much. Don't tell anyone about this." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Huan was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Lu Chen actually knew who did it, but since Lu Chen said so, she should not be punished. Thinking of this, Xiao Huan felt relieved. Lu Chen then turned around and walked towards the main courtyard. He planned to take a shower first, have breakfast and then go to the council hall. Today he still had to decide on the division of counties in the north, and there were still many things to do. As for Chen Wanrong's visit outside the study last night, Lu Chen was not worried that it would cause anything bad. Chen Wanrong's favorable impression of him had already reached 100. Even if she saw that she was quarreling with Lin Huanyun, she would not feeling hatred toward oneself. The matters between Chen Wanrong and Lin Huanyun were left to the two women to resolve by themselves. By the time Lu Chen finished taking a shower, had breakfast, and arrived at the government hall, most of the officials from the Northern Kingdom had already arrived. Lu Chen didn't waste time and directly took out the map drawn by Jin Yiwei and hung it on the pillar of the main hall, and then let the officials speak freely. He first listened to how the officials wanted to divide it, and finally he decided how to divide it. After a morning of discussion, the new map of the Northern Kingdom was finally divided into 6 counties and 18 counties. All the grasslands from Tianguang City to Daya City were included in the Northern Kingdom. After the map was finalized, Lu Chen roughly calculated the area. Excluding the Northern Kingdom, the area of the entire Northern Kingdom now exceeded the entire Xia Dynasty. Of course, the Northern Kingdom was also nominally part of the Great Xia Dynasty, so this could be regarded as an external territorial expansion of the Great Xia Dynasty. After confirming the map of the Northland, Lu Chen had no intention of hiding it. The Northland was originally an ownerless thing. If he wanted to occupy the Northland, he had to declare his sovereignty. In the next few days, the Northern Palace issued a notice to inform the people of the Northern Kingdom about the inclusion of the Northern Territory into the Northern Kingdom. Lu Chen also personally wrote a memorial and submitted it to the Great Xia court. Recommend a book. I'm a stuntman and do crazy stunts. Is it reasonable? Having unique skills is not called skill, fancy stunts are the way to go. Chapter 238. The Dongfang family is planning to run away. The capital of Daxia, the Imperial Palace. Royal Study Room. Emperor Xia was reviewing the memorial when he suddenly saw the memorial submitted by Lu Chen. He was stunned for a moment. Except when Lu Chen submitted a memorial to the court when the barbarians went south, Lu Chen would rarely submit a memorial to the court. Especially after the Great Xia court announced that it would no longer assist the Northern Kingdom with any supplies, Lu Chen never submitted a memorial to the court. Why did he submit the memorial this time? Out of curiosity, Emperor Xia opened Lu Chen's memorial and then read it carefully. Seeing what was written in the memorial, Emperor Xia's face became a little ugly. He sneered and said, "Swallowing the entire Northland is such a huge ambition, and I'm not afraid of being overstretched to death." It seems that after Zhuge went to the Northern Kingdom, he became even more swollen. After the Jiangnan family is dealt with, it's time to resolve this hidden danger. Emperor Xia originally thought that even if Lu Chen had the support of a certain force behind him, the development of the Northern Kingdom would not be too fast. However, as the reforms in the Northern Kingdom continued, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The development of the North Country is too fast, and the refugees absorbed by the North Country have not become a burden to the North Country, but have helped the North Country increase its labor force. In addition, Huanyu Academy publicly announced that it would join the Northern Kingdom, which made Emperor Xia even more uneasy. Emperor Xia even suspected that the force that supported the Northern Kingdom in the first place was the Universal Academy. When Lu Chen went to the Northern Kingdom, he was just a useless prince. At that time, he had no support from anyone. Maybe Huanyu Academy took advantage of this loophole and took the opportunity to control Lu Chen. The concept of Huanyu Academy has always been discussed by the major dynasties, especially the royal families of the major dynasties. Emperor Xia had reason to suspect that Zhuge wanted to bring the concept of Huanyu Academy to Daxia, and the reason why the Northern Kingdom did those strange things, the reforms may have been carried out by Huanyu Academy behind the scenes. When Situ Ce came back from the Northern Kingdom, he said that there were traces of a great master in the Northern Kingdom. Now that he thinks about it, that great master is probably Zhuge. When he thought of Zhuge, Emperor Xia's face darkened. He said to himself in a cold voice, "There should not be a strong man in the realm of heaven and man in this world." The realm of celestial beings above the Grand Master has been suppressing the Grand Masters in the world. Over the years, no matter which Grand Master is in that dynasty, they have kept a low profile and will definitely not take action if they can. This was all thanks to the strong man in the heavenly realm of Suanyu Palace who had killed many great masters in the past, and was the great master of various dynasties. Later, the man returned to Suanyu Palace for seclusion and never came out again. However, decades have passed, and what the powerful man in the heavenly realm did back then still makes the great masters feel very scared. What happened that year also made all the grand masters of the Great Xia royal family choose to retreat behind the scenes and not come out again for decades. People now basically only know that the national master Situ Ce is suspected of being a grand master. Few people know that the royal family still exists. Grand Master. The great masters of the major dynasties who have been suppressed by a strong man in the heavenly realm do not dare to raise their heads. If another heavenly realm appears, the Grand Masters may not dare to show up at all in the future. The most important thing is that this great master who is about to break through to the realm of heaven and man actually came to the Great Xia Dynasty, which made Emperor Xia even more uneasy. He couldn't sleep at night during this period, always dreaming about their royal family when he was a child. The scene where the Grand Master was beheaded by a powerful man from the heavenly realm of Suanyu Palace with one sword. Emperor Xia didn't want to have another sword hanging over his head after getting rid of those aristocratic families. If the Daxia dynasty wanted to become more powerful, there would be no more powerful people on the land of Daxia than the Daxia royal family. A powerful force. At this time, Emperor Xia turned to look at the eunuch on the side, directly handed the memorial in his hand to the eunuch and said, "Send this memorial to the imperial master for review." "Yes, your majesty." After the eunuch took away Lu Chen's memorial, a cold light flashed in Emperor Xia's eyes. Aristocratic families, sects, Huanyu Academy, all these forces he will wipe out from the land of Daxia. This is true even for the Dongfang family. To him, the Dongfang family is just a chess piece. When he has finished using the chess piece, he will discard it. Although the Dongfang family is a business family, which is very different from the traditional family, the fact that the Dongfang family wants to reach into the court has already touched Emperor Xia's bottom line. Although Emperor Xia agreed on the surface, in his heart we will never allow what happened in the past to happen again in the court. The more the Dongfang family wanted to reach into the court, the more Emperor Xia felt that their ambitions were too great and that they were no different from those ancient families. How could Emperor Xia let a family with such great ambitions, and a family that affected Daxia's economy, let them stay? Of course, the Jiangnan aristocratic family has not been wiped out yet, and other aristocratic families are still in the court, so Emperor Xia will not touch the Dongfang family for the time being. At least until those ancient aristocratic families in the court are eliminated, Emperor Xia will move the eastern family. At the same time, Sui Fengcheng, Wang family. Today, all the heads of the Jiangnan aristocratic families came to the Wang family. Lu Shiyun has been staying at the Wang family since he came to the south. The main reason why the heads of the major Jiangnan aristocratic families came to the Wang family was because Lu Shiyun was in the Wang family. In fact, some families feel a little uncomfortable with Lu Shiyun being in the Wang family. Although the Wang family is Lu Shiyun's mother's family, it is not just the Wang family that supports Lu Shiyun, so why should Lu Shiyun live in the Wang family? Lu Shiyun stayed at the Wang family, which immediately raised the Wang family's status to a new level. The Wang family's status in the Jiangnan area was already high enough, but now that Lu Shiyun stayed at the Wang family every day, the Wang family's status was further improved. After Lu Shiyun raised troops in Jiangnan, most of the generals in those armies were from the Wang family. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Even if the Jiangnan family openly supports Lu Shiyun, they will be dissatisfied with Lu Shiyun's actions in their hearts. However, this is a critical period for dealing with the court, and no one will speak out at this time. In the hall, Lu Shiyun was sitting facing the door. He glanced at the heads of the major families sitting on both sides, and then said, "Can all the heads of the house stand on Gu's side at this critical moment?" Gu is very happy. Today I came to all the family heads, mainly because I received a piece of information. I heard that the great master of the royal family has left seclusion. This news was sent by Zhao Xiang. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall immediately started talking. Grand Master? This is trouble. Our Jiangnan family probably doesn't have a great master in that family, right? That's not necessarily true. The Wang family pays so much attention to martial arts, maybe there is a great master in their family. Don't worry, everyone. Our Qin family has a great master. Even if the royal family's great master really appears on the battlefield, there is nothing to be afraid of. Aren't you afraid that you have forgotten the incident a few decades ago when a strong man in the heavenly realm slaughtered the Grand Master of the royal family? There has been no news about the Grand Master of the royal family in these years, just because you are afraid that the strongman in the heavenly realm will appear again. Even if the royal family sends a Grand Master, the Grand Master of the royal family does not dare to take action at will. Who knows whether the strong man in the heaven and human realm will take action again? Master Zhao is right. No matter how powerful the celestial realm is, he has a lifespan of hundreds of years. It is impossible for him to die so soon. If he hears that the great master of the royal family has taken action, he is likely to appear again. Over the years, the most important reason why major aristocratic families have become more and more unscrupulous is that they know that the Grand Master of the royal family generally does not take action casually. To be precise, they do not dare to take action easily. They even suspect that the Grand Master of the royal family had been killed by that powerful man in the heavenly realm decades ago. Although they didn't know why the powerful man in the heavenly realm wanted to kill the Grand Master of the royal family decades ago, they could see that the powerful man in the heavenly realm did not want the royal family of Daxia to become more powerful. As for Situ Ce, the national master, the aristocratic families are not afraid of him. Situ Ce was not a relative of the royal family. At most, he was loyal to the Daxia royal family, but he was not loyal to that emperor. For Situ Ce, as long as he is of the blood of the Lu family and as long as Daxia has not been overthrown, it does not matter which Lu family becomes the emperor. This can be seen from the fact that Situ Ce did not intervene in the fight for the throne among the previous generation of princes. Come out! In order to become the emperor, Lu Xingkai secretly killed many of his brothers. Situ Ce was already a national advisor when the previous Xia emperor came to power. If he wanted to take charge, Lu Xingkai might not be able to become the Xia emperor. Listening to the discussion among the heads of the major families in the hall, Lu Shiyun then said, "Everyone, this is a critical moment of life and death for the Jiangnan family. If there is a great master in your family, please stop hiding it. My father has sent the Grand Master south. If we don't have the Grand Master to check us, these hundreds of thousands of soldiers may not be able to enter the capital at all, let alone King Jun. Gu came south for you in the first place. If there are people who are still not trying their best at this time and have other thoughts, once Gu finds out, don't blame Gu for turning against others." Hearing this, Dongfang Yi, who was sitting in the hall, was not moved at all. The Dongfang family has a Grand Master, but it is absolutely impossible for the Dongfang family to have a Grand Master. Whether they are on the side of Emperor Xia or on the side of King Bei, there is no need for them to let their family's great master come out in this war. At this moment, Lu Shiyun asked, "Master Chu, your family has always been the strongest among the Jiangnan families. I have heard that your family even had conflicts with Suanya Palace. If you dare to challenge Suanya Palace, there must be a great master in the family, right?" Hearing Lu Shiyun's question, Chu Liang said with a smile, "This is natural. Your Highness, please rest assured that our Chu family has been on your side from the beginning and will never play tricks behind your back. If your Highness needs to use when the Grand Master arrives, our Chu family will definitely send the Grand Master to protect His Highness the Crown Prince." Lu Shiyun was very satisfied after hearing Chu Liang's answer. When he summoned these family heads, he asked people to secretly inquire about the possibility of a Grand Master in the Jiangnan family. The Wang family must have a Grand Master, the Qin family also has a Grand Master, and now the Chu family has also said that they will send a Grand Master to help. In this way, they have 3 great masters here. If the royal family's Grand Master really appears on the battlefield, with these 3 Grand Masters present, the imperial army may not be able to get any benefits. The most important thing is that they also have the Cloud Piercer Bow. If the Grand Master uses the Cloud Piercer Bow, they have a chance to kill the Grand Master of the royal family. Their advantage is very huge. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Shiyun's mouth raised slightly, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, "My good father, you will soon regret letting me leave the capital. After sitting in that position for so many years, it's time to give it to me." After talking about the Grand Master, Lu Shiyun began to arrange work. Although they have assembled hundreds of thousands of troops, many of these hundreds of thousands of troops are private soldiers of the family. These private soldiers of the family are not completely integrated together and basically fight on their own. Lu Shiyun never thought of disrupting and reorganizing these soldiers, because once he did so, it would be equivalent to affecting the interests of the aristocratic families. He still needs the help of these aristocratic families for his rebellion, but he dare not touch the interests of the aristocratic families at this time. Since the private soldiers of these aristocratic families cannot be disrupted and reorganized, we can only assign tasks to them. Lu Chen then arranged the private soldiers of the family to some more important counties in the north based on the current situation to prevent the imperial army from attacking. At this time, Lu Chen turned to look at Dongfang Yi and said, "Master Dongfang, you have been doing business for generations and have many merchant ships. Most of your family's private soldiers are also good at water warfare, so the defense of the southeast coast is left to you to avoid the imperial army came from the sea." Dongfang Yi immediately said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness, the Dongfang family will definitely guard the southeast coast and not allow any imperial soldiers to come over from the sea." After hearing Dongfang Yi's words, Lu Chen felt very satisfied, but he suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, Gu heard that Longjia ran to the north country and never came back." Dongfang Yi sighed and said with a helpless expression, "Your Highness, it's all my fault that I didn't teach her well since she was a child, so she developed such a willful character. I sent people many times to bring her back, but she ran away every time. She refused to go home and asked His Highness to forgive her. After the war is over, I will definitely send someone to kidnap her back and kowtow to His Highness to apologize." Lu Chen said, "It doesn't matter. There is going to be war in the south now. It's okay to let her stay in the north for the time being." Lu Chen mentioned Dongfang Longjia mainly to remind Dongfang Yi that they were already married, so he wanted the Dongfang family to help him wholeheartedly. Night. Dongfang Yi returned home. As soon as he arrived home, he heard from his servants that the core members of the Dongfang family had come to the meeting hall and were waiting for him. Dongfang Yi then went to the meeting hall. At this time, a white-haired old man was sitting in the direction facing the door. When he saw Dongfang Yi coming back, the old man said, "Yi, what are you going to do next?" Hearing the old man's name, Dongfang Yi curled his lips and felt a little unhappy. He is already so old, but he is still called Yi by the old man. But these are all small things. Dongfang Yi then said, "The prince plans to let our Dongfang family guard the southeast coast to prevent the imperial army from attacking from the sea. I plan to take advantage of the defense of the southeast coast to let some tribesmen take merchant ships to go directly north, heading to the Northland." Although the Dongfang family was Emperor Xia's internal agent in the Jiangnan area, the war was very variable. Dongfang Yi didn't want to get involved. He planned to run away directly to the north to seek refuge with King Bei, the son of destiny. As for the war between the imperial court and the Jiangnan family, they don't need to intervene. The Dongfang family has helped the imperial court secretly transport many elite soldiers to the southeastern coast. If there are no major accidents, once the war begins, the rebels will be attacked from two sides, and Lu Chen and the others will most likely be defeated. As for whether the Grand Master of the Jiangnan family can turn the tide, it is uncertain. Emperor Xia has been preparing for so long. It is impossible not to know that there is a Grand Master in the Jiangnan family, so Emperor Xia must have been prepared for it. Deal with the great masters of those aristocratic families. After listening to Dongfang Yi's words, the old man Dongfang Qi stroked his grey beard, and then said, "Now that the Son of Destiny has appeared, we really should not continue to interfere in the war between the imperial court and the aristocratic family." The main reason why they chose to cooperate with Emperor Xia and side with the imperial court was because they had their own mission. There are too many uncertainties in the rebellion. If they want to survive, they have to bet on both ends. Now that the Sons of Destiny have appeared in the Northern Kingdom, why are they still lingering on? If they can just run away to the Northern Kingdom, what else are they doing to serve the court and the Jiangnan family? The Dongfang family is a business family. The mission of the business family is to make money for the Son of Destiny. They continue to stay in Sufeng City and interfere in the war between the imperial court and the Jiangnan family. When will they be able to fulfill their family's mission? Seeing that the old man had said so, Dongfang Yi said, "Since you and Dad have said so, it has been decided. Next, let's prepare. When the war ahead begins, we will directly take a merchant ship from the sea to the north country. This era was still the land power era, and people actually didn't pay much attention to the sea. Only the Dongfang family built some large merchant ships. If they went to the north from the sea, the Jiangnan family would most likely not be able to find them, unless the Jiangnan family someone has been sent to keep an eye on them. However, the Jin Yiwei of the North Kingdom have penetrated into the Jiangnan area. The Dongfang family can basically detect in advance through the Jin Yiwei any actions of those aristocratic families, so they don't have to worry too much about being discovered by the Jiangnan aristocratic families. As for how to resupply merchant ships on their way north, this problem is no longer a problem. The Dongfang family has reached cooperation with Emperor Xia, and their merchant ships traveling north can also stop at the wharf managed by the imperial court. I have some health problems, so the recent updates may be a little sparse, please forgive me. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 239 The sixth child is born. The Qian family is in a separate courtyard. In the courtyard, the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and carps of various colors were swimming around in the pond, constantly shuttling between the lotus leaves. A woman wearing a red phoenix robe was standing in the pavilion of the other courtyard, quietly looking at the carp in the pond. At this time, a fat man entered the courtyard at the entrance. When he came outside the pavilion, the man immediately saluted and said, "The common people pay their respects to the eldest princess." Wu Yunwan said calmly, "Get up." Qian Dahai stood up immediately. Wu Yunwan then said, "President Qian, you should know why I came out of the palace to see you this time, right?" Qian Dahai immediately said, "The eldest princess must have come here because the king of the north asked Cao Min to serve as the Minister of Commerce in the North Kingdom." Wu Yunwan didn't look back, she was still looking at the carps swimming in the pond. "President Qian, you are very smart. It is precisely because of your smartness that the Qian family has been able to develop to this point, and the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce has become the largest chamber of commerce in Dahou in terms of financial resources." After hearing this, Qian Dahai basically guessed why Wu Yunwan came to find him personally. This was obviously to beat him, but he didn't care at all. "Thank you, Princess, for your compliment." Wu Yunwan then asked, "You only said in your letter that King Bei met you alone and mentioned what benefits he planned to give you. I am very curious, did King Bei promise you any benefits?" Qian Dahai said, "The king of the north told the people that the north is different from all other dynasty countries. The north is a country that focuses on business, and the status of merchants in the north will be greatly improved. In the north, everyone is important, and there are no scholars, farmers, or merchants. Such a status ranking. As long as the grass people join the North Kingdom, the north will become more prosperous because of the grass people in the future, and the grass people will also be remembered in history because of the grass people. Moreover, the king of the north also promised the grass people that after the Qian family moves to the north, some of the properties of the North Palace will be transferred to Qian family, the Qian family will become even more prosperous in the future." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan chuckled, "This little man is really interesting. He has poached people to come here." The smile on Wu Yunwan's face was natural and she didn't look angry at all. Qian Dahai showed his loyalty at this time and said, "Princess, the Qian family is what it is today because of your care. Cao Min will never betray you." On the fourth day when King Bei asked Cao Min to meet alone, Cao Min immediately returned to Dahou. The grass people will not leave Dahou just because the king of the north promised the grass people some petty profits. After hearing Qian Dahai's words, Wu Yunwan said calmly, "Betrayal? It is in the interest of this palace that the Qian family joins the northern kingdom. How can it be called betrayal?" This. Qian Dahai pretended to be confused. Wu Yunwan turned her head and glanced at Qian Dahai, and then said, "From today on, you are from the north." Hearing this, Qian Dahai immediately knelt down, and then said with a look of fear, "Princess, the common people don't want to go to the north country. The Qian family has been in Dahou for hundreds of years. The roots of the Qian family are in Dahou. How can they move to the northern kingdom? Did the grassroots do something that dissatisfied the eldest princess, so the eldest princess wants to expel the Qian family from Dahou? Wu Yunwan said, President Jian, don't be nervous. I don't mean this. The Qian family is naturally Dahou's Qian family, but I need you to join the Northern Kingdom and find out more information about the Northern Kingdom for me. Isn't President Jian unwilling? Qian Dahai said quickly, if this is His Highness's will, the common people will naturally abide by it. Wu Yunwan continued, President Jian, don't worry, even if the Qian family moves to the north, I will not abandon the Qian family. If President Jian is not worried, you can leave your eldest son and second son in Dahou, and continue manage the entire Qinghai Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Qian Dahai was not surprised at all. He had already guessed this result. Although Wu Yunwan said that he could trust him, he was definitely still afraid of the Qian family's complete betrayal. However, Qian Dahai didn't care. If his eldest son and second son stayed in Dahou, it would help Lu Chen obtain more information about the Dahou dynasty, which would be a good thing for the Northern Kingdom and the Northern King. At this time, Wu Yunwan continued, President Jian, seize the time to pack up your greetings and go to the North Country immediately. I will let you know if anything happens in the future. Yes, eldest princess. Wu Yunwan didn't say anything more, and then she left Jian's house directly. Farewell to the eldest princess. After Wu Yunwan walked out of Jian's house, she said to the soldiers beside her, go and invite the 2 young masters of Jian's house to Fengxiu restaurant. Yes, princess. After the soldier finished speaking, he immediately rode his horse to the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce. Although Wu Yunwan planned to keep the 2 Jian family hostages in Dahou, she was still a little worried about the Jian family. In order to make Qian Dahai obey her, Wu Yunwan planned to directly win over the 2 Jian family brothers. Only by making the 2 brothers of the Jian family willingly loyal to her can she better control the Jian family. However, what Wu Yunwan doesn't know is that the Qian family is 100% loyal to Lu Chen, even the 2 brothers of the Qian family are also so. Everything Wu Yunwan did was destined to be in vain. No matter how she tried to win over the 2 Jian brothers, she couldn't make them truly loyal to her. About half a month later, the Qian family began to gradually move to the north country. The Qian family had a big business in the Dahou dynasty, so it was definitely not that easy to move to the north country. It would take several months for the Qian family to move. However, Qian Dahai did not focus on moving. He had already taken some of his family members to the Northland on a fast horse. At the same time, Northern Kingdom, Northern Palace. Today is the day that Zhou Xiaoxiao gives birth. Zhou Xiaoxiao is lying on the bed, and Lu Chen is sitting beside him. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao does not have the slightest sense of urgency. She had long heard her sister talk about how she felt about giving birth to a baby last time. As long as the prince was by their side, they would not feel any pain when giving birth, and it would only take a moment for the baby to come out of the belly. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao was very relaxed. However, she was still vaguely worried. She was worried that she would give birth to another daughter. Although Lu Chen's love for her daughter was obvious to all, there was always a hurdle in her heart. After all, she was from this era, where sons were valued over daughters. The thought had already penetrated deep into her heart, and it was not easy for her to change her mind. Lu Chen stroked Zhou Xiaoxiao's cheek at this time, smiled and said to Zhou Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, don't be nervous, it will be over soon. Zhou Xiaoxiao also showed a smile, with the prince here, I am not nervous. As soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a painful expression suddenly appeared on his face, and his face suddenly turned pale. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen directly used the rejuvenation hand on Zhou Xiaoxiao without saying a word. After a while, just like the last time Lu Chen helped Zhou Yuyu give birth to a baby, when Lu Chen's spiritual power entered Zhou Zioxio's body, those soft spiritual powers wrapped up the child in Zhou Zioxio's belly. Immediately afterwards, the baby slipped out of Zhou Zioxio's body. The next moment, the baby's cries could be heard in the room. The midwife and maids hurriedly bathed the baby and cut the umbilical cord. Feeling that her body became much lighter all of a sudden, Zhou Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Although she had heard from her sister that it was very easy to give birth to a child with the prince, but this was the first time she felt it. She did not expect that she would actually give birth to a child. It was so easy, it literally took just a moment for the baby to come out. Lu Chen continued to treat Zhou Xiaoxiao. After a while, the midwife came to Lu Chen holding the child and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you are a young master." After hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was lying low on the bed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time the baby was born a boy. Lu Chen then took the baby boy from the midwife's hands and placed the baby boy next to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could ask Lu Chen for his name, Lu Chen said, "From today on, your name will be Lu Xian." The baby boy, who was still crying loudly, suddenly stopped crying after hearing Lu Chen's words, and instead smiled. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoxiao said happily, "Your Majesty, Honor also likes the name you chose." You see, he stopped crying immediately after hearing the name. Lu Chen smiled, but did not tell the truth. The reason why Lu Xian suddenly stopped crying was not because he heard him get his name, but because Lu Chen used the rejuvenation hand to treat him and comfort him. The baby's skin is still relatively sensitive. As soon as he came into contact with the gentle spiritual power, Lu Xian felt very comfortable, so he stopped crying immediately and smiled instead. Of course, these are unimportant things, and there is no need for Lu Chen to speak out. Lu Chen is more concerned about what kind of reward the system will give him this time. "This is my sixth child. The system once said that the more children I have, the more likely the rewards will be. I don't know what the system will reward me this time." Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, a system prompt sounded in his ears. "Congratulations to the host for getting a heir, 2 Grand Master level generals, 100,000 soldiers with good water skills, and 600,000 ordinary people as rewards." Seeing this reward, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the reward this time would be population. But having said that, 100,000 soldiers with better water properties don't seem to be of much use to him for the time being. Now is the era of land power. Wars basically take place on land, and there are not many times when naval forces can be used. But since the system has rewarded you, just accept it yourself. Lu Chen then put the matter aside and stayed with Zhou Xiaoxiao for a while. After Zhou Xiaoxiao had completely recovered, Lu Chen left Zhou Zioxio's room and went to the study alone. Arriving at the study room, Lu Chen immediately opened the system and checked the rewards. "System, where are these 100,000 soldiers and 600,000 civilians now? The implanted identities of these 700,000 people are the survivors of the Great Shang. They are currently located in a place called Fenjiun Island on the eastern sea of the North Country. Maritime? No wonder the system says they have better water properties." Lu Chen continued to ask, "Are the Grand Master level generals who were rewarded also on Fenjiun Island?" "Yes, those 2 Grand Master level generals are the leaders of that army. The host has one opportunity to directly convey the order." "Does the host need to convey the order?" Lu Chen said without hesitation, "Let them bring some soldiers to the North Country immediately. Everyone does not need to come, just a few thousand people are enough. The remaining soldiers will be stationed on Fenjiun Island for the time being." The host's order has been conveyed, and Military General Wei Siyuan has led 10,000 soldiers to the North Kingdom on a warship. After hearing the system's beep, Lu Chen immediately said to the maid outside the door, "Have someone call Wu Yuan." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Wu Yuan appeared in Lu Chen's study. "Greetings to the prince, what orders does the prince have for his subordinates?" Lu Chen said, "Take some royal guards to the beach to pick up my army at sea. The leading general's name is Wei Si Yuan." Wu Yuan was not too surprised. After all, he was the son of destiny. It was normal for someone to seek refuge with him. He immediately said, "I obey my orders." Lu Chen said, "Okay, let's go. My subordinates resign." After Wu Yuan left, Lu Chen also planned to leave the study, but at this moment, an enchanting figure appeared at the door of the study. Wang Qingkai said charmingly, "Congratulations to the prince for having another heir." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "How about you give me another baby sometime?" Wang Qingkai said quietly, "The new family is already a half-step master, but it is not so easy to get pregnant." Having said this, Wang Qingkai walked into the study, put the information in his hand on the table, and then said, "The eldest princess of Dahua personally led the troops to attack the remaining rebels in the southwest who vowed not to surrender. I heard that she was in Dahua army. The prestige among the emperors is very high, and maybe there will be another empress in the future." Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen opened the information Wang Qingkai placed on the table and glanced at it. Wang Qingkai continued, "The war between Daiyu and the barbarians is over. Empress Daiyu is leading the expedition in person. It is said that Empress Daiyu only showed her face on the battlefield, and the barbarian army was defeated. Your Majesty, please pay attention to the situation in the north recently." Hearing Wang Qingkai's words, Lu Chen frowned, and then he asked curiously, "Didn't the barbarians gather nearly 500,000 troops this time? They were defeated so quickly." Wang Qingkai said, "Our people didn't know the specific situation on the battlefield very clearly, but the only certain news is that the barbarians were indeed defeated, and it was a big defeat. Empress Daiyu is not simple. The new family guessed her strength. Most likely from Grand Master on up." Lu Chen fell into deep thought. To be able to defeat the coalition forces of several major barbarian tribes in such a short period of time, the Daiyu Empress was indeed not a simple person. The key was that the Daiyu dynasty did not have such advanced weapons as the Northern Kingdom. Relying on cold weapons to defeat the barbarian armies so quickly, Daiyu is a very formidable opponent. The key is that Daiyu is also bordering the North Country, just in the southwest corner of the North Country. Back when Daiyu was still stationing more than 200,000 troops on the border of the Northern Kingdom, Lu Chen didn't take Daiyu's army seriously at that time. He thought that the Daiyu dynasty had just been established and had no strength at all. Now it seems that he underestimated it. Daiyu dynasty. It seems that we have to be wary of the Daiyu dynasty in the future. Of course, now is not the time to pay attention to the Daiyu dynasty. The barbarians suffered a defeat in Daiyu, and it is very likely that some barbarians will move to the north. There is also a possibility that the barbarians want to regain their confidence from other people. Lu Chen didn't know the situation in the west, but in the north Daiyu and Baiguo bordered the area where the barbarians were active. If the barbarians did not go to the west but came to the east, there was a high probability that the barbarians would come and attack the north. This is not impossible. Barbarians from the northwest have attacked Daxia before. After losing the battle in Daiyu and losing face, Lu Chen didn't believe that those barbarians just let it go. If the barbarians want to advance eastward, it will be just right. The army in the north has been training for so long since they were equipped with firearms, and they have never been in actual combat. Lu Chen himself has no idea about their combat effectiveness. If the barbarians want to advance eastward, come to the north, or come to attack the north, they can just train their troops. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately said to the maid outside the door, "Xiao Huan, let someone notify the general-level commander to come to the Yajing Hall tomorrow morning to hold a military meeting." "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Wang Qingkai said, "Your Majesty, if nothing happens, I will go back first." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked jokingly, Don't you plan to go back after eating? Wang Qingkai glanced at Lu Chen resentfully, and then said, Your Majesty has a lot of things going on lately, so I won't bother you anymore, otherwise some jealous person will criticize my family again. Lu Chen said with a smile, Well, I will let you go today. When you come back next time, I will feed you well. Wang Qingkai curled her lips and said nothing more, then she left the study. Just after Wang Qingkai left, Qin Yushan entered the study again. Seeing that Qin Yushan was holding a bamboo tube for conveying information, Lu Chen asked, Is this information from the capital? Qin Yushan put the newly arrived mailbox on the desk. Yes, something happened to the Jin Yiwei in the capital recently. Our people seem to have been discovered by the shadow guards, who are hunting down the Jin Yiwei. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen knew for a long time that Jin Yiwei would be exposed one day. In the past, Jin Yiwei was not active, so few people knew about Jin Yiwei's existence. However, since Jin Yiwei was activated, Jin Yiwei has been inquiring about all kinds of information. In addition, Jin Yiwei has added many people during this time. Once the number of people increases, there will be some management problems. It is not surprising that the royal guards in the capital will be noticed by his father's shadow guards. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen opened the information sent from the capital and looked at it carefully. Qin Yushan continued, The imperial army has moved south. According to Commander Liang's observation, the imperial court has sent at least 3 troops this time. The Grand Master went south, and these 3 great Grand Masters do not include Situ Ce. Lu Chen was not surprised when he heard Qin Yushan's report. There was a great master in the Jiangnan family. If his father wanted to destroy the Jiangnan family, he would definitely send a great master to follow the army south. Lu Chen said while reading the information, Is there any other information? Qin Yushan said, Recently, the remnants of the Chen kingdom in Daxia have become more active, and there is a tendency to gather in the northern kingdom. Chapter 240 The door is not closed, come in. Hearing Qin Yushan talk about the remnants of the Chen kingdom, Lu Chen immediately put down the information he was holding. He raised his head and glanced at Qin Yushan, and then continued to ask, Gathering towards the North Kingdom? Are there many people? Qin Yushan replied, Many. The palace master of Swanyu Palace issued a summons order, intending to take advantage of the civil strife in Daxia to overthrow the country. Having said this, Qin Yushan looked at Lu Chen and asked, Your Majesty, do we need to stop those Chen people from coming to the north? Qin Yushan knew that the owner of Swanyu Palace had been living in the palace. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Chen was definitely interested in the owner of Swanyu Palace. Qin Yushan was not sure whether Lu Chen had captured Chen Wanrong, so it was not easy for the Jin Yiwei to handle Chen Guo's matter. Lu Chen said with a smile, Since they want to come, let them come. Lin Wanyun has been completely confused by him. Now Lin Wanyun can't live without him and has become his person, and Chen Wanrong is about to die. Music Xuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou have already been pregnant twice, so Lu Chen does not plan to let them have children anymore, and plans to let them rest for a few years. He will focus on the internal strength of the inner courtyard of the palace. Of women, Chen Wanrong is one of them. Chen Wanrong is too holy, so he doesn't have that kind of thoughts every time in front of Chen Wanrong. Lu Chen knows very well that if he wants to have evil thoughts in front of Chen Wanrong, a fairy, he must have close contact with Chen Wanrong. What will happen next? Looking for opportunities to have close contact with Chen Wanrong. It is very easy to find an opportunity to have close contact with Chen Wanrong, because Chen Wanrong is also looking for such an opportunity to trick herself. They are going in both directions. Lu Chen asked at this time, Is there any other information? Qin Yushan continued, The Dongfang family plans to move directly to the north. I don't know if the letter from the head of the Dongfang family has been delivered to the prince. Because the Jin Yiwei used a large number of flying pigeons to deliver messages, some information from the Jin Yiwei could be delivered faster than others using horses. Dongfang Yi's letter was still on the way, and Qin Yushan already knew that the Dongfang family planned to move to the north. Hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen asked curiously, moving to the north at this time? Now that a war has broken out in the south, how can they escape? Qin Yushan replied, their plan is to use the Dongfang family's large merchant ships to come directly to the north from the sea. After hearing what Qin Yushan said, Lu Chen realized that it was rumored that the Dongfang family's large merchant ships were larger than the warships of the Daxia court and could transport a lot of things. In order to catch the Jiangnan family off guard, Emperor Xia borrowed the Dongfang family's merchant ship to transport some imperial soldiers to the south. If it comes from the sea, it is indeed not easy to find. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, Dongfang Yi's letter should be delivered in a few days. They can move here if they want, as long as they are not discovered. Lu Chen originally planned to let the Dongfang family act as an undercover agent, staying on his father's side, and then let them stand on his side when he needed it one day. However, seeing that the Dongfang family was so eager to move to the north, Lu Chen had basically guessed what the Dongfang family was thinking. They probably thought that Emperor Xia would probably kill the donkey, so they simply ran away in advance and let the imperial army and the Jiangnan family led by Lu Shiyun slowly fight. Qin Yushan said at this time, with this information at present, if the prince is fine, my subordinates will retire first. Lu Chen said, well, let's go down. My subordinates resign. Then Qin Yushan turned around and left the study. After the army of the Great Xia court went south, a fierce battle broke out with the rebels led by Lu Shiyun. In just 1 month, hundreds of thousands of people died. The war was more cruel than people expected. Some people chose to go north in order not to be involved in this war. Through Jin Yiwei, Lu Chen spread a lot of information to the south about the land distribution in the north. The common people also knew that the land ownership in the north was not theirs, but the food grown on the land belonged to them, and they did not need to pay agricultural taxes. Based on this, the north country is not at a loss, it is better than being affected by the war and then dying in the war. If the refugees wanted to go to the northern kingdom, they had to pass through the Qi state. This gave King Qi a big headache. When Daxia was about to cede 3 counties to Dao, refugees poured into the Qi state in large numbers. Now that Daxia is having a civil war, the refugees are heading to the Qi state again. In desperation, King Qi had no choice but to send envoys to the northern kingdom again and sent all the refugees back to the northern kingdom. In this way, the population of the northern kingdom increased again. When Lu Chen asked people to count the population again, the population of the north country had exceeded 5 million. The labor force was suddenly so abundant, which also allowed the north country to usher in rapid development. At the same time, Daxia, Beijing. In the imperial garden, Emperor Xia was playing chess with the national master Situ Ce. At this time, Situ Ce's hand holding the chess piece stopped on the chessboard. He looked at the entire chessboard and then asked, Your Majesty, for such an important chess piece, how can you do this? Abandoned. Emperor Xia said calmly, For me, as long as I can win the final victory, there is nothing I cannot give up. As soon as Emperor Xia finished speaking, the commander of the Shadow Guards came outside the pavilion and said, Your Majesty, almost all the imperial guards in the capital disappeared overnight, and all the imperial guards we captured committed suicide by taking poison. After hearing what the Shadow Guard commander reported, Emperor Xia's face darkened instantly. He said coldly, It's really a good trick for Zaiju to make those Jinyi guards willingly take poison and commit suicide. Generally, those who commit suicide immediately after being caught can be regarded as dead soldiers. What Emperor Xia didn't expect was that Lu Chen actually cultivated so many dead soldiers. Emperor Xia only knew about Jin Yiwei not long ago. Not long ago, when Shadow Guard was investigating matters related to Lu Shiyun, he accidentally discovered the existence of Jin Yiwei. Later, after the Shadow Guard's investigation, it was discovered that Jin Yiwei is a huge intelligence agency similar to Shadow Guard. Jin Yiwei's intelligence gathering ability has even surpassed that of Shadow Guard's. The Shadow Guard immediately reported the matter to Emperor Xia. After Emperor Xia heard about the existence of the Jinyi Guards, he was furious. He hired a Shadow Guard mainly to collect intelligence on the entire Great Xia, but also to monitor the officials. The most important function is that the Shadow Guard can help him do some dirty words. Unexpectedly, someone actually set up a similar organization. Later, Emperor Xia immediately asked the Shadow Guards to investigate Jin Yiwei's affairs. It didn't matter if they didn't investigate. After an investigation, they found that Jin Yiwei was actually an intelligence agency of the North Kingdom, and it was also an intelligence agency that had been made public. This made Emperor Xia even more angry. Even before he, the emperor, was dead, Lu Chen had created an organization similar to the Shadow Guards. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to usurp the throne? Emperor Xia was so angry that he had all the Jin Yiwei in the capital unplugged, but the effect was not very good. After the Jin Yiwei knew that they were exposed, they immediately hid themselves. The Jin Yiwei basically have a single line of communication. It is difficult to catch all the Jin Yiwei with one person. The most important point is that the Jin Yiwei is extremely loyal to the North King. Even if they catch the Jin Yiwei, they will not be able to ask questions from Jin Yiwei's mouth. What comes out? Because of the incident with the Jinyi Guards, Emperor Xia decisively gave up Bai Qingqing, the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards. This was the important chess piece that was abandoned, as Situ Ce said just now. Emperor Xia has discovered that although Bai Qingqing has been passing on information about the North Kingdom to the court, Bai Qingqing has not mentioned some important information about the North Country in the information at all. The most important thing is that the Jin Yiwei is an intelligence agency that has been disclosed in the Northern Kingdom. As a result, Bai Qingqing, the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards, has never reported anything about the Jin Yiwei in the intelligence. Now Bai Qingqing has climbed into Lu Chen's bed and has become Lu Chen's pillow, but Bai Qingqing still knows very little about Lu Chen. Emperor Xia didn't believe that Bai Qingqing and Lu Chen had been sleeping in the same bed for so long, and they hadn't gotten any useful information. It was obvious that Bai Qingqing had rebelled. Although I don't know why Bai Qingqing betrayed the court, Emperor Xia will definitely not believe the information she relayed in the future. Being able to make an emotionless deputy commander of the Shadow Guard surrender to him once again deepened Emperor Xia's fear of Lu Chen, or to be precise, his fear of the force behind Lu Chen. At this time, Emperor Xia said to the Shadow Guard commander, Bai Qingqing was selected by you and trained by you. Since she has betrayed the Shadow Guard, it is up to you to deal with it. The Shadow Guard commander immediately said, I obey my orders. Emperor Xia said, go down, leave no Shadow Guards lurking in the north. Yes, Your Majesty. My subordinates resign. Then the Shadow Guard commander left the royal garden. After the Shadow Guard commander left, Xia Huang stopped playing chess and stood up and walked out of the pavilion, looking at the fish swimming in the lotus pond with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but wonder if Lu Chen was the illegitimate son of Zhuge Chongguang and Chu Yu. But Zhuge Chongguang was already over 100 years old decades ago. Chu Yu was young and beautiful at that time, so how could he fall in love with such a bad old man? If Lu Chen was not the illegitimate son of Zhuge Chongguang and Chu Yu, then why would Zhuge Chongguang side with Lu Chen and move the entire Huanyu Academy to the north? Just when Emperor Xia's thoughts were extremely confused, a Shadow Guard soldier entered the imperial garden and said, Your Majesty, the merchant ships of the Dongfang family have recently been transporting food to the Northern Kingdom. Do we need to intercept them? Hearing this, Emperor Xia frowned and his face became even more ugly. At this time, there seemed to be gusts of sword wind blowing in the air. The carp in the lotus pond also seemed to be frightened by something and sank directly to the bottom of the water. The Dongfang family had reached a cooperation with him, but at this time they did not focus on assisting the imperial army in eradicating the rebels, but instead started doing business. Emperor Xia did not doubt that the merchant ships of the Dongfang family went to the north for any other purpose. In his eyes, merchants were pursuing profits. The Dongfang family was doing business in the era, but now that the Great Xia is in civil strife, the price of food has risen again and again, and has increased several times. Dongfang he was not surprised at all that the family was still trying to make money at this time. It's just that the Dongfang family's behavior made him feel very unhappy. After a while, Emperor Xia finally said, if the Dongfang family's merchant ship needs supplies, send them directly what they need on board, and send someone to escort the Dongfang family's merchant ship to the north. Although Emperor Xia didn't think that the Dongfang family would lead the rebels northward at this time, it was best to take precautions when it was time to take precautions. Yes, I understand. My subordinates resign. After the words fell, the Shadow Guard soldier left the Imperial Garden. After the Shadow Guard soldier left, a cold light flashed in Emperor Xia's eyes. In his opinion, the Dongfang family dared to do business at this time because of the cooperation they had reached. The Dongfang family believed that the royal family did not dare to treat them. What are you doing to make all the Dongfang family so unscrupulous? The Dongfang family's behavior obviously did not take him as the emperor seriously. The Dongfang family has already acted like this before they entered the court. If they wait for them to enter the court, they don't know what will happen. However, Emperor Xia will not take action against the Dongfang family just because of this small move of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family does not belong to the ancient aristocratic family and has no fixed power. Once other aristocratic families in the Jiangnan area are wiped out, the Dongfang family will lose its foothold. It is easiest to get rid of a family without foundation. Now, let the Dongfang family run wild for a few days. After all the aristocratic families in Daxia are settled, they will slowly take care of the Dongfang family. North Prince's Mansion, Yunrong Courtyard. In the evening, the fiery red sunset glow spreads across the sky, and the red glow shines on the earth, dyeing everything bronze. At this time, Chen Wanrong in the pavilion was looking at the information in her hand, without any fluctuation on her face. At this time, she glanced at Lin Wanyun who was sorting out information. In the past few days, Lin Wanyun went out every night, and did not come back until dawn after going out. As for what she was doing when she went out, Chen Wanrong had basically guessed it in her heart. It was obvious that Lin Wanyun went to have an affair with Lu Chen. Every time Lin Wanyun came back at dawn, she looked very tired and her clothes were torn. For some reason, Chen Wanrong felt that Lin Wanyun was becoming more and more mature, more dignified and virtuous, and her temperament had changed a lot. She now looked more like a married woman. Chen Wanrong couldn't help but wonder, could it be because she had been defiled by Lu Chen? Is that why her temperament has changed so much? At this time, after Lin Wanyun sorted out the information in her hands, she looked up at Chen Wanrong and said, "Palace Master, Wei Siyuan should be able to arrive in Yancheng in a few days." After hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Chen Wanrong came back to her senses and said expressionlessly, "Yes." Lin Wanyun said, "Palace Master, who is this Wei Siyuan? I remember that you have been exchanging letters with him before." Lin Wanyun is not from the Chen state, so she doesn't know much about the Chen state, let alone the old forces in the Chen state. She guessed that this Wei Siyuan was most likely from Chen, otherwise Chen Wanrong would not have often exchanged letters with Wei Siyuan. Chen Wanrong replied, "He is a loyal person of the Chen state." After the Chen state was destroyed, the Wei family fled the Chen state and fled to a small island in the sea called Fenjiun Island. The Wei family developed its power on Fenjiun Island and waited for the day when Chen Guo was restored to his country. Lin Wanyun said, "That's it." Chen Wanrong said at this time, "Aunt Lin, I want to go out tonight." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Palace Master, where are you going?" Lin Huanyun thought that she hadn't found the antidote from Lu Chen yet. If Chen Wanrong was running around, what if she had a poisonous attack outside? Chen Wanrong said, "Some old ministers of Chen state have arrived in Yancheng. I am going to meet them tonight." Lin Huanyun said, "Then let me go with you." Chen Wanrong said, "No, Aunt Lin, you haven't been feeling well these days. Just have a good rest tonight." Lin Huanyun's brain froze for a moment. In fact, it wasn't that she wasn't feeling well, it was just that she was being beaten every day and her mind was a little confused, so she sometimes walked a little unsteadily. Lin Huanyun said, "Okay then." Lin Huanyun planned to ask Lu Chen in the evening to see how long Chen Wanrong could stay outside the palace without an antidote. Thinking of this, Lin Huanyun continued to ask, "Palace Master, where will you meet at night?" Lin Huanyun thought that if the poison in Chen Wanrong's body could not last for one night, she would be able to rush to the scene immediately if she knew where Chen Wanrong went. Chen Wanrong replied calmly, "The restaurant in the south city of Suanyu Palace." Lin Huanyun said, "I understand. If anything happens to the palace master, remember to send someone to notify me as soon as possible." Chen Wanrong said softly yet and said nothing more. After night fell, Chen Wanrong took a carriage to Nancheng. After dinner, Lu Chen planned to go to the study to handle government affairs, and happened to see Chen Wanrong leaving Buwang Mansion. After seeing Chen Wanrong leaving Buwang Mansion, Lu Chen directly changed his route and went to Yunrong courtyard. At this time, Lin Huanyun's room was still bright. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. "Working overtime there is not overtime. I'd better not go to the study to work overtime tonight. Let's go to Lin Huanyun's room to work overtime." Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately walked towards Lin Huanyun's room. At this time, Lin Huanyun was sitting on a stool in the room, sewing clothes. Judging from the size of the clothes, they were obviously clothes worn by children. Although Lin Huanyun is not pregnant with Lu Chen's child yet, she already understands that if she doesn't give birth to a child for Lu Chen will most likely not let her go, so she plans to prepare several sets of clothes for her child in advance. Anyway, now being idle is also idle. Just when Lin Huanyun was sewing clothes seriously, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Huanyun instantly became alert. Who is it? Chen Wanrong had already left Buwang Mansion. Logically speaking, no one would come to her room at this time. At this moment, a familiar big boy's voice came into her ears. "Aunt Lin, it's me." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lin Huanyun's plump body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Soon Lin Huanyun came to her senses. She quickly put down the clothes in her hands, then put all the clothes into the bamboo bag, and then put the bamboo bag into the cabinet in the room. After doing all this, Lin Huanyun said, "The door is not closed, you can come in." Chapter 241 It's really hurting me. After hearing Lin Huanyun's words, Lu Chen directly opened the door and entered. After entering the room, Lu Chen closed the door and left the door bolt. After doing all this, Lu Chen turned to look at the beautiful woman not far away. At this time, Lin Huanyun's face was slightly red and she looked nervous, as if she was afraid of being discovered. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Aunt Lin, I just saw Miss Chen leaving the palace. What is she doing out tonight?" Lin Huanyun blushed and said, "Jinyi guards are all over Yancheng. How could you not know where she is going?" Lu Chen walked up to Lin Huanyun, placed his big hands on her hips naturally, and then held her waist. Being touched like this by Lu Chen, Lin Huanyun's delicate body trembled again. Although she had done that kind of flirting with Lu Chen many times, she still couldn't help but feel particularly nervous every time she came into contact with Lu Chen. On the one hand, it was because she felt extremely ashamed, and on the other hand, she was afraid that Chen Wanrong would discover her affairs, and she felt a deep sense of guilt in her heart. At this time, Lin Huanyun asked, how long does it usually take for the palace master's poison to take effect? Lu Chen said with a smile, don't worry, it's not that easy to attack. Without taking the antidote, there will be no problem for 10 days and a half. Hearing this, Lin Wanyun felt a little relieved. If there were no problems for 10 days and a half, then Chen Wanrong just went out for one night, and it probably wouldn't have much impact on her. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, Aunt Lin, I noticed that you seem to have gained a lot of weight recently, and you have more and more meat on your body. Having said this, Lu Chen's claws lightly scratched Lin Wanyun's waist. Hearing this, Lin Wanyun snorted with a cold face and said nothing. Lu Chen continued, what were you doing in the room just now? Why did I find you so panicked when I came in? Lin Wanyun said quickly, I didn't do anything. She didn't want Lu Chen to know that she had prepared clothes for the child. If this little villain knew about it, he might think that she had completely surrendered to him and had fallen in love with him. By then, this guy would be even more unscrupulous. Seeing the panic look on Lin Wanyun's face again, Lu Chen knew that Lin Wanyun must be hiding something from him. Then he put his arms around Lin Wanyun's waist, then directly picked her up and carried her to the bed. Lin Wanyun didn't struggle, she knew what would happen next. After Lu Chen put Lin Wanyun on the bed, he pressed her under him, raised his upper body, and looked down at her shy jade cheeks. Do you still remember what I told you before? Why don't you and Miss Chen marry me, so you don't have to worry about me being harmful to Miss Chen? Lin Wanyun stared at Lu Chen's deep eyes, her heartbeat was beating wildly, and her mind was filled with images of her having an affair with Lu Chen, but she was still awake at this time. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Lin Wanyun said without hesitation, no way, I will never agree. You want to possess Rong's body, unless you let me die. Lin Wanyun didn't believe Lu Chen at all. Although she knew that she could no longer leave Lu Chen and would probably spend her whole life in Buwang Mansion, she would never allow Chen Wanrong to be like her. Chen Wanrong had her own affairs and her own future, so how could she stay in Buwang Mansion to give birth to Lu Chen's child? Even if Lu Chen becomes the emperor in the future, Chen Wanrong is the master of Swanya Palace, and practicing is what she should do. For Chen Wanrong, these things in the world are just life experiences. Lu Chen, this little rascal, was not satisfied with having so many women, and actually wanted Chen Wanrong to give him a child. Seeing Lin Wanyun's reaction, Lu Chen smiled and said, it's not easy to let you die. Lin Wanyun was startled when she heard Lu Chen's words. She thought that Lu Chen was tired of playing with her, so in order to prevent her from stopping him from being with Chen Wanrong, she planned to kill herself. After all, they were on opposite sides from the beginning. Lu Chen's words didn't count, so it was normal for him to kill her. Lin Wanyun felt the internal force in her body at this time, and found that her internal force was the same as before when she came into contact with Lu Chen. It had disappeared. It was obviously blocked by Lu Chen. She is just a half-step master. She has no chance of winning in front of a great master. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun closed her beautiful eyes, and then pretended to be resigned to her fate. Let's do it. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. How could he possibly kill Lin Wanyun? Lin Wanyun was obviously overthinking. Then Lu Chen leaned down and whispered in Lin Wanyun's ear, there are many ways to make you die, such as making you die beautiful. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Wanyun felt a little confused. How beautiful? What kind of death is that? Before Lin Wanyun could understand what Lu Chen meant, Lin Wanyun felt her red lips being covered with warmth. Ahoy! After Lu Chen kissed Lin Wanyun, he started to move. Since Lin Wanyun wanted to experience the feeling of death, he would let her do it. At the same time, Yanchensh, a restaurant opened by Swanya Palace in Nanchinch. Chen Wanrong was dressed in white and sitting on a bed on the second floor. Downstairs were some of Chen Guo's old ministers. Ever since they heard that their princess was still alive, they were very excited. Some of them rushed to the Northland overnight and came to Yancheng. At this time, an old minister of Chen state said, "Your Royal Highness, you are now the master of Swanyu Palace. With the help of Swanyu Palace, our restoration of the country is just around the corner." Another person said, "Now Daxia is in civil strife. Even if the army of the Daxia court defeats the rebels in Jiangnan, Daxia's strength will be greatly weakened. In addition, there is also a rebellion within the Dahu dynasty. The army has already evacuated the old site of Chen state. At this time, as long as your Royal Highness, Princess, returns to the capital of Chen state and discloses your identity, the people of Chen state will definitely support your return to the country." The two counties next to Zaiwu County in Daxia were the former sites of Chen state. After the war broke out between Daxia and Dahu, those two counties were occupied by Dahu, and troops were stationed in those two counties. However, due to the civil strife in Dahu, Emperor Wu withdrew all the elite troops from those two counties in order to deal with the southwest rebels as soon as possible, and now only some ordinary soldiers remained. For Swanyu Palace, it is not too difficult to deal with these ordinary soldiers. In the view of the old officials of Chen state, as long as these ordinary soldiers are dealt with and Chen Wanrong announces his identity, he will be able to respond to hundreds of responses. When the time comes, they will form Chen state's own army again. When Dahu and Daxia react, Chen Wanrong will the country has been restored. In addition, the internal strife within the two dynasties has weakened the strength of the two dynasties. Even if the Chen kingdom is restored, the two dynasties will most likely not send troops to attack the Chen kingdom at this time. At this time, the old ministers of the Chen kingdom on the first floor were all very excited and wanted to quickly return Chen Wanrong to the old site of the Chen kingdom to restore the country. However, at this time, an old man with white hair said, "Your Highness, the old ministers think that in the Chen kingdom it is not safe to restore the country to the old site. The main territory of Chen state has now been occupied by Dahu. Dahu advocates force, especially Emperor Wu, who likes to use force to solve problems. If we go back to restore our country at this time, after Dahu has dealt with the southwest rebels, he will probably send troops to attack us." Hearing this, another old minister of the Chen kingdom said, "There is nothing to worry about. General Wei will be back from Fenjiayun Island soon. The Wei family has been running Fenjiayun Island these years and has trained 100,000 elite soldiers on Fenjiayun Island. With 100,000 elite soldiers here, I don't believe Dahu dares to take action against us when they are weak." Just when the white-haired old man was about to say something, Chen Wanrong, who had been silent upstairs, said, "The restoration of the country is of great importance. We will not discuss it today. We will discuss everything after General Wei arrives in the Northern Kingdom." Seeing that Chen Wanrong had said this, these old ministers of Chen state did not say anything more. Although they were old ministers of Chen state, they had no power behind them. Although they all wanted to restore the country, but for them, they can only talk about it, which will not have much effect on the restoration of the country. Only people like Wei Siyuan who have soldiers in their hands can play a big role in the restoration of the country. Without soldiers, it will be useless no matter how fierce the restoration of the country is. After that, they stopped discussing the restoration of the country and started discussing what preparations they should make next. About 2 hours later, Chen Wanrong returned to the palace from the restaurant. She originally planned not to come back tonight, but for some reason, she felt a little uneasy after leaving the palace. After Chen Wanrong walked to Yunrong courtyard, she was about to go back to her room. However, as soon as she entered the courtyard, she heard the wild sounds of animals. Hearing these voices, Chen Wanrong frowned slightly. That man actually went to Yunrong Yuan to do such a thing. Then Chen Wanrong used her skills to hide her aura, and then quietly walked to the door of Lin Wanyun's room. Then, she poked a small hole in the paper window and checked what was going on inside. Seeing the two overlapping figures, Chen Wanrong's expression became extremely cold. She just went out for one night, but in the end they came to this yard to do this kind of thing. Chen Wanrong's chest felt a little tight, and she couldn't continue to look at this ugly scene, and then she was about to turn around and leave, but just as she was about to leave, Lin Wanyun said feebly, "Chener, I beg you, give the antidote to Rong Rong." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. "Antidote? What antidote?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Wanyun, you can't do this. How can you think of other things at this time?" Lin Wanyun continued, Wrong. Rong still has her own mission. It is difficult, for warriors to get pregnant. Yellow Nanyang has been married to the palace for so long and has not seen her. Pregnant? If I wait until I'm pregnant with your child and then give her the antidote, the civil war in Daxia will be over." When Lin Wanyun said this, Chen Wanrong heard another hurried sound. After a long time, Lu Chen said, "It's not that easy for me to give her the antidote." Lin Wanyun said, "Count me in, I beg you, as long as you give her the antidote and let her leave Buwang Mansion, I will stay in Buwang Mansion from now on. Whether you want me to serve you or give you a child, I'm willing to do both." Hearing what Lin Wanyun said, Chen Wanrong had basically guessed what Lin Wanyun meant. The expression on Chen Wanrong's face became even colder. She had always thought that Lin Wanyun and Lu Chen were doing things that were just to help her feed Lu Chen with Baiadi powder, and secondly because she had some needs of her own. But listening to their conversation now, this is not the case at all. Through the analysis of their conversation, it was found that Lu Chen had poisoned the two of them, so Lin Wanyun committed herself to Lu Chen, hoping to obtain the antidote from Lu Chen, and then help her detoxify and leave the North Prince's mansion. When it came to poison, Chen Wanrong felt very puzzled. She had never felt that she had been poisoned. But if she had not been poisoned, Lin Wanyun would not have been threatened by Lu Chen, let alone the conversation just now. What on earth was going on? Did Lu Chen lie to Aunt Lin? Or is this kind of poison so special that she doesn't even know she was poisoned? Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, "How do I know if you mean what you say? What if I give her the antidote and she runs away and you run away with her?" Lin Wanyun said, "You only need to give me one part of the antidote. You don't have to give me my part of the antidote." Lu Chen said, "If you want to die and you kill yourself after she takes the antidote and leave Buwang Mansion, then I will suffer a big loss." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun flushed and said, I won't commit suicide. I can't live without you anymore." At this point, Lin Wanyun turned her head to the side, so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I know you can't live without me, but that doesn't mean you won't want to die." Lin Wanyun saw that Lu Chen still didn't believe her, so she simply said, My heart has been occupied by you. Even if you don't threaten me, I am willing to be your woman." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the beautiful woman who had always been tough-talking would actually say such things today. Of course, Lu Chen knew that what she said was true. After all, she already had a 100% favorable impression of him. But Lin Wanyun was able to say such words, most likely because of Chen Wanrong. Lin Wanyun, like Chu Yukan, is a kind of traditional beautiful woman with a soft temper. They are more reserved and usually can't say anything about love or love. Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Chen Wanrong's heart felt like needles pricking her heart. So, Lin Wanyun has really betrayed herself? No, this cannot be called betrayal. If she really likes Lu Chen, then as the child brought up by Lin Wanyun, she should naturally bless her. How can she regard this as betrayal? But Chen Wanrong felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart, which made her a little upset. She couldn't explain what this emotion was about. Immediately afterwards, there was another hurried sound in the room. After a long time, Lu Chen finally said, I can't believe that my Wanyun would say such words one day. So, do you really want to be pregnant? Fuck me. Lin Wanyun's shame had reached its peak, her whole body was red, and her snow-white neck was also covered in large red clouds. Even she herself never thought that one day she would say such shameless words. Lin Wanyun thought in her heart that it was just for wrong. Being shameless means being shameless. If Shameless can get the antidote from Lu Chen and help Chen Wanrong leave Buwang Mansion, everything she does will be worth it. Just when Lin Wanyun was thinking this, Lu Chen said, Wanyun, you said that if Ms. Chen knew that you became like this for her, would she feel sorry for you, or would she be very angry and think that you betrayed her? Lin Wanyun said feebly, what do you mean? Lu Chen smiled, said nothing more, and continued busy with his own affairs. Chen Wanrong stopped eavesdropping on their conversation. She only felt uncomfortable at this moment, and then she turned and left the door. In the early morning, Lin Wanyun tried to drive Lu Chen out of Yunrong court several times. She was afraid that Chen Wanrong would come back and find out what happened between them. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not push Lu Chen away. Fortunately, today was the small court meeting in the North Kingdom. After struggling for half an hour, Lu Chen left her room in Yunrong courtyard with satisfaction. After Lu Chen left, Lin Wanyun quickly packed her clothes and came out. She didn't see Chen Wanrong in the yard, and found that the yard was empty. Lin Wanyun breathed a sigh of relief. What Lin Wanyun didn't know was that Chen Wanrong came back last night and was meditating in the room now. Seeing the empty yard, Lin Wanyun sighed. What a sin! She obviously came to help Chen Wanrong control Lu Chen and then use Lu Chen to refine the dragon spelling curse. However, she turned into Lu Chen's woman and even became obsessed with Lu Chen. How could Lu Chen, an enemy, be so good at dealing with women? Lin Wanyun said to herself, oh, sister you, why did you give birth to such a bad little villain? It has caused me so much pain. Time passed day by day, and the war between the Daxia imperial court and the southern rebels had intensified. Both sides were constantly increasing their troops, and the fighting became more and more fierce. But what surprised people was that even though the war had reached this level, why none of the feudal kings made any move. The past several generations of Xia emperors have been reducing vassal status. Although the vassal king still retains a great deal of autonomy, everyone can see that reducing vassal status is a ruling direction of the Daxia royal family. The aristocratic families and the vassal princes colluded with each other and belonged to an interest group. In many cases, the aristocratic families could use the vassal princes' autonomy to gain more benefits for them, and they did not need to be under the direct jurisdiction of the court. If Emperor Xia had to wait for Emperor Xia to wipe out all the ancient families, the next step would probably be to cut down the vassalage. Although the imperial army is currently fighting the Jiangnan rebels, there are actually many aristocratic families from other places assisting the Jiangnan rebels. They still understand the meaning of death. Even the aristocratic families outside Jiangnan are assisting the Jiangnan rebels, but the feudal kings have not taken any action. This has to make people wonder whether these feudal kings are planning to start a snipe and clam fight for the fisherman's profit. Lu Chen has always been paying close attention to the civil war in Daxia. This war has increased the population of the northern kingdom a lot and gained more benefits. Now that the Great Xia court has no regard for the northern kingdom, Lu Chen simply stopped pretending and began to expand his army crazily. Because of the increase in population, Lu Chen's new round of military expansion added another 100,000 soldiers. These 100,000 were not the 100,000 from Fenjiun Island soldiers, but 100,000 soldiers recruited locally from the North Country. If the 100,000 soldiers from Fenjiun Island are included, the Northern Kingdom now has close to 400,000 troops. North Palace. Lu Chen's study. Lu Chen looked at the army expansion plan on the table with a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, the maid's voice sounded at the door of the study, "Your Majesty, Wu Chen had brought a man named Wei to the palace. Hearing this, the smile on Lu Chen's face became even brighter. We're finally here. Then he said to the maid, let them come to the study. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 242 The North King you are talking about is Lu Chen? After Wu Yuan brought Wei Xiyuan to Lu Chen's study, Wei Xiyuan immediately knelt down and said to Lu Chen, General Wei Xiyuan, pay your respects to the prince. The prince is 1,000 years old. Lu Chen immediately got up from his seat, then held Wei Xiyuan's shoulders and said, General Wei, please get up quickly, I have finally waited for you. Wei Xiyuan then stood up and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. After Wei Xiyuan got up, Lu Chen asked, General Wei, do you know how many large warships there are on Fenjiayun Island now? Hearing this question, Wei Xiyuan was stunned for a moment, and then replied, Your Majesty, the ships on Fenjiayun Island are all medium-sized ships, and there are relatively few large ships, so they are not warships. After Wei Xiyuan arrived in the North Kingdom, he saw the large merchant ships of the Dongfang family. In order to do business and conduct maritime trade, the Dongfang family built extremely large merchant ships. Before Wei Xiyuan saw the Dongfang family's large merchant ship, he always thought that their Fenjiayun Island ship was the largest. However, as soon as he arrived in the North Country, he saw a large merchant ship that was one ship taller than them. This immediately made them feel that they were on the boats built on Fenjiayun Island are all fishing boats. Now Wei Xiyuan was embarrassed to tell Lu Chen that the ship they built was a warship. How could a warship look like a small fish boat in front of a merchant ship? The understanding of this era is that the bigger the ship, the stronger the power it represents. If it is modern, it is normal for merchant ships to be larger than battleships. We are still in the era of measuring combat effectiveness by tonnage. After hearing Wei Xiyuan's words, Lu Chen thought for a moment. It seemed that if he wanted to build a naval army, he would need to build ships. However, they did not have the technology to build large ships yet. I will ask people from the Dongfang family later. The merchant ships built by the Dongfang family are so big, so they must have shipbuilding craftsmen and shipbuilding skills. At this time, Wei Xiyuan asked, Your Majesty, when my subordinates arrived in the North Kingdom, they heard that the master of Swanyu Palace lives in the North Palace. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard Wei Xiyuan ask this question. Does it have anything to do with Wei Xiyuan having the palace master of Swanyu Palace living in Buwang Mansion? How could Wei Xiyuan solve this problem? Lu Chen asked curiously, Why did you think of asking this question? Wei Xiyuan asked directly, I wonder if the prince knows that the owner of Swanyu Palace is actually the princess of Chen Kingdom. If Wei Xiyuan was based on his identity as a survivor of the Chen Kingdom, then he would naturally not tell Lu Chen about Chen Wanrong, but now that the Wei family has waited for the birth of the destined son, the Northern King will be their master from now on, so they no longer need to be loyal to the Chen royal family. Wei Xiyuan simply sold Chen Wanrong. After all, Chen Wanrong was the princess of the Chen Kingdom, and Lu Chen was the vassal king of Daxia. Chen Wanrong, a princess of the Chen Kingdom, came to live in Buwang Mansion. It was obvious at a glance that she was the princess of the Kingdom of Chen. Evil intentions. As Lu Chen's subordinate, Wei Xiyuan naturally wanted to tell this matter, and also asked Lu Chen if he knew about these things. Hearing Wei Xiyuan's words, Lu Chen was stunned again. How could Wei Xiyuan, a person who stayed on Fenjiayun Island, know about this? Nowadays, very few people know that Chen Wanrong is the princess of Chen Kingdom. Even the women in Lu Chen in the inner courtyard of Buwang Palace do not know Chen Wanrong's true identity. Most of them think that Chen Wanrong is just the palace owner of Swanyu Palace. After Lu Chen came to his senses, he asked curiously, How did you know her identity? Wei Xiyuan said, To be honest with the prince, the relationship between the Wei family and the Chen royal family was relatively good back then, and they were reused by the Chen royal family. Later, after the Chen kingdom was destroyed, the Wei family moved to Fenjian Island and waited for the prince's order. In the beginning, the Wei family planned to help Chen Guo recover, and over the years, there have been letters between the subordinates and Princess Chen. But since we have received the order from the prince, we will naturally assist the prince in achieving hegemony from now on. The restoration of the Chen kingdom has nothing to do with the Wei family. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and then said, "So that's what happened." Lu Chen thought to himself that he didn't expect that Chen Wanrong's person would now become his own. He didn't know what Chen Wanrong would think after knowing this. At this time, Wei Siyuan continued, "Your Majesty, Princess Chen must have some agenda when she comes to the North Palace. You must be careful." Hearing this, Lu Chen said calmly, "You don't have to worry about this. Soon, she will become my concubine and give birth to children for the Northern King. You old ministers of Chen State don't have to worry too much." This. Wei Siyuan was slightly startled. To be honest, the conflict between Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen is really not what Wei Siyuan wants to see, because the Wei family had a very good relationship with the Chen royal family back then, and the Wei family is what it is today because of the Chen royal family support. If it were not for the help of the Chen royal family, the Wei family might not be able to wait for the Son of Destiny to appear. It would be great if Princess Chen could be united with the Son of Destiny. Wei Siyuan came to his senses and said, "I understand." Lu Chen continued, "Also, you should go and tell her later about your Wei family's surrender to me. It's time for me to have a showdown with her." Wei Siyuan said, "I understand." What Lu Chen was thinking was that it had been delayed for so long. This was a good opportunity. The Wei family must be a very important force for Chen Wanrong. Now that the Wei family has joined the Northern Kingdom, this must be a good opportunity for Chen Wanrong. It was a huge blow, which would make Chen Wanrong lose sight of the hope of returning to the country. In addition, Chen Wanrong already knew about his affair with Lin Wanyun, and it was not a day or two for her to spy on her and Lin Wanyun's affair. Chen Wanrong should have guessed that she and Lin Wanyun's secret was known to her. When she finds out that Chen Wanrong's old ministers have come to seek refuge with her, then Chen Wanrong will definitely have a nervous breakdown, and she can't help but come directly to find her. All he has to do is wait. Wei Siyuan then reported to Lu Chen the situation on Fenjian Island. After the report was almost complete, Wei Siyuan went to Yunrong courtyard under the leadership of the servants of the palace. At this moment, Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong were discussing the affairs of Chen Guo's old ministers in the pavilion. Chen Wanrong said, "The Wei family should arrive in Yancheng in the next few days." Lin Wanyun asked with concern, "Palace Master, are these Wei family members really reliable? After all, the Chen kingdom has been gone for so many years, and people's hearts can change. What's more, they have 100,000 elite soldiers on Fenjian Island. They may have some troubles." The thoughts you should have. Since ancient times, when the royal family is weak, generals with military power may have the idea of becoming emperor. What's more, the Chen kingdom has been destroyed long ago, and the Chen kingdom's royal family only has one princess left, not even a prince. In a royal family that doesn't even have a prince, why should others help you restore the country? You might as well become the emperor yourself and forcefully marry the princess of the royal family. Perform. Chen Wanrong said, "The Wei family has always been loyal to the royal family of the Chen kingdom. Many members of the Wei family died in battle for the Chen kingdom. It was also thanks to the Wei family that I was able to escape from the imperial capital of the Chen kingdom. Now I am a member of Swanyu Palace. Palace Master, with the power of Swanyu Palace, they will not change their minds." Chen Wanrong naturally understands why Lin Wanyun is worried. If she is just a princess who has no power to control the chicken, the Wei family is likely to wait for the restoration of the country under the banner of restoring the country, and then forcibly marry her, then steal the country, and finally became the emperor of the Wei family. But she is not a powerless princess. She has the entire Swanyu Palace behind her. It is impossible for the Wei family not to know what kind of power Swanyu Palace is. With Swanyu Palace as a super sect, Chen Wanrong does not believe that the Wei family dares to have such power. The thought of stealing the country. After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyun thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, Chen Wanrong was the master of Swanyu Palace, and Chen Wanrong himself was a master. The Wei family might still be loyal to the Chen family and to Chen Wanrong. Just when Lin Wanyun was thinking this, a maid from the palace suddenly entered Yunrong courtyard. Seeing the maid coming in, Lin Wanyun and Chen Wanrong were stunned at the same time and became alert instantly. Normally, the maids of the palace would not enter the Yunrong courtyard directly without their permission. The two of them have a special status. They are guests in the palace, so the maids always stand outside the Yunrong courtyard. At this time, the maid said, "Palace Master Chen, there is a guest named Wei who wants to see you." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong frowned slightly. "A guest named Wei? Then it's just Wei Xiyuan? Why did Wei Xiyuan come to the North Prince's mansion to see him?" Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun both turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Lin Wanyun asked, "Palace Master, you didn't ask him to come to Buwang Mansion to find you, right?" Chen Wanrong didn't say anything. This was the North Prince's mansion. How could she let Wei Xiyuan, an old minister of the Chen kingdom, come to the North Prince's mansion to look for her? If she asked him to come to the North Prince's mansion to look for her, Lu Chen would have discovered it. Lu Chen had already seen through their plan. If Lu Chen knew that Chen Guo still had 100,000 elite soldiers on Fenjiun Island, who knows what would happen? If something went wrong, there must be a monster. Chen Wanrong didn't believe that Wei Xiyuan was a man of several decades. He had no brain at all. He came to Buwang Mansion to look for her. Something must have happened. Chen Wanrong then asked the maid, "Where is he now?" The maid replied, "It's in the palace." Chen Wanrong immediately said, "Bring him over." "Yes, Palace Master Chen." Then the maid turned and left. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared at the door of Yunrong Yuan. Seeing Wei Xiyuan's appearance, Chen Wanrong was stunned again. Although she had not seen Wei Xiyuan for more than 10 years, she could still recognize Wei Xiyuan at a glance. The middle-aged man in front of her was indeed the one who protected her in the first place. Wei Xiyuan escaped from the imperial city of Chen State. Wei Xiyuan is almost the same as he was more than 10 years ago. Except that his beard has grown thicker and he has become more mature, his whole person has not changed much. After Wei Xiyuan entered the courtyard, he recognized Chen Wanrong at a glance. Although Chen Wanrong had changed a lot from a little girl to an older girl, Chen Wanrong looked very much like the former Empress Chen, so she still looked very similar. Easy to recognize. Wei Xiyuan immediately walked outside the pavilion, half knelt down and said, "Old Minister Wei Xiyuan, pay my respects to the princess. The princess is 1,000 years old." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun were startled. This is how Wei Xiyuan can perform such a courtesy in the northern palace. Although the name of the palace master and princess have the same pronunciation, if you add Kyunsi Kyunji Kyun Kyunsui after it, others will be able to tell at once that you are calling princess. Chen Wanrong was a little puzzled. Why was Wei Xiyuan not vigilant at all? Chen Wanrong then said coldly, "Get up." Wei Xiyuan immediately got up from the ground and said, "Thank you, Your Highness, Princess." Chen Wanrong raised her eyebrows again and just called her princess. She also added Your Highness. Was she afraid that others wouldn't know that she was a princess? Chen Wanrong said at this time, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Mr. Wei has changed a lot." Wei Xiyuan said, "Compared with Her Royal Highness, the changes in the old minister are nothing." Seeing Wei Xiyuan talking about His Royal Highness, Chen Wanrong couldn't bear it any longer. She asked directly, "Why did Mr. Wei come to the North Prince's mansion to look for me? What happened?" Hearing this question, Wei Siyuan said with a smile on his face, "Returning to your Royal Highness, the old minister did not come to see you specially. It's just that the old minister happened to come to the North Palace for business, so he stopped by to see you." This. Hearing Wei Siyuan's answer, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Wei Siyuan came to Buwang Mansion for something? What could happen to him, a minister of the Chen Kingdom, who came to Buwang Mansion? Soon Chen Wanrong guessed the meaning of Wei Siyuan's words, and she said coldly, "You betrayed Chen Guo." At this point, a cold air was released from Chen Wanrong's body, and the entire courtyard became extremely cold, as if there was a layer of frost on the inside and outside of the pavilion. Wei Siyuan still said with a smile on his face, "What are you saying, Your Highness Princess? The old ministers have never betrayed the Chen Kingdom, because the old ministers and the Wei family were members of the Northern King from the beginning." This. As soon as Wei Siyuan said these words, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun were stunned. Especially Chen Wanrong, she was extremely shocked. People from the Northern King? Lu Chen's people? How old is Lu Chen this year? How could Wei Siyuan be Lu Chen's person from the beginning? Of course Wei Siyuan knew that Chen Wanrong would not understand why he said that. After all, Lu Chen was only 18 years old this year, and the Wei family had already been in the Chen state when the Chen state was founded. The Wei family had a long history in the Chen state. It's been hundreds of years. Even if Chen Wanrong couldn't figure it out, Wei Siyuan couldn't tell Chen Wanrong some of these secrets casually. He came mainly to explain his position to Chen Wanrong. As for other things, he didn't need to tell Chen Wanrong. After Wei Siyuan finished speaking, the Yunrong courtyard instantly became extremely quiet, and the sound of fish turning over the water in the lotus pond became extremely loud. Chen Wanrong never thought that Wei Siyuan would be Lu Chen's man. After a while, Chen Wanrong confirmed, "The Northern King you are talking about is Lu Chen." What Chen Wanrong was thinking at this time was that maybe the Northern King Wei Siyuan was talking about was not Lu Chen, but another person. The Northern King was just a title for a prince, and anyone could use this title. Maybe Daxia had it before. A Northern King they didn't know. However, Wei Siyuan said at this time, "Yes." Seeing Wei Siyuan's admission, the expression on Chen Wanrong's face became even colder. She had always thought that Chen Kuozongliang, the important force that she had been waiting for to help her regain her country, now came to tell her that they were Lu Chen's people. "Are you kidding me?" After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wanrong said coldly, "The Wei family was almost exterminated for the sake of the Chen kingdom. Now you tell me that you were from the beginning King Bei. Was King Bei born at that time?" Wei Siyuan noticed Chen Wanrong's anger and felt chills, but Wei Siyuan remained calm. He said with a smile, "Your Highness, the Wei family has indeed paid a lot for Chen Guo, but that is just for to repay Chen Guo. There are some things that I cannot tell you too much, but I can tell you that the master of the Wei family has only been King Bei from the beginning." Chen Wanrong said, "So, when I came to the Northern Kingdom, your Wei family told the Northern King everything about me." Wei Siyuan said, "That's not true. This is the first time that the old minister has come to the Northern King's mansion. Today is also the first time that the old minister has met with the Northern King. However, judging from the conversation between the old minister and the Northern King just now, the Northern King has indeed known about you for a long time." Identity of. The reason why the old minister came to see you now is also the intention of King Bei. After the words fell, there was another long silence. Chen Wanrong didn't think Wei Siyuan would deceive her as a fool. After all, what Wei Siyuan said was a bit too weird. Lu Chen hadn't even been born yet, and the Wei family belonged to Lu Chen. Such words could only deceive fools. But in Lu Chen's case, the more something goes against common sense, the more likely it is to be true. Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun have been in the Northern Kingdom for such a long time, and they have already seen all kinds of magic in Lu Chen. They have also heard rumors in the palace that Lu Chen is a disciple of the immortal. In addition, Chen Wanrong has a master with extraordinary strength. She has seen many strange things in the world, so Chen Wanrong quickly accepted Wei Siyuan's words in her heart. If everything Wei Siyuan said is true, then it proves that someone was paving the way for Lu Chen before he was born. Thinking about it this way, all the things that happened after Lu Chen came to the Northern Kingdom seemed to be driven by an invisible hand. Lu Chen was probably not an ordinary prince. Coupled with the rumors of the immortal disciple, this further illustrates Lu Chen's identity is very special. What kind of force is behind Lu Chen? Chen Wanrong suddenly felt powerless, and she felt like she had hit a thick wall. Lin Wanyun, the person closest to her, was tricked by Lu Chen, and now Wei Siyuan told her that the important force she was waiting for to restore the country was also Lu Chen's. Ever since she came to the North Country, she felt as if everything in the world revolved around this man, Lu Chen. Seeing that Chen Wanrong had not spoken for a long time, Wei Siyuan continued, "Your Royal Highness, there is no need for you and King Bei to be on opposite sides. Although he is Emperor Xia's child, he is not just Emperor Xia's child. You two have a lot in common. Benefit, and as far as the old minister knows, his mother is the goddess of Swanyu Palace, and he is the son of Swanyu Palace." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong said coldly, "You don't need to be his lobbyist, you can go out." Chapter 243 It seems that all men are the same, and you are no exception. Seeing that Chen Wanrong was angry, Wei Siyuan was not going to say anything else. It was normal for Chen Wanrong to be angry. After all, the Wei family was Chen Wanrong's favorite power in the country, but now he told her that the Wei family already had a master. Anyway, he has told Chen Wanrong the truth, and then it depends on Bei Wang. Since Bei Wang has known Chen Wanrong's identity for a long time, and has kept Chen Wanrong in Bei Wang mansion for so long, it means that he is very fond of Chen Wanrong. Have a favorable impression. I hope that King Bei can capture Chen Wanrong as soon as possible and have offspring with her, so that the Wei family will feel better. Wei Siyuan then said. The old minister resigned. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Siyuan turned around and left. Yunrong courtyard became extremely quiet again, and the breeze rustled the leaves. Neither of the two people in the pavilion spoke, they just sat quietly. At this time, Lin Wanyun glanced at Chen Wanrong. She knew that today's events must have dealt a heavy blow to Chen Wanrong. Although Chen Wanrong is now the palace master of Swanyu Palace, she cannot mobilize most of the people in Swanyu Palace. Swanyu Palace still has many elders, and those elders have been suppressing Chen Wanrong as the palace master. Therefore, if Chen Wanrong wants to restore her country, the power of the Wei family is extremely important, especially the 100,000 elite soldiers of Fenjiun Island. It's a pity that now those 100,000 elite soldiers have become members of the Northern Palace. Lin Wanyun thought in her heart that if Chen Wanrong knew about her affair with Lu Chen, the blow to her would be even greater. When she thought of this, Lin Wanyun felt extremely entangled in her heart. After a long time, Lin Wanyun asked, "Palace Master, what are you going to do next?" Chen Wanrong did not answer Lin Wanyun's question, she still just sat quietly. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanyun sighed and said nothing more. At this time, Chen Wanrong was thinking that since Lu Chen asked Wei Siyuan to come to Yunrong courtyard and personally tell her that the Wei family had defected to the North Palace, Lu Chen was most likely planning a showdown with her. Also, they have been coming to Bawang Mansion for so long, and it is time for them to show their cards. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong planned to meet with Lu Chen tonight, and by the way, she would ask what the antidote Lin Wanyun mentioned when she and Lu Chen had sex before. Ever since she eavesdropped on the conversation between Lu Chen and Lin Wanyun, she had been checking her body, but no matter how she checked, she found no signs of poisoning. Even her immortal disciple couldn't find out that she was poisoned, so she doubted whether Lin Wanyun had been deceived by Lu Chen. In the dead of night, Lu Chen's study was still brightly lit. He was looking at the latest map of the North Country, planning to find a place to build a port city. After the large merchant ships of the Dongfang family came to the North Kingdom from the sea, they could not find a place to dock. Next, the soldiers from Fenjiun Island would also come to the North Country. He planned to create a navy, so the construction of the port was imminent. After Lu Chen glanced at the map, he finally decided to build a port city on a certain fishing village. Now the merchant ships of the Dongfang family are docked in that fishing village. There is a peninsula extending out there, which is very suitable for a safe haven. Just when Lu Chen had determined the location of the port city and planned to go to Chunsheng courtyard to find Yellow Nanyang to develop a relationship, he suddenly noticed a familiar presence outside the courtyard. The next moment, an arrow flew in through the door and hit the bookshelf. There seemed to be a note tied to the arrow. Lu Chen then walked over to check it. After he pulled out the arrow, he took the note off the arrow and checked it. There was only one sentence on the note. See you tonight at Swanyu restaurant in Nanshan. Seeing this sentence, Lu Chen showed a smile. Of course he knew that this note was sent to him. He had sensed Chen Wanrong's aura just now. Even if he is not a Grand Master now and cannot sense Chen Wanrong's aura, he can still guess who wants to see him tonight. Obviously, Chen Wanrong planned to have a showdown with herself. The two of them had stayed in Buwang Mansion for so long. Not only did their plan fail, but they also got Lin Wanyun involved. Now, even her power to restore the country has taken refuge in Buwang Mansion. It can only be a showdown. As for whether there will be danger, Lu Chen doesn't care about this. He is a Grand Master himself, and there is another Grand Master in the city. If there is a battle between Grand Masters in the city, Zhuge Chongguang will be able to detect it quickly. Besides, Lu Chen didn't think that Chen Wanrong, a woman who had a 100% favorable impression of him, would kill him. Afterwards, Lu Chen went back to the main courtyard, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then went to Swanyu restaurant in the south of the city alone. When Lu Chen arrived at Swanyu restaurant, there was no one on the street. When the carriage stopped at the entrance of Swanyu restaurant, Lu Chen got off the carriage and felt Chen Wanrong's familiar scent. Lu Chen looked up and found that in the attic on the third floor of Swanyu restaurant, Chen Wanrong, wearing a white dress, was standing on the terrace, staring at the moon in the sky. At this time, a female disciple from Swanyu Palace walked up to Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, please follow the daughter of the people." Lu Chen smiled slightly. With his strength, he could jump directly to the attic on the third floor. There was no need to take the stairs. However, Lu Chen felt that there was something wrong with this. It seemed too impatient. How could he be so impatient during a late-night tryst with the fairy? What if it left a bad impression on Chen Wanrong? Then Lu Chen obediently followed the female disciples from Swanyu Palace to the third floor of Swanyu restaurant. After arriving at the attic on the third floor, the female disciple said at the door, "Palace Master, the prince is here." Chen Wanrong's cold voice came immediately. "Come in." The next moment, Lu Chen opened the door and entered. After entering the room, Lu Chen subconsciously closed the door. When Lu Chen turned around, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The watery moonlight shines on Chen Wanrong's body, as if Chen Wanrong herself is exuding holy light. Chen Wanrong is wearing a long white dress and standing on the terrace, like a fairy from the Yaokai. At this time, Chen Wanrong was like a dazzling, stunningly beautiful, carved from ice and jade, flawless white porcelain statue. The snow-white skin, the graceful body, the slender waist, and the slender legs all made Lu Chen extremely restless. But the next moment, Lu Chen suddenly woke up. Etc. How is this going? Chen Wanrong was indeed beautiful. Lu Chen wanted to get her when he first saw her, but he usually had no evil thoughts in front of Chen Wanrong. Because Chen Wanrong always exudes a fairy-like aura and is extremely holy, it is difficult for Lu Chen to have the idea of eating her up. But what happened just now? Why did he just enter the room and just take one look at Chen Wanrong? But he couldn't hold back the restlessness in his heart and wanted to rush towards her. This is obviously not normal. Just when Lu Chen was confused, he suddenly found a bug appearing on his shoulder. Seeing this bug, Lu Chen finally understood what was going on. Seeing that Lu Chen was fine, Chen Wanrong said coldly, "Love goo is also ineffective on you. It seems that Aunt Lin did not use Baiade's powder on you." Chen Wanrong did plan to have a showdown with Lu Chen, but before the showdown, she wanted to verify her idea, that is, whether Lin Wanyun used Baiade powder on Lu Chen. If used, Lu Chen's desire for him would reach its maximum. Using the love goo at this time, the probability of success is very high. Unfortunately, she failed. The love goo did not enter Lu Chen's body, nor did it control Lu Chen. Lu Chen just stunned for a moment. Lu Chen raised his hand, grabbed the caterpillar on his shoulder, and then said with a smile, "So this is love goo. Does it really look no different from an ordinary caterpillar?" Miss Chen misunderstood Aunt Lin. "She did use Baiade's powder on me, but that powder had no effect on me." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. No effect? Impossible. Baiade's powder is not considered poison, it just stimulates the body's potential desires. How could it have no effect on people? Her master once told her that even a warrior at the extreme master level would find it difficult to detect Baiade's powder. Lu Chen continued, "Miss Chen, you came to me tonight, maybe you didn't want to bewitch me, right?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong came back to her senses and said with a cold face, "I already know about you and Aunt Linear." Lu Chen said with a smile, "I also know that you have known about Aunt Lin and I for a long time. After all, you have spied on me and her having sex with each other not once or twice. To be honest, I didn't expect that Miss Chen would have such a hobby." Chen Wanrong was not angry because of Lu Chen's words. She still said with a cold face, "Aunt Lin thought you had poisoned me, so she committed herself to you. I want to know what poison you gave me." Lu Chen said lightly, "Love is poisonous." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong was stunned again. She didn't know when she was poisoned by love and didn't feel anything at all. After taking Baiade's powder, people will have certain desires. There is no reason why she should be the same as a normal person after being poisoned by love. Lu Chen knew that Chen Wanrong might not believe it, so he continued, "This kind of poison is colorless and tasteless, and it will not do any harm to a person, but as long as you leave me for too long, you will become poisonous. I think about it every day. Missing me has caused you to be unable to practice and even become possessed." Chen Wanrong raised her eyebrows slightly. What Lu Chen said to her was not like a poison, but more like the situation that occurred when certain female disciples of Swanyu Palace were forced to return to Swanyu Palace after falling in love with certain men in the world. In other words, this is not poison at all, but the pain that love brings to people. Her master once warned her never to have feelings for a man. Once she has feelings for a man, she will probably be doomed. Chen Wanrong looked at Lu Chen expressionlessly and asked, "You mean I'm in love with you? Your Majesty, don't you think you are a little narcissistic?" Lu Chen laughed and said, "Miss Chen, I didn't say that you fell in love with me. I just said that you were poisoned, and I am the only one who has the antidote for this poison." Chen Wanrong asked, "Did you use these words to deceive Aunt Lin?" Lu Chen said, No, she is willing to be with me." After the words fell, the room became quiet. Chen Wanrong looked into Lu Chen's eyes and didn't speak for a long time. The temperature in the room seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wanrong said, "Now that you have discovered our plan, what are you going to do with us?" Lu Chen said, "Disposal." Having said this, Lu Chen shook his head and continued, you are the palace master of Swanyu Palace. I don't dare to deal with you. I heard Antlin say that your Swanyu Palace has strong people who have surpassed the realm of gods and humans. I can't afford to offend you. Chen Wanrong said in an emotionless tone, I didn't see from your behavior that you are afraid of Swanyu Palace. If Lu Chen was afraid of Swanyu Palace and her master, then it would be impossible for Lu Chen to mess with Lin Wanyun, and even say something like poisoning her with love. Obviously, the power behind Lu Chen was very powerful, and the person who paved the way for Lu Chen was also very powerful, so that Lu Chen was not afraid of Swanyu Palace at all. Chen Wanrong continued, since you said you dare not offend my master, what will you do if I ask you to let us go? Now that the matter has been exposed, there is no need to stay in the northern palace. In addition, her power to restore the country has gone to Lu Chen, so there is not much meaning for her to stay in the northern kingdom. Now she can only go to the south to try to cooperate with Lu Shiyun, and then obtain the blood from Lu Shiyun's body to refine the Fulong, but now it depends on whether Lu Chen is willing to let them go. The forces behind Lu Chen are not simple. He is not afraid of Swanyu Palace, so he may not let them go. Lu Chen said calmly, if Miss Chen wants to leave Buwang Mansion, she can leave at any time. Chen Wanrong immediately asked, what about Aunt Lin? Lu Chen smiled and said, she can't do it. She still wants to give birth to children for me. From now on, she will serve me in Buwang Mansion. After Lu Chen finished speaking, a cold wind blew outside the attic, and Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen fell into silence again. I don't know how long it took before Chen Wanrong said, I'll stay with you for one night and let me take Aunt Lin away. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly felt a strong sense of immediacy. Chu Qingli committed herself to herself for Chu Yukan. Lin Wanyun committed herself to herself for Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong is now for Lin Wanyun, and then wants to commit herself to herself. Lu Chen suddenly felt like he had become a villain. Lu Chen then said, I can let you take Aunt Lin away, but Miss Chen, you have to think carefully. Aunt Lin may not go with you. Once you do this, you may not be able to take Aunt Lin away with you. Aunt Lin, even you yourself will stay in Buwang Mansion. It can be seen from the performances of Chu Qingli and Lin Wanyun that although they say they are doing it for others, in fact they have long been inseparable from themselves. They are just too reserved and cannot say something, so just find an excuse to have sex with yourself. Chen Wanrong said at this time, you just need to agree or disagree. Chen Wanrong could tell that Lu Chen was greedy for her body. She believed that this was a great temptation for Lu Chen. As for losing her virginity to Lu Chen, Chen Wanrong didn't care too much in her heart. She originally planned to have a child with Lu Chen and become the future emperor of the Chen kingdom. Lu Chen's talent in martial arts is so high, and the superpower behind him proves that Lu Chen is extraordinary. Their children will definitely be very powerful when they are born in the future, so leaving her innocent body to Lu Chen is not a loss at all. Seeing Chen Wanrong's cold face, Lu Chen's heart became active again. How could he not want to spend a night with such a fairy? Lu Chen then said, if Miss Chen has made up her mind, I will naturally be willing. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Chen Wanrong then slowly walked into the room from the terrace. After entering the room, Chen Wanrong waved her hand and a strong wind blew. The folding wooden door of the attic was closed, and the windows on the side of the attic were also closed. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. You must know that Chen Wanrong is in the realm of a Grand Master and can actually use Gang Qi to this extent. This is already infinitely close to that of a Great Master. He is a systematic person, which is why he can become so strong, but Chen Wanrong is a local aborigine. It is rare for an aboriginal to have such a talent. No, to be precise, there are almost no people as talented as her in this world. Anyway, Lu Chen has never heard of anyone who has such strength at such a young age. Although Wu Yunwan is a Grand Master, she is still 30 years old. also a few years older than Chen Wanrong. After the doors and windows were closed, Chen Wanrong continued to walk towards Lu Chen. As she gradually approached, her long white dress slowly slipped from her shoulders. Seeing the fairy not far away getting closer and closer, Lu Chen's heart instantly started beating crazily. Seeing the exquisite white collarbone, skin as white as snow, and the cold and beautiful face, the evil thoughts in Lu Chen's heart were completely awakened. However, Lu Chen still restrained himself, and he still did not rush forward directly. At this time, Chen Wanrong passed by him, and a wisp of fragrance floated into Lu Chen's nostrils. Chen Wanrong slowly walked towards the bed. Before she could get up, she was thrown onto the bed by Lu Chen, who lost control. At this time, Lu Chen looked down at the beauty in front of him. Her jade arms, which were as smooth and tender as snow lotus roots, her snow-white slender thighs and her beautiful face, there was no part that was not beautiful and that made people restless. However, just when Lu Chen was about to lose control of his emotions, Lu Chen still stabilized his emotions. He took a deep breath and tried to control himself. At this time, Chen Wanrong was lying on the bed with her hair spread all over the bed. She stared at Lu Chen with cold eyes, and then said, "I thought you wouldn't be moved. It seems that your stability just now was just an act." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Facing such a beautiful fairy, if I am not moved at all, then am I still a man?" At this time, Lu Chen slowly put his hand on Chen Wanrong's waist, trying to remove her last covering. After noticing Lu Chen's little movement, Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, "Aunt Lin said that's right, all men are the same, and you are no exception." Lu Chen said, "What you said is not comprehensive. Not only are men the same, but women are also the same." Chen Wanrong turned her head to one side and said nothing, but a blush appeared on her face. Seeing Chen Wanrong's cold face, Lu Chen laughed. He must drag this aloof fairy into the mortal world tonight. Thinking of this, Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed Chen Wanrong's red lips. Chapter 244 Love Gu turns into a butterfly. North Palace. Lin Wanyun was on duty tonight. After patrolling the courtyard of the palace several times, she returned to Yunrong courtyard. She originally wanted to talk to Lu Chen and ask him what he planned to do. But when she went to the study just now, she found that there was no candlelight in the study. Lu Chen must have gone to sleep with some wife or concubine. Not finding Lu Chen, Lin Wanyun had to return to Yunrong courtyard. She sat in the pavilion, looking at the moonlight tonight, and couldn't help but sigh. Lu Chen is Chu Yu's son, Chu Yu is his sworn sister to Jinlan, and Chen Wanrong is the child he picked up and raised. Now she has become Lu Chen's woman. The relationship between them is too complicated. She doesn't want anyone to get hurt. But she was very clear about Chen Wanrong's deep hatred for Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia led his troops to destroy the Chen kingdom and slaughtered all the Chen kingdom's royal family. Faced with such a bloody feud, Chen Wanrong could not let go so easily. Thinking of this, Lin Wanyun sighed again. At this time, she turned to look at Chen Wanrong's room. Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment when she saw this. There is no candlelight in Chen Wanrong's room tonight. What's going on? Normally, the candlelight in Chen Wanrong's room is on from night to morning. Only when Chen Wanrong is not in the room, there will be no candlelight in Chen Wanrong's room. Lin Wanyun couldn't help but think, could it be that Rong went out? Immediately, Lin Wanyun came to the door of Chen Wanrong's room, and tentatively shouted, "Palace Master, are you in the room?" After the words fell, there was no answer from the room. Lin Wanyun called out tentatively again, but there was still no response. It was obvious that Chen Wanrong was not in the room. Lin Wanyun suddenly became worried. Where else would she go so late? At the same time, Swanya restaurant in the south of the city. In the room on the third floor, two figures overlapped. After a while, Lu Chen slowly stood up and looked at Chen Wanrong. A pool of crystal clear spring water seemed to be flashing in Chen Wanrong's beautiful eyes, which were clear and charming. Her soft and pretty face was matched with her pink lips, her fragrant nose, her delicate chin, and her cool face. There is a hint of red cloud that makes people want to conquer her. But Lu Chen didn't have sex with her just now, he just kissed her. After Lu Chen stood up, Chen Wanrong's brain suddenly became clearer. This was her first time to be in such close contact with a man. She originally thought that Lu Chen would do that kind of thing to her directly, like he did to Lin Wanyun in the study. However, Lu Chen did not directly take possession of her body. Instead, his two claws roamed around his body and kissed her crazily. But even if they didn't do that kind of thing, something strange happened to her body. As soon as she came into contact with Lu Chen's body, her face became extremely hot, the blood in her body boiled, and her heart beat wildly. After noticing the strangeness in her body, Chen Wanrong immediately planned to use her skills to try to calm herself down. As a result, she found that the power in her body had disappeared. Without skills, she had no way to resist those strange feelings. Seeing Chen Wanrong's charming eyes, Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Chen Wanrong is different from Bai Qingqing in the past. Both of them are ice beauties, but Bai Qingqing lost her feelings before, so Bai Qingqing has always been expressionless. But Chen Wanrong is different. Although Chen Wanrong has always looked cold and frosty, it is because she has deep hatred in her heart and lives in a place like Swanyu Palace. This is why she has no other expressions on her face, which does not mean that she has no emotions in her heart. Any feelings? If Chen Wanrong had no feelings, she would not think about revenge. Precisely because she is an emotional person, and coupled with Lu Chen's method of dealing with women, Chen Wanrong's mind quickly became confused. She now only feels that her body has become very uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Chen staring straight at her with a playful smile on her face, Chen Wanrong basically understood why Lu Chen didn't do that to her directly. She blushed and coldly said, "You are humiliating me." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Humiliation? How can this be called humiliation? I'm just proving that women are the same as men." Having said this, Lu Chen stretched out his hand and stroked Chen Wanrong's beautiful chin. Chen Wanrong's face immediately turned to one side and she said no more. Seeing that Chen Wanrong was still so stubborn, Lu Chen laughed, then straightened her head, lowered his head and kissed her again. Ahoy! At this moment, in a corner of the room, a caterpillar slowly crawled onto the table, raising its head to feel the cool moonlight shining through the window. After a while, the caterpillar stopped moving at all. Gradually, its skin hardened and turned into a shell. Soon a pair of beautiful wings emitting colorful light broke through the shell and stretched out, and soon opened, then a beautiful butterfly flew into the air. The butterfly flew around in the air, and its flashing wings dropped a lot of golden powder, just like stars in the sky. The next moment, next to the pillow on the bed, the lid of a small porcelain bottle was squeezed open by something, and then another caterpillar crawled out of it. When the butterfly in the room saw the caterpillar, it immediately flew to the bedside and brought the caterpillar to the moonlight. After a while, the caterpillar turned into a beautiful butterfly, and the light on its body became even more beautiful. Then two butterflies flew around the room, and the powder on their wings filled the entire room. Lu Chen, who was frantically provoking Chen Wanrong, also noticed something strange in the room. He stood up again and turned to look aside. Seeing two colorful butterflies flying around in the room, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Could these two butterflies be poisonous insects? Then Lu Chen asked in his mind, "System, what is the name of this butterfly?" Bai Yi Dai. The powder on Bai Yi Dai can make men and women indulge in the cultivation of love between men and women. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen thought to himself that this was Bai Yudi. He had just thought that Chen Wanrong had prepared some poisonous insect, and he was still determined to use it on himself. After coming back to his senses, Lu Chen turned to look at Chen Wanrong. At this time, Chen Wanrong's snow-white neck also turned red, her eyes were misty, she bit her silver teeth, her delicate body kept twisting and turning, as if she was enduring it. What? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the powder from Baiadi had an effect on her? Although Baiadi's powder is of no use to you, as long as you are contaminated with the powder on Baiadi, you will be attracted to the opposite sex who is also contaminated with Baiadi powder. Now these two Baiadi are flying around the room, their wings, the powder on his body has been sprinkled on his body, and Chen Wanrong has also come into contact with Baiadi's powder. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen smiled, then leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Rong, tell me, what do you want to do?" As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Chen Wanrong suddenly raised her jade arms, hugged his neck, and took the initiative to kiss him. Being kissed like this by Chen Wanrong, Lu Chen completely lost his last sanity. In the morning, the sun rises in the east. Yunrong Yuan. Lin Wanyun was sitting in the pavilion with a worried look on her face. She had been waiting in the pavilion all night, but Chen Wanrong still did not come back. No idea where she went. In the past, even if Chen Wanrong went out, she would definitely tell her where she went, but she didn't last night, which made Lin Wanyun very worried. Lin Wanyun couldn't help but think that Rong didn't go to see Lu Chen last night, right? Lu Chen had already asked Wei Siyuan to come and say those words to Chen Wanrong, which proved that Lu Chen was already planning a showdown, and Chen Wanrong must also know what Lu Chen was thinking. At this time, a maid entered Yunrong courtyard and said, "I have met Commander Linear." Lin Wanyun came to her senses and asked, "What's the matter?" The maid asked, "Commander Lin, did you see the prince last night?" The princess cooked porridge for the prince, but the servants searched the whole palace and did not see the prince. Commander Chu asked me to ask you. When the maid said Commander Chu, she naturally meant Chu Qingli. Lin Wanyun and Chu Qingli knew very well that they were both Lu Chen's women, so Chu Qingli thought that if Lu Chen was not in his wife's room, there was a high probability that he would be came to Yunrong Hospital to steal some food. After hearing what the maid said, Lin Wanyun was startled. It's over. Rong is not in the palace, and Lu Chen is not in the palace either. There is a high probability that they actually found a place to negotiate. How could Lu Chen, that bad guy, stand up to such a beautiful woman like Chen Wanrong? In addition, Lu Chen was a great master, while Chen Wanrong was just a master. If Lu Chen came to force her, she would probably not be able to resist. Lin Wanyun's inner thoughts becoming more anxious. But it seemed useless to worry now, because she had no idea where they went to negotiate last night. Lin Wanyun then said to the maid, "I don't know where the prince has gone, but he must have gone out for something." The maid then said, "I know this, please excuse me. Please leave." Then the maid turned and left. Seeing the maid's leaving figure, Lin Wanyun said to herself with a serious face, "You little bastard, if you dare to do that kind of thing to Rong, I will never let you go." What Lin Wanyun didn't know was that Lu Chen was struggling at this time, and the fairy's screams made Lu Chen completely lose his mind. The sun gradually moved towards the middle of the blue sky, and golden light shone into the room through the cracks in the window. The sunlight entered the room through the gaps and formed beams of light. In the beams of light, the tails of the butterflies hatched last night were facing each other, and one butterfly overlapped the other. At the same time, on the bed, Lu Chen stood up slowly and looked at the fairy in front of him with whom he had developed a relationship all night. Chen Wanrong blushed and looked at Lu Chen indifferently, and then said coldly, "Don't get up yet." Lu Chen said calmly, "The matter is not over yet, so I can't get up." Chen Wanrong ignored Lu Chen's words and asked, "When do you plan to let Aunt Lin leave?" Lu Chen said shamelessly, "She is already my woman, I can't let her go." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong frowned slightly, Do you want to regret it? Lu Chen said, I'm not a good person. It's normal for my words not to count. Not only will I not let her go, but you won't be able to leave from today on either. Lu Chen's inner possessiveness for the best fairy in front of him has reached its peak. Yesterday, he actually had the idea of letting her leave, but after he touched Chen Wanrong, the idea of letting her leave disappeared. Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned when she heard Lu Chen's words. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be such a rogue. Just when she was about to say something more, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed her again. Ahoy! Chen Wanrong made a sound of protest, but she soon gave up her struggle. At noon, Lu Chen hugged Chen Wanrong's waist, lying on his side, and buried his head in Chen Wanrong's hair. Chen Wanrong was helpless towards Lu Chen. She thought she was a master after all and could withstand the pressure when facing Lu Chen, but her skills were blocked. Without the power in her body, all her feelings could not be blocked. Even if she tried to restrain herself, she still became like Lin Wanyun in the end. Chen Wanrong said weakly, "What do you want?" One night passed, and now the morning also passed, but Lu Chen still didn't let him go. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen just hugged her delicate body quietly and did not move. Lu Chen felt that he had fallen and was completely immersed in the gentle countryside. Chen Wanrong is indeed a stunning fairy with a rating of 98. As long as she touches her, she will make people unable to extricate themselves. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen whispered in Chen Wanrong's ear, "I want you to stay with me until you are pregnant with my child." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong asked, "Aren't you afraid that my master will know about this?" Lu Chen said yesterday that she was afraid of her master, but today she started acting rogue. Not only did she not let Lin Wanyun leave, but she even forced herself to stay. While Lu Chen gently stroked her jade back, he said, "You will die under the peonies, and you will be charming in your deceit. From now on, you will be my wife." Seeing what Lu Chen said, Chen Wanrong was completely at a loss. At this time, she said, "Xia Emperor and I have a blood feud. It will do you no good to leave me in the North Prince's mansion." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why is there no benefit? Don't I get the benefit now?" Chen Wanrong stopped talking. She already understood that Lu Chen would not let her go. After what happened last night, she gradually felt that the love poison Lu Chen mentioned might really exist. If there was no love poison, how could she lose her skills when she met Lu Chen and become as shameless as Lin Wanyun? But it doesn't matter to her now. Her body has been taken over by this shameless man, and she still cares about what Qingdu does. At this time, she also discovered a big problem. The hatred that had been suppressed in her heart before seemed to have disappeared. She even had less thoughts of seeking revenge from Emperor Xia now. Chen Wanrong wondered if she had been knocked unconscious. She would actually be guilty of sleeping with Lu Chen. After one night, I just let go of my previous hatred. This man's methods of dealing with women are really terrible. It's no wonder that Lin Wanyun would sneak up to him again and again to do those shameful things. But the hatred has faded, and Chen Wanrong is also confused. She has grown up to this day, and the hatred in her heart has always supported her. However, the hatred has faded now. If she does not take revenge and regain her country, what is the meaning of everything she has done in these years? When Chen Wanrong was confused, Lu Chen said in her ear, "Look at the Baiadi on the table, does it look like us now?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong looked at the table in the room. When she saw the two butterflies, Chen Wanrong was stunned for a moment. Why is there a butterfly in this room? No wonder she was so crazy last night that she didn't even know her last name. It turned out that a pair of winged butterflies appeared in the room. With her power limited, she couldn't resist the influence of the powder on the wings of the winged butterflies, so that's why you become so shameless. Etc. These two bewinged butterflies. Chen Wanrong suddenly felt that the auras on these two bai butterflies were somewhat familiar. Isn't this the love charm she cultivated? How did it hatch? Her master once told her that if love turns into a butterfly, it will most likely bite the person who infested it. Originally, her master taught her how to cultivate love goo, just to prevent her from being trapped by love in the future. If she fell in love with that man, she could directly use love goo to bring him back. Unexpectedly, the first time she cultivated love goo and used it on someone, she encountered the love goo turning into a butterfly. Lu Chen continued to bewitch her ears and said, "Your love charm has failed, but you can become a charm and make me unable to live without you. You are the palace master of Swanyu Palace, and I am the son of God of Swanyu Palace. Judging from our status, there seems to be nothing wrong with us being together." Chen Wanrong asked at this time, "My master is right, men are good at rhetoric." Lu Chen said, "I am not just talking nonsense." Chen Wanrong said expressionlessly, "Love goo can't leave its host for the rest of its life. Do you want to keep me trapped by your side?" Lu Chen said, "I don't have such thoughts. Whether you want revenge or restoration of the country, I don't care. You can still do what you want, but the premise is that you have to give me children." Chen Wanrong reminded, "Emperor Xia is your biological father." Lu Chen said with a smile, "The royal family has no family ties, and my mother's death is inseparable from him. To be honest, his life and death has nothing to do with me." Chen Wanrong continued, "Then if I want to use your blood to refine the dragon curse, will you agree?" Lu Chen asked, "You have to tell me what the dragon fulmination curse is first." The two of them chatted word by word. For a moment, Chen Wanrong seemed to have forgotten that they were still doing the same thing as Baizdi. Chapter 245 I picked flowers from Yunrong Yuan. When Lu Chen met Chen Wanrong for the first time, he knew about the Fulong curse through Chen Wanrong's personal information. However, he did not know in detail what the Fulong curse was. At most, he knew that the Fulong curse was used to deal with his father. Seeing Lu Chen ask about the Fulong curse, Chen Wanrong then asked, "How much do you know about your father?" Lu Chen replied, "I don't really understand." Lu Chen only knew that Emperor Xia was an ambitious emperor. Other than that, he had no impression of Emperor Xia. He had never seen Emperor Xia several times since he was a child. He didn't even know what Emperor Xia looked like now. He had almost forgotten. Chen Wanrong said at this time, "He is the great master." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned. "Grand Master? Emperor Xia is the great master? How can this be? The great masters in this world are basically in their 80s, 90s, or over 100 years old. How old is Emperor Xia this year? How could he be a great master?" Lu Chen couldn't believe it. Although Lu Chen himself is a grand master, he is a man with his own system after all. Emperor Xia is a native of this world, and he has no system. How could he break through to the realm of a grand master at such a young age? Speaking of Emperor Xia, Lu Chen thought of another person. It is said that the mysterious Empress Daiyu may also be the Grand Master. The Empress Daiyu is even younger. She may be the Grand Master. Then Emperor Xia is the Grand Master. It doesn't seem particularly strange. Thinking of this, Lu Chen accepted the news in his heart, but he was still very surprised. He had always thought that Emperor Xia was a Grand Master, or at most the ultimate master level. Not only him, but almost everyone in the Great Xia court thought that he was just the Grand Master. I didn't expect Emperor Xia to hide so deeply. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he asked curiously, "How did you know?" No one in the entire Great Xia court knew that Emperor Xia was a Grand Master, but Swanyu Palace knew about it, which made Lu Chen curious about where the information from Swanyu Palace came from. Chen Wanrong did not directly answer Lu Chen's question. She said, "Emperor Xia has a sacred object from the Swanyu Palace. The person who obtains this sacred object will have a significant increase in strength. Back then, he designed to kill your mother, just to get this sacred object. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought, holy object? How many good things are there in Swanyu Palace? He had heard his grandfather say before that his mother brought a very terrifying weapon back to the Chu family, because that weapon led to the split of the Chu family. He did not expect that Swanyu Palace, in addition to such a powerful weapon, could also directly something to enhance your strength. The origin of Swanyu Palace is probably not simple. Chen Wanrong continued, in addition to helping people improve their strength in the long term, that sacred object can also greatly improve a warrior's strength in a short period of time. Emperor Xia is already in the realm of a Grand Master. Once he uses the sacred object, his strength will be greatly reduced. In the short term, it can at least be promoted to the realm of heaven and humanity. And the dragon-fulfilling curse can limit the skill in his body. As long as the dragon Fulian curse is hit on him, his skill will be sealed. Even if he uses holy objects, he will not be able to exert his own strength. After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen finally understood why Chen Wanrong would rather stay in Buwang Mansion for so long, because he wanted to obtain his own blood to refine the dragon curse. But then again, this makes him a bit difficult to make a choice. No matter how you say it, Emperor Xia is still his biological father. Although his biological father has always ignored his life and death and even killed his mother, he still has a blood relationship with him. If he helped Chen Wanrong and the others refine the dragon subduing curse, wouldn't that be a bit too a loving father and a filial son? But if he doesn't help Chen Wanrong and the others, Chen Wanrong and Lin Wanyun will be his women from now on, and they can also be regarded as his relatives. Although they are not related by blood, they will be his people for the rest of their lives after entering the Buwang Mansion. As Chen Wanrong's husband, it stands to reason that he should provide some help in her revenge. After Lu Chen thought for a while, he finally said, I can't help you with refining the dragon curse, but if you want to take revenge on my father, I won't stop you. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong fell into silence. She had already guessed that Lu Chen would definitely not be willing to cooperate with them. No matter what Emperor Xia did to King Bei, Emperor Xia was also King Bei's biological father. Now it seems that if she wants to refine the dragon subduing curse, she can only go to Jiangnan to find Lu Shiyun. Lu Shiyun has rebelled, and he must be aiming for the throne. Lu Shiyun wants to get the throne, but just defeating the imperial army is not enough. Lu Shiyun must pass the last hurdle of Emperor Xia. If Emperor Xia had not died and he had used the power of holy objects to reach the realm of heaven and humanity, he would have been able to easily suppress the rebels. By that time, even if the rebels broke into the capital, their final result would be in vain. Thinking of this, Chen Wanrong said, I can give you children, as long as you agree to let me go to Jiangnan. Speaking of this, Chen Wanrong felt her cheeks feel a little hot. She never thought that one day she would trade having children with others. Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen laughed, and then asked in her ear, Are you planning to cooperate with Lu Shiyun? Chen Wanrong didn't hide it, she said directly, yes. Lu Chen then said, I won't let you leave for the time being. You have to stay in Buwang Mansion for the next 6 months. Chen Wanrong said, Don't you think you are a little too domineering? Lu Chen said calmly, Are you being overbearing? You were my enemy before, but now you are captured by me. I will lock you up and punish you. Isn't this a matter of course? Chen Wanrong said no more. She knew that what she said was useless. This man had no intention of letting her go from the beginning. Now she can only wait for the elders of Swanyu Palace to save her. Although she and the elders of Swanyu Palace are not from the same place, she is the master of Swanyu Palace after all, and she is the disciple of the Venerable. They see her like this. If he doesn't go back for a long time, he will most likely still save her. Just when Chen Wanrong was thinking this, Lu Chen said, Actually, there is no need for you to refine the dragon subduing curse to deal with my father. As long as you are strong enough, the Grand Master and the Heavenly Realm will not be your opponents." Chen Wanrong didn't say anything. What Lu Chen said was nonsense. If she really had that strength, would she still have to refine the dragon subduing curse? She would have rushed into the Great Xia Palace and killed Emperor Xia directly. It would be decades before her strength surpassed that of Emperor Xia. Not to mention whether Emperor Xia's strength would further improve, it would be torture for her to wait decades for revenge. She can still dream about the scene of Chen Qiahuang being massacred every night when she goes to bed. If she just gives up on revenge, she will probably never be able to let go of the things that happened to her when she was a child. If she couldn't put aside the things in this world, she would not be able to calm down and practice. Now she could clearly feel that her improvement in realm had almost stagnated. In fact, she had broken through to the Master Realm a few years ago, but since reaching the Master Realm, her realm has not improved, and when practicing, she would always recall the scene that happened in Chen Qiahuangdu. If she can't get rid of hatred, how can she advance further? Seeing that Chen Wanrong didn't speak, Lu Chen directly put his arms around Chen Wanrong's waist, turned her over, and pressed her under him again. Chen Wanrong was stunned for a moment. Is Lu Chen really a human? Although it was her first time contacting a man, she was still someone who had learned various common sense in the library of Swanya Palace. She didn't understand how there could be a man like Lu Chen. Just when Chen Wanrong had no choice but to tolerate Lu Chen bullying her, she suddenly felt a force rushing into her body. The skills that had disappeared from her body were instantly revived, but her skills were still unable to be used against Lu Chen, and she was still forced to endure everything Lu Chen did. However, the circulation of skills in her body soon loosened her realm. She is now at the ultimate master level. If her realm continues to improve, she will become a Grand Master. Chen Wanrong was extremely shocked. How could this be possible? Although she was curious about how Lu Chen did it, she had no intention of thinking about it now. Lu Chen took control of her body again. The two of them didn't know that Lin Wanyun was worried to death at this time. The two of them didn't go back all night. Now that the morning had passed, Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong still hadn't gone back. No matter how stupid Lin Wanyun was, she could still guess what Lu Chen was doing now. But it was useless to guess, she didn't even know where the two of them had gone. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Wanrong's body suddenly burst out with a burst of cold air. Lu Chen, who was hugging Chen Wanrong, was also shivering from the cold air. In order to relieve the cold, Lu Chen had to hug Chen Wanrong tightly. At this time, Chen Wanrong was a little confused. She had regained consciousness. Seeing the man lying on her body, Chen Wanrong was a little confused. How did he do it? Why was he able to help him break through to the Grand Master realm? Lu Chen was able to help Chen Wanrong break through to the realm of Grand Master, not because a blind cat met a dead mouse, but because Lu Chen had already felt the spiritual power accumulated in Chen Wanrong's body, which is what warriors often call skill. Chen Wanrong herself was already infinitely close to the strength of the Grand Master. She was only one step away from breaking through, so Lu Chen decided to help her. The Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu is really easy to use, and it easily helped Chen Wanrong break through. At this time, Lu Chen raised his upper body, looked into Chen Wanrong's eyes and said with a smile, "I have now helped you break through to the realm of a Grand Master. In order to repay me, should you give me dozens of children?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong blushed and said nothing, but she still looked lovingly into Lu Chen's eyes, and this time she did not avoid it. The cold fairy yesterday was now like a little sweet wife. Lu Chen continued, "To be honest, I regret helping you break through to the Grand Master realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to have children. Now that we are both at the Grand Master realm, if we want children in the future, I'm afraid we won't be in the same room." It's simply impossible in 3 to 5 years. Chen Wanrong was startled when she heard Lu Chen's words. Grandmaster. No wonder the love gu last night was of no use to Lu Chen. It turned out that Lu Chen had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm. She said that when she saw Lu Chen recently, she felt that his temperament had changed a lot. The change. At this time, Chen Wanrong blushed and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then replied, "Your husband." "My good wife, you won't want to leave Buwang Mansion now, right?" Chen Wanrong asked, "You really won't stop me from taking revenge?" Lu Chen replied, "No." After hearing Lu Chen's exact answer, Chen Wanrong finally made a decision in her heart. She stared into Lu Chen's deep eyes and said calmly, "After the child turns 15, I will return to Swanya Palace. Keep practicing." Chen Wanrong's words contained 2 messages. One was that she would not marry Lu Chen, and the other was that she was willing to give birth to a child for Lu Chen. To be honest, Lu Chen didn't care at all whether Chen Wanrong wanted to return to Swanya Palace. When one day he was strong enough and stronger than the sage in Swanya Palace, he would go to Swanya Palace every day to find Chen Wanrong. Cultivating feelings is not a problem. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then what if you get pregnant again before our first child reaches 15 years old?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong's face became even more rosy. She turned her head to one side and then said, "We'll talk about it later." Seeing the shy look on the fairy's face, Lu Chen couldn't hold back. He leaned over again and kissed her delicate red lips. At this time, Chen Wanrong felt a hint of resentment in her heart. This man was so overbearing. He treated her like this for the first time. She didn't know how she would be played by him in the future in Buwang Mansion. Now not only has the plan failed, but he has also been involved in it. I don't know if the decision to come to Buwang Mansion was the right one. When Chen Wanrong and Lu Chen went back, it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen didn't go back for a long time, causing all the women in the inner courtyard of the palace to become anxious. Lu Chen usually wouldn't leave the palace for such a long time, and it was enough to be away from the palace for one night. As a result, it was almost evening, and Lu Chen hadn't come back yet. The key is that not many people in the palace know where he went. In the past, Lu Chen had to tell the people in the palace where he went. When Mu Zixuan and the others asked, they could know where he had gone and have a better idea. At this moment, Lu Chen's wives and concubines were waiting anxiously in the main hall of the palace. Zhou Yuyu hugged the child and said, "Your Majesty is so powerful, he should be fine, right?" Yelu Nanyan said, "In the past, wherever the prince went, he would remind Xiao Huan or tell a maid, but this time no one told him. I'm afraid something happened to him." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan showed a worried look on her face, but at this time Chu Yukan said, "Don't worry, Chener will be fine. At present, there are only a few people in the whole northern country who can hurt him. He probably has it was something important and I was leaving in a hurry, so I forgot to tell the maid where I was going." Lu Chen has already reached the realm of Grand Master. No one in this world can take away a Grand Master quietly, unless he leaves by himself. Obviously, Lu Chen left Buwang Mansion on his own. Just when Mu Zixuan and the others were worried about Lu Chen's comfort, a maid hurriedly entered the hall and said, "Princess, the prince is back." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately handed the baby in her hand to the wet nurse, and then walked out directly with Lu Chen's wives and concubines. At this time, Lu Chen had already reached the entrance of the main courtyard. While checking the system prompts from last night, he was thinking about how to surprise his wives and concubines. Congratulations to the host for adding a new wife and concubine, rewarded with glass manufacturing technology. The host cultivates a relationship with his wife and concubines once, the experience value of qi refining technique is increased by 10,000, the experience value of rejuvenation hand is increased by 10,000, the experience value of Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang art is increased by 10,000, the experience value of absorbing power is increased by 10,000, and the experience value of shape-shifting is increased by 10,000. 10,000, the apparition breaks through to the third level, the host receives an emotional critical hit, and all experience points are doubled. The host and his wife and concubine have a spiritual connection and are rewarded with 10 beauty pills. Seeing this entire page of system prompts, Lu Chen had a bright smile on his face. With glass manufacturing technology, the papered windows in the palace should be replaced in the future. It will not be so easy for someone to peek through the window paper to peek into the room. Of course, this is just one use of glass. Glass can be used in a variety of ways, such as glass cups, bottles, and the manufacture of various exquisite glass products. This is also a profitable technology. Although glass has many uses, it was Zhu Yandan that surprised Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen checked the effect of the Zuyan pill. Yanzudan, after taking it, you can stay young forever, and your hair will only turn grey. There is no woman who does not want to be young and beautiful forever. This beauty pill is very important to the women in the inner courtyard of the palace, especially the three ordinary people Mu Zixuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou. Yelu Nanyan and the others are warriors. Once a warrior reaches a certain level, they will not age so easily. However, ordinary people are different. Ordinary people have no power in their bodies and age very quickly. Although Lu Chen has recently been using the Dragon and Phoenix Yin and Yang Kung Fu to help Mu Zixuan and the others practice, their practice speed is relatively slow. Mu Zixuan has always been worried that if her cultivation level does not improve before she gets older, she will not be able to maintain her youthfulness and beauty. What to do? Now that they have Zuyan Danho, they no longer have to worry about getting old. Just when Lu Chen was lost in thought while looking at the system interface, Mu Zixuan appeared in front of him with a group of wives and concubines. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "My lord, you are finally back." Chu Yukan said from the side, "Chener, if you go out, tell the people in the palace." Zixuan and the others are worried to death. Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen came back to her senses. She smiled and said, "Sorry, I was in a hurry when I went out last night and forgot to tell the people in the palace." At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly smelled a faint fragrance from Lu Chen's body. She was relatively sensitive to fragrance, and she instantly smelled that this fragrance did not belong to any of the women present. Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen and said resentfully, "Your Majesty, there are so many sisters in the palace, why do you go out to pick wild flowers?" Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Mu Zixuan's nose to be so sharp. Then Lu Chen said with a smile, "What wild flowers? I picked the flowers from Yunrong Yuan." Yesterday's chapter had a lot of cuts, and later on the system rewards were all deleted. Some readers may not have seen it, so I brought up the system rewards again and wrote about it. Chapter 246 Rumors. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, the girls were stunned for a moment, and then they came to their senses. "Yunrong Yuan? Isn't that Chen Wanrong?" Mu Zixuan immediately said, "Congratulations to the prince for winning another beauty." Lu Chen smiled. At this time, Chu Qingli's eyes were staring at Lu Chen faintly. She couldn't help but think, getting another beauty? This bad guy didn't just get a beauty. He had already eaten up Lin Wanyun and wiped her clean. Now he got Chen Wanrong. Now Lu Chen had two more women. This bad guy is so daring that even the master of Swanyu Palace dares to touch him. Swanyu Palace is not an ordinary force. It is rumored that Swanyu Palace has already had people who have broken through to the heaven-human realm. Lu Chen is really not afraid of death. If Chen Wanrong's master is attracted, let's see how he ends up. No, she had to hurry up and complete the deal with Lu Chen, and then run away with her sister to avoid being affected by this bad thing. Thinking of this, Chu Qingli began to count in her mind how many times she had traded with Lu Chen. After thinking for a moment, Chu Qingli was slightly stunned. She seemed to have forgotten how many times she had traded with Lu Chen. This. How could she forget this? This is troublesome. Wouldn't it mean that after 100 times, you didn't even know it, and you stupidly went to find Lu Chen to make a deal? Chu Qingli complained to herself that she didn't even remember such an important thing. Lu Chen said at this time, "Okay, you all go and do your own business. I'll take a shower first, and I'll have to deal with government affairs later." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen walked directly towards his room. The maids of the palace quickly took action to get Lu Chen hot water. After Lu Chen left, Musician and the others did not disperse. They returned to the main hall and continued to enjoy tea and snacks. At the same time, Yunrong Yuan. Lin Wanyun finally got Chen Wanrong back. After seeing Chen Wanrong at the entrance of the courtyard, Lin Wanyun quickly stood up and walked towards Chen Wanrong. "Palace Master, where were you last night? Are you okay?" As soon as she walked to Chen Wanrong's side, Lin Wanyun felt the pressure on Chen Wanrong, and Lin Wanyun was stunned. Great Master!" Lin Wanyun said in surprise, "Palace Master, have you broken through to the realm of Grand Master?" Chen Wanrong is only in her 20s this year, and she broke through to the Grand Master realm in her 20s. Doesn't it mean that she can break through to the realm of gods in less than 40 or 50 years old? So far, apart from Lu Chen, the only person Lin Wanyun knew who had achieved a breakthrough to the Grand Master level at such a young age was Chen Wanrong. Lin Wanyun was happy for Chen Wanrong from the bottom of her heart. After Chen Wanrong broke through to the realm of the Grand Master, the chance of successful revenge was greater. Maybe they would be able to defeat Emperor Xia without using the dragon subduing curse in the future. If they didn't refine the dragon subduing curse, there would be no major conflict between them and Lu Chen. Chen Wanrong said softly yet, and without saying anything else, she walked directly towards the pavilion in the yard. Lin Wanyun also quickly followed the pavilion. After Chen Wanrong sat down, she said, "Aunt Lin, I already know everything about you and Lu Chen." Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Wanyun was startled. Then her face changed drastically and became extremely pale. Lin Wanyun quickly said, "Palace Master, Lin Wanyun didn't know how to explain it. Chen Wanrong didn't come home last night, and she said such things when she came back. It must be when Chen Wanrong met Lu Chen last night, Lu Chen told Chen Wanrong what happened between them." At this time, Lin Wanyun didn't know that Chen Wanrong had actually seen them doing such things with her own eyes. "Palace Master, don't believe Lu Chen's words, I have absolutely no intention of betraying you." Seeing Lin Wanyun still trying to quibble, Chen Wanrong said directly and expressionlessly, "I saw you doing that kind of thing with him in the study a long time ago." Lin Wanyun hesitated, unable to quibble. Chen Wanrong had seen it with her own eyes, so how could she quibble? Lin Wanyun was extremely anxious. She was afraid that Chen Wanrong would think that she had betrayed her. Lin Wanyun said again at this time, "Palace Master, I do all this for my own reasons." Chen Wanrong said, "Aunt Lin, you don't need to explain. I know you committed yourself to him to get me the antidote." Lin Wanyun was relieved to hear that Chen Wanrong knew her difficulties, as long as Chen Wanrong did not think that she had betrayed her. Lin Wanyun sighed deeply, and then said, "Palace Master, what should we do next? You must have met him when you went out last night, right?" Chen Wanrong said and continued, "I have become his woman." Hearing this, Lin Wanyun was stunned for a moment, and then she became angry. How could it be? That little bastard actually doesn't keep his word. He clearly said he would let you go. Lin Wanyun then walked towards the outside of the pavilion, saying as she walked, "I'm going to ask him for an explanation. He is also a prince after all, and he promises a lot of money, but he goes back on his word." Chen Wanrong said at this time, "Aunt Lin, you don't have to be so angry. I took the initiative to devote myself to him. You. Lin Huanyun was stunned again. She did not expect that Chen Wanrong would make such a decision. Chen Wanrong continued, it was also because of his help that I was able to break through to the realm of Grand Master. Lin Huanyun asked with a look of disbelief, how can he have a way to improve people's strength? Chen Wanrong said, I don't know either, but I know that he is not taking the path of a warrior, but the path of cultivating immortality. Being able to break through to the Grand Master realm at this age can only be achieved through immortality. Lin Huanyun sighed again. Now it's okay, both of them were shocked by that little bad guy. This little bad guy really accepted every pretty girl he saw. Why was he so energetic? Lin Huanyun asked, Palace Master, has he promised to let us leave Buwang Mansion? Chen Wanrong shook her head and said calmly, he will not let me go until I give him a child. Lin Huanyun frowned slightly, what about Swanyu Palace? If we don't return to Swanyu Palace for a long time, I'm afraid those elders will have objections. We have been in Buwang Mansion for such a long time. Chen Wanrong said, I will ask him again after a while. Lin Huanyun said no more. At this time, Chen Wanrong looked at Lin Huanyun and asked, Aunt Lin, what do you think? He told me last night that he had contacted your Lin family and planned to let you marry to the North Prince's mansion. Lin Huanyun thought for a while and didn't know how to answer. She was extremely confused now. She always felt that the age gap between herself and Lu Chen was too big, so it was inappropriate to marry him, but this little bad guy liked someone older than him. Judging from the ages of the women in the inner courtyard of the palace, it seems that every one of Lu Chen's women is older than Lu Chen. Even the youngest Zhou Yuyu and Xiao Wenyao are older than Lu Chen. Moreover, there is another person in the palace who is similar in age to him, and that is Yelun Yan. Chen Wanrong said, if you don't want to marry him, I will find a way to get her to let you go. Although Chen Wanrong has no way to make Lu Chen let Lin Huanyun leave Buwang Mansion now, Chen Wanrong believes that one day she will be able to find conditions that make Lu Chen tempted and make Lu Chen agree to let Lin Huanyun go. After hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lin Huanyun hesitated for a moment, and finally plucked up the courage to say, no need, Palace Master, I have decided to stay in Buwang Mansion and give him children. Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. She actually guessed that Lin Huanyun might be in love with Lu Chen, but she was still a little surprised that Lin Huanyun said she wanted to stay. Chen Wanrong then said, I understand. Since Lin Huanyun had decided to stay and give birth to children for Lu Chen, there was nothing to stop her, as long as Lu Chen would not let her down. However, Chen Wanrong is still vaguely worried. Judging from Lu Chen's current development trajectory, Lu Chen will definitely become the emperor in the future. Chen Wanrong is very worried about whether Lin Huanyun will be left out by Lu Chen for the rest of her life when she enters the palace. I can only spend it in the palace. Now, apart from the fact that Lu Chen is quite lustful, it is still not possible to see the other characteristics of Lu Chen. It is difficult to say whether he will abandon his woman. But having said that, it is useless to worry so much now. Only when Lu Chen becomes the emperor, when Lu Chen has supreme power, can we see what kind of person Lu Chen is. An hour later, Lu Chen had already finished taking a shower, changed his clothes and went to the study to handle government affairs. Although he had a good night without sleeping yesterday, Lu Chen still didn't feel too tired now. He was still in high spirits. At this moment, the maid's voice sounded at the door of the study, Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you. Lu Chen said directly, come in. The next moment, Qin Yushan opened the door and entered the study. Lu Chen asked calmly, what's the matter? Qin Yushan replied, Your Majesty, these days it has been rumored among the people in the north that you have seized the widow of the anti-barbarian hero. There are also rumors that you will not even let go of your own aunt. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then he put down what he was holding, looked up at Qin Yushan, and asked seriously, "Have you found out the source of these rumors?" Qin Yushan replied, "I found it, he is from the Chu family." Hearing Qin Yushan's answer, Lu Chen's face darkened instantly, and he continued to ask, "Is it the Chu family in the south of the Yangtze River or the Chu family in the northern country?" The Chu family has been divided, and now there is also a Chu family in the North Kingdom. Qin Yushan replied again, "It's the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom." Lu Chen fell into silence. Thinking about it, the Jiangnan family is currently fighting against the imperial army under the leadership of Lu Shiyun. How can they have time to send people to the north to spread rumors? It is most likely the Chu family of the north who did it. But the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom had already surrendered to him, and Lu Chen didn't believe that his grandfather would send people to spread such rumors. Chu Xiong obviously supported Chu Yukin to become his woman. If Chu Yukin becomes his woman, there will be another link for the Chu family in the north. Even if Chu Yukin is not related by blood to the Chu family, Chu Yukin comes from the Chu family after all. This is the same as Lin Wanyun and the Lin family. In the same situation, Lin Wanyun is not related by blood to the Lin family, but Lin Jieyuan still wants Lin Wanyun to be a link with the North Palace. After Lu Chen pondered for a while, he said to Qin Yushan, "There is no need to leave this matter to the Jin Yiwei to investigate. You can go to the Chu family yourself now and tell my grandpa what you have found out. He will know what to do." Qin Yushan said, "I understand, I will go now. My subordinates resign." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yushan turned and left. Seeing Qin Yushan's leaving figure, Lu Chen thought to himself, how could anyone in the Chu family spread such words at this time? I'm afraid it was the Chu family in Jiangnan who sent someone to do it, right? There is a high probability that the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom has the details of the Chu family of the Jiangnan. The Jiangnan family did this, on the one hand, to alienate the relationship between the Northern Palace and the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom, and on the other hand, they wanted to destroy his personal reputation. Just when Lu Chen was thinking about this matter, the maid's voice came again, "Your Majesty, Commander Lin is looking for you." Lu Chen's thoughts were interrupted and he said, "Come in." The next moment, the mature and dignified Lin Wanyun entered the study. Lu Chen looked at Lin Wanyun who was angry at the door and said with a smile, "Aunt Lin, who made you angry? Why do you look so unhappy?" Lin Wanyun asked, "Didn't you promise me that you would let Rong go? Why are you still occupying her body?" Lin Wanyun originally didn't want to come to Lu Chen, but she thought about it for a moment. If Chen Wanrong didn't leave Buwang Mansion, how would she take revenge and restore her country? Hearing Lin Wanyun's words, Lu Chen just smiled slightly, and then he said, "It seems you know everything." Lin Wanyun continued, "You are also a prince after all, and you will still be an emperor in the future. How can you remain silent?" Before Lin Wanyun could finish her words, she instantly lost control of her body and was sucked directly into Lu Chen's arms. Lin Wanyun immediately struggled, "Let me go quickly." Lu Chen hugged her plump body and said in her ear, "I never said I wouldn't let her go. She volunteered to be my woman. Such a beautiful fairy. If that man is not moved, if I am not moved at all, then am I still a man?" Lin Wanyun was angry and annoyed. "You?" Lu Chen said in a low voice, "Wanyun, you came here to accuse me, isn't it because you are jealous?" Lin Wanyun blushed and was about to say something, but the next moment she was blocked by Lu Chen. "Ahoy!" Lu Chen didn't bother to say anything to her. Since she was angry inside, he wanted her to calm down first. It wasn't easy enough to calm her down. Not long after, Xiao Huan outside the study heard Lin Wanyun's voice. She silently walked to the entrance of the yard to guard Lu Chen. An hour later, Lin Wanyun's anger completely dissipated. She sat astride Lu Chen's lap and lay on Lu Chen's shoulders, motionless. Not to mention that her anger is gone, her soul has been lost. How can she still find the strength to find Lu Chen Xingshi to accuse her now? Lin Huanyun said weakly at this time, what on earth are you going to do before you are willing to let Rong leave? Lu Chen hugged her delicate body and said in her ear, she should have told you that as long as she gives me a child, she can return to Swanya Palace when the child reaches 15 years old. Lin Huanyun said, she is the palace owner of Swanya Palace. She cannot stay in the North Palace forever. If the elders of Swanya Palace find out, they will definitely come to find her. Do you want to start a war against Swanya Palace? Swanya Palace is not an ordinary force. Although you are the Grand Master, there are many Grand Masters in Swanya Palace. Even if you and Zhuge Chongguang combined, you cannot be the opponent of those elders. After hearing what Lin Huanyun said, Lu Chen thought for a moment and realized that this was true. If Chen Wanrong is kept in the North Prince's mansion, and she is not allowed to go back for more than 10 or decades, and attracts the elders from Swanya Palace, there will be big trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Chen gently stroked Lin Huanyun's jade back with his hand, and then said, so Huanyun, you came to remind me of this matter. I thought you really came to punish me. It seems that you still care about me. Lin Huanyun snorted softly, who cares about you, a little rascal? If you are so lustful, you will not let go of a beautiful woman. Sooner or later, you will fall into trouble with women. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, don't worry, I can't fall into trouble with a woman. Only women can fall into trouble with me. Aren't you and Rong just in trouble with me? Hearing what Lu Chen said, Lin Huanyun said angrily, it's unlucky for us to meet you, a little bastard. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly heard a conversation between the maid and someone outside the yard. Commander Chu, the prince is busy, please don't go in. Chu Qingli said, what are you busy with? Hearing Chu Qingli's voice, Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then said loudly, Qingli, come in. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lin Huanyun, who was hanging on Lu Chen, was stunned. She lowered her voice and said angrily, you are crazy. Lu Chen ignored her protest. Seeing that Lu Chen in the study room had spoken, the maid Xiao Huan said nothing more. She thought that Chu Qingli was already a frequent visitor to the study room anyway, so adding one more person wouldn't be a big deal. Chu Qingli didn't know that there was already someone in the study, so she walked straight towards the study. But as soon as she opened the study door, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Lin Huanyun struggled to escape, but was pinned down by Lu Chen on the desk, unable to break away at all. Chu Qingli said with a surprised look on her face, you. Chu Qingli didn't say anything, and a blush instantly appeared on her face. She had long known that Lu Chen and Lin Huanyun were having an affair, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen, a bad guy, would let her in at this time. Although she did come here to trade with Lu Chen, there were already people here. Lu Chen said calmly, Qingli, why don't you close the door yet? Do you want everyone outside to see it? Hearing this, Chu Qingli quickly turned around and closed the door. After closing the door, Chu Qingli turned back and glared at Lu Chen with resentment. Lu Chen continued to be busy, and while he was busy, he asked, what do you want from me? Chu Qingli glanced at the dying Lin Huanyun, and then said, our number of transactions should be almost up. Is it time to let my sister leave the palace? Lu Chen said, hey, this matter, I'll come and talk to you again in the evening. Chu Qingli then said, then I'll leave first. My sister will be patrolling tonight. I'll wait for you in the room. Lu Chen said and focused all his energy on Lin Huanyun. Before Chu Qingli left, she glanced at Lu Chen and Lin Huanyun, and thought to herself that this guy didn't come back last night, and now he's doing bad things again. When he comes to find her in the evening, he probably won't have anything else on his mind. I hope when the time comes, she can keep her word and let her sister go. After all, she has heard a lot of rumors about her sister in Yancheng recently. Chapter 247 Things Exposed. Northern Kingdom, Chu family. In the evening, the red sunset shines on the world, and the red light spreads to the earth like blood. Chu Xiong was sitting in the courtyard, tasting the high-strength liquor brewed by Buangfu, while checking the recently collected information about the Chu family in Jiangnan. Although he had brought part of the Chu family to seek refuge with his grandson, he still couldn't let go of the Chu family in Jiangnan. After all, his unfilial son was still in Jiangnan. Seeing that the intelligence mentioned that the rebels were retreating steadily in the face of the imperial army, Chu Xiong couldn't help but sigh. He had guessed such a result from the beginning. Although the Jiangnan family has powerful weapons such as the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow, the imperial court is stronger after all, and it was Emperor Xia who forced the Jiangnan family to rebel. Since he dared to force the Jiangnan family to rebel, it proves that Emperor Xia has done after preparing to clean up the Jiangnan family. Lu Chen wanted to seize the throne. How could it be so easy? Just when Chu Xiong was sighing, a servant entered the courtyard and said, "Master, there are guards looking for you." Hearing this, Chu Xiong was stunned for a moment. Jin Yiwei? What does Jin Yiwei want to do with him? Could it be that Lu Chen had something to do with him? Having been in the Northern Kingdom for so long, Chu Xiong basically understood the political structure of the Northern Kingdom, and also roughly knew who was around the Northern King. Chu Xiong knew very well that the Jin Yiwei was the most important organization around Lu Chen. The Jin Yiwei soldiers came to him, most likely with Lu Chen's orders. Chu Xiong then said to his servant, "Please invite that person in quickly." After a while, the servant took Qin Yushan into the Chu family courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Qin Yushan smiled and said, "I have met the Chu family master." Seeing that the person coming was Qin Yushan, Chu Xiong was stunned for a moment. Qin Yushan was the commander of the Jinyi guards. According to his understanding, apart from the king of the north, the highest commander of the Jin Yiwei commanders was the commander. The commanders of the Jin Yiwei were all very busy. Why did they come to the Chu family in person? There must be something important. Chu Xiong suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He asked directly, "Commander Qin, what is the wind that brings you to this prince? Did the famous celebrity come here?" Qin Yushan smiled and said, "What a famous person, I am just the loyal dog raised by the prince." Having said this, Qin Yushan looked at the servants in the courtyard, and then said, "The prince asked me to tell you something. This is not the place to talk." Chu Xiong instantly understood what Qin Yushan meant, and then immediately said, "Commander Qin, please come with me." Immediately afterwards, Chu Xiong brought Qin Yushan to the study. After entering the study, Chu Xiong closed the study door and then asked, "I wonder what the prince's orders are." Qin Yushan took out a piece of information they had collected recently from his sleeves, and then said, "I don't have any instructions, but the prince asked me to show you this information." Hearing this, Chu Xiong curiously took the paper information from Qin Yushan's hand, and then read it carefully. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiong's brows instantly wrinkled, and his face became extremely gloomy. He did not expect that there would be a traitor among the Chu family who followed him to the north. What he had always been most worried about was that there would be a traitor in the Chu family. They came to the Northern Kingdom to seek refuge with the Northern King. If there were traitors among the Chu family, it would probably cause the Northern King to distrust the Chu family, and even think that they did not really join the Northern Kingdom at all, but had ulterior motives. However, Chu Xiong also saw that Lu Chen asked Qin Yushan to send this information in person without making any announcement. Most likely, he wanted to solve the problem of traitors. Lu Chen would not doubt them just because of some traitors. Chu Xiong immediately said, "Please ask Commander Qin to bring a message to the prince on my behalf. I will definitely deal with those who spread rumors and find out who is behind the scenes." Qin Yushan said, "Okay. I won't bother you anymore." Having said this, Qin Yushan turned around and left the study. Chu Xiong quickly said, "Commander Qin, please go slowly. After Qin Yushan left the Chu family, Chu Xiong immediately investigated who was spreading the rumors based on the information Qin Yushan had shown him previously. In just an hour, Chu Xiong found out several people who spread rumors. Looking at the servants kneeling in the yard, Chu Xiong's face turned pale, and then he asked, "Tell me, who asked you to do this?" Seeing that the matter had been exposed, several servants quickly kowtowed and said, "Master, please forgive me, the second young master asked us to do all this." Chu Xiong was not surprised at all when he heard the servants' words. He had already guessed that it was the unfilial son who was causing trouble behind the scenes. Chu Hongfei had always been thinking about Chu Yukin's body. He had long wanted to bring Chu Yukin back to Suifeng city. However, the strength of the Northern King suddenly increased, and the Northern Kingdom became the strongest military power among the major feudal states. The country was sealed off, which forced Chu Hongfei to give up his plan to take Chu Yukin back to the Chu family forcibly. But this does not mean that Chu Hongfei has given up. At this moment, the expression on Chu Xiong's face was uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. The rebels in the south of the Yangtze River are currently fighting against the Imperial Army. As a member of the Chu family in the south of the Yangtze River, Chu Hongfei does not focus on assisting Lu Chen at this time. Instead, he thinks about letting people spread rumors and cause trouble in the north. Chu Xiong asked at this time, "When you came to the north with me, was it his intention?" A servant kneeling on the ground said quickly, "Yes, the second young master asked us to write down everything that happened in the North Kingdom and write to him." Chu Xiong sighed. There was no need to investigate. The two brothers of the Chu family must have taken advantage of Chu Hongfei. On the one hand, they wanted to get information about the North Country, and on the other hand, they wanted to kill people with a borrowed knife. It is no wonder that the Chu family agreed to separate the families so easily. If the traitors of the Chu family are not discovered, they can continue to provide information about the Northern Kingdom to the Chu family in Jiangnan. If they are discovered, the Northern King will definitely be suspicious of the Chu family in the Northern Kingdom. Once the ruler is suspicious of the family became suspicious, and the Chu family in the north would not have an easy life in the north from now on. These chess pieces placed by the Chu family in the south of the Yangtze River in the Chu family in the north will have a great influence on the Chu family in the north no matter what they do. Chu Xiong thought to himself that it seemed that he would have to go to the North Prince's mansion in person early tomorrow morning to plead guilty to Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Chu Xiong said to the family guard in the courtyard, "Pull these people down and deal with them." Upon hearing this, the servants were so frightened that they became incontinent. "Master, please spare my life! Master, please spare my life! We are all forced." The nursing staff ignored the wails of these traitors. They dragged these people away and then killed them in the backyard of the Chu family. Night. Tonight there are stars and the moon is as bright as water. After Lu Chen processed and reviewed some official documents in the study, he felt vaguely tired. "I didn't sleep all night after doing physical work last night, and I didn't sleep during the day today. I just gave Lin Wanyun a beating in the study, and then he dealt with government affairs for so long. Even if he is a great master, he should feel tired." Lu Chen originally wanted to go back and take a shower, then go to Chunsheng courtyard and sleep with that big soft pillow, but then he suddenly remembered that he had an appointment with Chu King Gli. Thinking of this, Lu Chen stood up, stretched, yawned, and then said to himself, "It seems that I won't be able to sleep again tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen left the study. As soon as he walked out of the study, he met Chu Yukin, who was on patrol tonight. After seeing Lu Chen, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment, and then asked with concern, "Chener, why haven't you gone back to rest?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm going to go back to sleep now." Now that Chu Yukin was facing Lu Chen, she was no longer as panicked as she had been some time ago. Although she had promised to serve Lu Chen long ago, Lu Chen had never done anything to her. Lu Chen didn't take the initiative, so she simply didn't take the matter to heart. She thought in her mind that Lu Chen had so many women, and they could take care of him one by one every day, and it wouldn't be her turn to take care of him. Of course, if Lu Chen made such a request, she would definitely not refuse it now, as long as she could find a way to distract Chu Qingli and prevent Chu Qingli from discovering it. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said to Chu Yukan, "Aunt Chu, have you heard some rumors about me recently?" Hearing this question, Chu Yukan was stunned for a moment. Of course she knew what the rumors Lu Chen was talking about. Doesn't it mean that Lu Chen occupied her as a widow, and even his aunt was not spared? When she thought of this so-called rumor, a blush appeared on Chu Yukan's cheeks. The reason why she was afraid that Lu Chen would attack her was because she was worried that there would be rumors that would affect the reputation of Lu Chen, the prince. Lu Chen is going to be the emperor in the future, so he cannot have too many black spots. Chu Yukan said at this time, "King Gli has already told me, I." When the words came to her lips, Chu Yukan hesitated, not knowing what to say. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Aunt Chu, don't feel stressed. These rumors will disappear in a few days. These rumors were spread by the Chu family, and my grandfather should have already dealt with them." Hearing this, Chu Yukan was stunned for a moment. How could the Chu family spread these rumors? Chu Yukan asked, "Is it the Jiangnan Chu family?" Lu Chen said, "It was found out that he is from the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom, but these people spreading rumors are probably the spies that the Chu family of the south of the Yangtze River planted in the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom." Chu Yukan sighed slightly and said nothing. Lu Chen said at this time, "Aunt Chu, I will go back and rest first." Chu Yukan said, "Yeah, okay." Then Lu Chen went straight to the courtyard where Chu Qingli was. Chu Yukan was out on patrol, so she could go and trade with Chu Qingli. After a while, Lu Chen came to Chu Qingli's room. As soon as he entered the room, before Chu Qingli could react, Lu Chen, a princess, hugged her to the bed, then pressed her under him and watched her condescendingly. Chu Qingli looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said coldly, "Why are you so anxious? I spent the whole night with the master of Suanya Palace last night and bullied Lin Wanyun in the study just now. What's the point of being so anxious? I don't believe you. It's still okay." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "A certain vixen often provoked me like this in the past. Recently, she has not dared to return to the palace." Chu Qingli said nonchalantly, "Your words don't scare me, Before Chu Qingli finished speaking, Lu Chen leaned down and kissed Chu Qingli's red lips. In fact, Chu Qingli did not want to provoke Lu Chen. She really felt that Lu Chen had been busy all day and night, and even a great master would have no energy left. Chu Qingli finally suffered the consequences. The night was very long. After patrolling the inner courtyard for a few times, Chu Yukan planned to return to the courtyard and sit for a while. At this moment, she saw Bai Qingqing, dressed in white, standing on the roof, looking into the distance. Chu Yukan was a little curious. Bai Qingqing was not on duty tonight. Why didn't she go back to sleep? What was she doing standing on the roof? Chu Yukan then used Qinggong to jump to the roof in a few steps and came to Bai Qingqing. "Xiao Bai, you are not on duty tonight. Why didn't you go back to your room to sleep?" After hearing Chu Yukan's question, Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, "Can't sleep." "This?" Chu Yukan asked curiously, "What are you worried about? Why don't you tell me? Maybe you will feel a lot better after telling me." Chu Yukan thought in her heart that Bai Qingqing has not had any feelings since she was a child. Logically speaking, a person like her should not have anything to worry about. How could she have such a day when she couldn't sleep? This made Chu Yukan feel a little strange. At this time, Bai Qingqing said, "I'm not worried, I just can't sleep." Chu Yukan was slightly stunned. Since she had nothing to worry about, why couldn't she fall asleep? However, she did not continue to ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and Bai Qingqing was no exception. She didn't want to tell them, so just let it go. At this time, Chu Yukin also looked in the direction Bai Qingqing was looking. She thought that since Bai Qingqing couldn't sleep, she would stay with her on the roof for a while. Just as Chu Yukin was thinking this, suddenly, she vaguely heard the emotional cry of an animal. Hearing this sound, Chu Yukin didn't pay too much attention. It was normal for such sounds to appear in the inner courtyard of the palace. She could hear such sounds almost every time she patrolled at night. As for who made these sounds, this is obvious. Who else could it be besides the little villain? Chu Yukin had no intention of looking for the source of the sound. She continued to stand on the roof, blowing the wind with Bai Qingqing. Gradually, half an hour passed, and the voice in the inner courtyard became louder and louder. Chu Yukin suddenly felt something was wrong. Although she often heard such voices in the inner courtyard of the palace, she didn't know why, but she always felt that the voice sounded a bit like Chu Qinggli's. She had been staying with Lu Chen's wives and concubines, so she was already very familiar with their voices. Although their voices were slightly deformed when they called, she could still vaguely hear some differences. The voices in the inner courtyard of the palace at this time did not seem to be the voices of Lu Chen's wives and concubines. Chu Yukin turned her head and glanced at Bai Qingqing, then said, "Xiao Bai, I'm going to patrol first." Bai Qingqing said expressionlessly, "Yes." Chu Yukin then jumped down from the roof and followed the direction of the sound. As a result, she walked and came to the door of the courtyard where she lived. Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment, and Chu Qinggli's voice became louder at this time. Chu Yukin suddenly realized that Chu Qingli had become obsessed with practicing martial arts recently, and she must have become obsessed again. When she thought of this, Chu Yukin hurriedly ran towards Chu Qinggli's room, and soon she came to the door of Chu Qinggli's room. At this time, Chu Qinggli's voice suddenly became even weirder. "Ah!" Chu Yukin thought that Chu Qinggli's obsession was serious. In desperation, she pushed the door open without thinking and said, "Qingli, are you okay? Just hold on, I'll go right away." Before Chu Yukin finished speaking, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. She froze on the spot and looked at the two people in the room with a look of shock. She originally said, "I'll call Chen right away," but when she came in, she realized that she needed to call Lu Chen. "Isn't Lu Chen in this room?" Chu Qingli suddenly woke up from the confusion. When she saw Chu Yukin actually barging in, her nervousness reached its maximum and she was immediately confused. After Chu Qingli came back to her senses, her expression was extremely panicked. She quickly said, "Sister, please listen to my explanation. It's not what you, saw, like." Lu Chen did not stop what he was doing because of Chu Yukin's intrusion. When he saw Chu Qingli trying to get up, he held her down to prevent her from escaping. Seeing that Lu Chen was actually doing something evil in front of her, Chu Yukin's face turned red immediately, and then she stepped out directly. "Chener, you guys are busy first, I will come back to you later." After Chu Yukin left the room, Chu Qingli was ashamed and annoyed. She turned to look at Lu Chen and cursed, "You, bastard." Lu Chen didn't care about her, he just scolded her. Anyway, everything had been exposed, and he could take this opportunity to have a showdown with Chu Yukin. Chu Qingli continued to struggle. The more she struggled, the more she aroused Lu Chen's inner anger. In the end, it was Chu Qingli herself who suffered the consequences. After Chu Yukin exited the room, her mind went blank. She always thought that every time Chu Qingli made noise in the room, it was because he was possessed. Even the last time Lu Chen appeared in her room, she didn't notice anything about the two of them. The result now seems. Wherever he went crazy, it was clearly that little villain who had eaten up Chu Qingli. Thinking about it this way, Lu Chen has done bad things to Chu Qingli more than once? When she thought of this, Chu Yukan felt a little angry inside. She said that she had asked her to transfer Chu Qingli away from the North Palace, but he seemed a little unwilling. She thought Lu Chen was worried that no one would treat Chu Qingli when she went crazy, but she didn't expect him to have such thoughts. I became obsessed with practicing Qigong. What a good excuse! Hearing the commotion in the room that was still going on, Chu Yukan curled her lips, but she found out that this little villain was still doing bad things and didn't care at all. It's no wonder that Chu Qingli's obsession has never been cured. It's no wonder that she can be cured if Lu Chen treats her like this. Thinking of this, Chu Yukan sighed. She had actually guessed that Lu Chen was interested in Chu Qingli, and sooner or later Lu Chen would attack Chu Qingli, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen and Chu Qingli would secretly do bad things. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't care about being discovered at all, he probably planned to show off his cards directly. Chu Yukan then walked to the pavilion in the yard and sat down, waiting for them to come out to show off their cards. Chapter 248 Aunt Chu, what you just acted looks like. Chu Yukan thought that Lu Chen and Chu Qingli would come out for a showdown with her soon. After all, their affairs had been exposed, and they had been caught by her. What Chu Yukan didn't expect was that after sitting in the pavilion for 2 hours and waiting, the sky began to turn white. As a result, before the two of them came out of the room, she only heard Chu Qingli's voice. The sound was getting weirder and weirder, and she could tell that Chu Qingli had tried her best to suppress her voice, but she still couldn't control it. This left Chu Yukan a little speechless. This little villain really didn't want to let him go until it was over, right? In fact, this was not because Lu Chen had a perverted mentality, but because he did it deliberately. He was a great master, so he could naturally feel that Chu Yukan was sitting in the pavilion outside, waiting for them. But they couldn't just go out like this, because he wanted to completely destroy Chu Qingli's self-esteem so that she would not dare to oppose him and Chu Yukan in the future. As for the effect, we will know soon. In the early morning, the sun shone on the earth. Chu Yukan, who was sitting in the pavilion, flushed and felt a little uncomfortable. This bad thing is really annoying. The sun has come out, but Chu Qingli hasn't come out yet. Just when Chu Yukan was about to arrange the protection work in the inner courtyard, the door to Chu Qingli's room finally opened. Lu Chen came out of the room with a happy face, while behind Lu Chen was Chu Qingli, who had a red face and did not dare to face Chu Yukan directly. The original iceberg beauty now became like a child who made a mistake. After seeing Chu Yukan in the pavilion, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Hello, Aunt Chu, good morning." Chu Yukan rolled her eyes at Lu Chen with a resentful expression, and then her eyes fell on Chu Qingli, who was hiding behind Lu Chen. At this time, Chu Yukan snorted coldly. Hearing Chu Yukan's cold snort, Chu Qingli's delicate body trembled suddenly. Chu Yukan said in a cold tone at this time, "What a crazy person, I wonder how someone can become crazy every day while practicing Kung Fu. Qingli, tell me, what kind of demon have you fallen into?" Hearing Chu Yukan's words, Chu Qingli said in a panic, Sister, I have my own reasons, Before Chu Qingli finished speaking, she was interrupted by Chu Yukan. "The reason? What reason? You and your sister should talk about it. I want to see what the reason is for you to be bumped into by me and not come out all night." Chu Qingli now hated the bad guy Lu Chen. She had originally thought of it last night, but the bad guy Lu Chen held her down and refused to let her leave the room. What can she do? Her skills have been blocked, and Lu Chen is still a great master. She is just a weak woman in front of Lu Chen. Chu Yukan continued, "Qingli, sister always thought that you stopped her from serving Chener for her own good. Unexpectedly, you climbed into Chener's bed. Could it be that you stopped her from serving Chener because of you? Want to have him all to yourself?" Chu Qingli immediately said, "Sister, that's not the case, I am here to save you. Chu Yukin sneered and said, in order to save me, you climbed into Chener's bed. Your excuse is no different from practicing martial arts and going crazy. Chu Qingli didn't know how to explain it. She immediately looked at Lu Chen and said, My lord, please explain it to me. We should have done enough transactions. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, Deal? What deal? Why don't I know there is a deal? Aren't you just coveting my body when you're with me? Seeing that Lu Chen actually denied it, Chu Qingli suddenly felt angry. You mean? Lu Chen said to Chu Yukin at this time, Aunt Chu, Qingli and I really love each other. You must have heard it when you sat outside the pavilion last night. If we didn't really love each other, she wouldn't know it at all. Make that sound. Chu Qingli was immediately ashamed and angry. She said angrily, You bastard! Who really loves you? Chu Yukin snorted coldly again, Really love each other? Qingli, my sister misjudged you. It turns out you are such a woman. Having said this, Chu Yukin stood up and looked like she was about to leave the yard. Seeing this scene, Chu Qingli panicked. If she didn't explain clearly today, Chu Yukin would definitely think that she was willing to be Lu Chen's woman, and she wanted to dominate Lu Chen by preventing them from getting together. Chu Qingli hurriedly ran out from behind Lu Chen and rushed directly to Chu Yukin, Sister, please listen to my explanation. I was forced to do it. It was all forced on me by that bastard. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Soon, Chu Qingli grabbed Chu Yukin's arm and prevented Chu Yukin from leaving. Chu Yukin stopped and said with an indifferent expression, Forced? I don't think anyone would make a happy sound when forced. Chu Qingli didn't know how to explain it. Who could control this kind of thing? She couldn't control it at all. Plus, Lu Chen had so many tricks, how could she hold back and make no sound at all? It's all that damn bastard's fault. What to do now? How was she going to explain it? Chu Yukin then turned to look at Lu Chen, and then asked coldly, Chener, Qingli was always innocent before entering the palace and had never been engaged to anyone. Now you have done such a thing to her, what are you going to do? Lu Chen replied, Since we are already married, I will naturally take her as my concubine and marry her into the palace. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Qingli said angrily, Who wants to marry you, a bastard? Chu Yukin scolded, Shut up. Chu Qingli immediately closed her mouth. She had never seen Chu Yukin so angry. It seemed that her sister was really angry. It's over, it's over. How should she explain so that her sister could believe what she said? Chu Yukin continued to say to Lu Chen, Chener, since you have planned to take her as your concubine, go to the Chu family to propose marriage openly and don't do it secretly. Lu Chen said with a smile, What Aunt Chu said is that I will go to the Chu family to propose marriage tomorrow. Chu Qingli was still a member of the Chu family in name only. Although she was not related by blood to anyone in the Chu family, if Lu Chen wanted to legitimately take Chu Qingli as his concubine, it would be best to directly propose marriage to the Chu family. Chu Yukin looked at Chu Qingli and said, Qingli, you have disappointed my sister. After saying these words, Chu Yukin threw away Chu Qingli's arm and left the yard directly. Seeing Chu Yukin's leaving figure, Chu Qingli was heartbroken, and her body suddenly softened. She was about to fall to the ground, so Lu Chen immediately hugged her waist from behind. Being hugged by Lu Chen, Chu Qingli's inner anger suddenly burst out. She struggled and said, It's all your fault, you bastard. Let me go. You don't keep your word, I'll fight you. Lu Chen hugged Chu Qingli's waist tightly. No matter how Chu Qingli struggled, it was to no avail. Her power was blocked and there was no way to break free. Lu Chen said with a smile, Anyway, Aunt Chu has bumped into us and you can't explain it. Just marry me and be my concubine. Chu Qingli said coldly, "You are dreaming. I want my sister to expose your hypocritical mask. I must let her know what kind of man you are." Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "The more you do this, the more Aunt Chu will think that you want to monopolize me, so you will try every means to ruin my reputation." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Qingli was stunned. What to do now? If there is no way to prevent them from being together, then Lu Chen and Chu Yukin will really do something treacherous. But if she continues to cross the line, her sister will definitely feel that she is selfish. Hateful. This bad guy had no intention of honoring the agreement in the first place. Chu Qingli then said, "As a prince, you can't believe what you say. You don't have any moral heart." Lu Chen chuckled and said, "Morality? You yourself have forgotten the number of transactions we had. It shows that you have no intention of trading with me at all. You don't care about it yourself. Why should I abide by our original agreement?" You. Chu Qingli was speechless. Indeed, she herself had forgotten the number of transactions, so how could she have the nerve to ask Lu Chen to abide by the agreement? Chu Qingli then said, "I won't listen to your nonsense, please let me go." Having said this, Chu Qingli continued to struggle. Lu Chen said at this time, "Have you ever thought that if you marry to the North Prince's mansion, you can always monitor your sister and me? If I do something wrong to your sister, you can be the first to do it. Time to discover. Before, you were just the commander of the inner courtyard of the palace. There were many places that you couldn't go to and your movements were restricted. If you wait until you marry me, you will be my concubine. When the time comes, you can go wherever you want to go. It's easy to spy on me and your sister." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Qingli was stunned for a moment. She actually thought what Lu Chen said made sense. Anyway, her sister had discovered what happened between her and Lu Chen. Now it was useless for her to say anything, so she might as well just marry Lu Chen. Chu Qingli then said, "Okay, I promise to marry you." Seeing that Chu Qingli agreed, Lu Chen said nothing more. This was typical of Chu Qingli, who was knocked unconscious by him. Then Lu Chen let go of Chu Qingli, "Since you agreed, you should make preparations in the past few days. I will take you as my concubine in a few days. I'm going to comfort your sister first so she won't be angry with you." Having said this, Lu Chen walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing Lu Chen's leaving figure, Chu Qingli felt that she had been deceived by Lu Chen again. As soon as Lu Chen left the courtyard, a maid came to him and said, "Your Majesty, the head of the Chu family wants to see you." Lu Chen said, "Let him wait for me in the study. I want to take a shower first." He had been active all night last night, and now his whole body smelled very strong. In this state, he definitely couldn't talk to others about things. Then Lu Chen returned to the main courtyard, took a shower, tidied up briefly, and then went to the study. As soon as he arrived in the study, Chu Xiong stepped forward and said, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen quickly held Chu Xiong's shoulders and said, "Grandpa, how many times have I told you that you don't need to salute me when there are no outsiders? I'm not that rigid." Chu Xiong immediately said, "The etiquette cannot be discarded. You are the prince after all." Lu Chen asked, "Grandpa came to me this time, probably because of the rumors among the people in the north, right?" Chu Xiong immediately said, "I failed to take care of the Chu family. I would like to apologize to the prince. I have dealt with all those who spread rumors and found out the mastermind behind it." Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Grandpa, is the man behind the scenes my uncle?" Lu Chen had long known through Jin Yiwei that Chu Hengfei was interested in Chu Yukin. Although Lu Chen did not let Jin Yiwei continue to investigate the rumors, it was probably Chu Hengfei who would spread the rumors at this time. Chu Xiong sighed and said, "It's because of my lax discipline that I raised such an unfilial son." Lu Chen said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I don't take this matter to heart. It just so happens that you are here today. I have something to trouble you. Chu Xiong said, you said, as long as our Chu family can do it, we will try our best to do it. Lu Chen then said, I plan to let the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom be the natal family of Aunt Chu and King Gli, and then marry the two of them to the Northern Prince's mansion. Hearing this, Chu Xiong was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and understood what Lu Chen meant. It would be an easy thing to marry Chu King Gli, but Chu Yukin's identity is different. Chu Yukin once had a marriage contract with the Wang family, although the man from the Wang family was poisoned to death before she married her. But she is still nominally the wife of that man from the Wang family. If Lu Chen wants to marry Chu Yukin, he must first let Chu Yukin terminate the relationship with the Wang family. The engagement was originally made by Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong happened to be in the north, so let Chu Xiong terminate the engagement with the Wang family for Chu Yukin and just regret the marriage. Now that the Wang family has become traitors, what will happen even if they regret the marriage? Chu Xiong immediately said, I understand. In a few days, I will send someone to Jiangnan to cancel the engagement. Lu Chen said, don't go to such trouble. You can write the divorce letter first, and when I need it, I will find someone to come to Chu Mansion to pick it up. Chu Xiong said, well, I will write a letter of termination of the engagement later when I get back. Just when Lu Chen was about to continue saying something, the maid's voice came from outside the door, Your Majesty, Mrs. Chu is looking for you. Hearing what the maid said, Chu Xiong realized that Lu Chen might have something to do, so he immediately said, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will go back today. Lu Chen said, Grandpa, please go slowly, I won't see you off. Chu Xiong said, I'm resigning. Then Chu Xiong left the study. As soon as he walked out of the study, he saw Chu Yukin. Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment when she saw Chu Xiong coming out of Lu Chen's study. She didn't expect Chu Xiong to come to Lu Chen so early in the morning. Chu Yukin was a little curious, why did Chu Xiong come to Lu Chen so early? After seeing Chu Yukin, Chu Xiong showed a kind smile on his face. He smiled and said to Chu Yukin, Yukin, I have worked hard for you these years. Hearing this, Chu Yukin was confused. Why did Chu Xiong say such a thing so coldly? Chu Yukin asked in confusion, Father, what are you talking about? Chu Xiong said, It's nothing, I won't disturb you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiong left the courtyard. Seeing Chu Xiong's leaving figure, Chu Yukin suddenly had a bad feeling. Chu Yukin didn't think much, she went straight into the study, then closed the door subconsciously, turned to look at Lu Chen and said, Chener, what were you and your grandpa talking about just now? Why does he look so happy? Lu Chen smiled and replied, It's nothing. You'll know in a few days. Having said this, Lu Chen came to Chu Yukin and hugged Chu Yukin's soft body without hesitation. Being hugged by Lu Chen like this, Chu Yukin's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her cheeks became hot. Lu Chen didn't do anything bad. He just hugged Chu Yukin and said, Aunt Chu, you acted so well just now. King Gli really thought you were angry with her. Hearing this, Chu Yukin glanced at Lu Chen faintly, and then said, You still have the nerve to mention this to me, you little bastard, you have already eaten up King Gli, why do you don't tell me? I really thought she was always going crazy when practicing Qigong, which made me worry every day. Lu Chen replied with a smile, Isn't it that the time didn't come before? Chu Yukin asked, Then what are you going to do next? Lu Chen whispered in Chu Yukin's ear, The next step is of course to marry you two beauties home and give me children. Hearing this, Chu Yukin instantly felt her whole body getting hotter. She immediately said, No, the rumors among the people now are very harmful to you. I can serve you and give you children, but you can't marry me. As a woman, Chu Yukin actually wanted to marry a man openly and honestly, but Lu Chen had a special status. He was a prince and the one who would be the emperor in the future. He couldn't be tainted. She would rather wrong herself and silently protect Lu Chen for the rest of her life than let Lu Chen be criticized by the people because of her. Lu Chen said calmly, "I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, the rumors among the people will disappear soon." Seeing that Lu Chen was so confident, Chu Yukin asked curiously, "Really, what are you going to do?" Lu Chen said, "I can't tell you this for the time being. You will know it when the time comes." Seeing how mysterious Lu Chen was, Chu Yukin stopped asking any more questions. Since Lu Chen said he could eliminate the rumors, he should really have a way. But if he really eliminates the rumors, then do she really want to marry him? Thinking of this problem, Chu Yukin felt extremely confused. Lu Chen was Sister Chu Yu's son. Although she was still a little tangled in her heart, Chu Yukin soon felt relieved. Chu Yu only asked her to take care of Lu Chen, but did not tell her how to take care of Lu Chen. Moreover, when she was young, Chu Yu said that she would marry Lu Chen. Chen, let her serve Lu Chen for the rest of her life. If Lu Chen can really eliminate the rumors, there is nothing wrong with marrying him. The more Chu Yukin thought about it, the more she blushed, and her body became hotter and hotter. Thinking of the scene she saw last night, Chu Yukin felt that her whole body became strange. Lu Chen naturally noticed something strange about Chu Yukin, but Lu Chen had been fighting for 2 days in a row and really had no other thoughts. Lu Chen then said, "Aunt Chu, I have something to do later, you go and do your work first." Hearing this, Chu Yukin suddenly woke up, and she immediately said, "Oh, okay, I won't disturb you." Then Chu Yukin hurriedly left the study. She was afraid that she would make a fool of herself if she stayed any longer. Asking for monthly ticket. Chapter 249 People's daughters must ask the prince for advice more often. After Chu Yukin left the study, Lu Chen yawned again. After 2 days of busy work, Lu Chen clearly felt that his body was a little tired. "No, I have to sleep for a while." Thinking of this, Lu Chen walked out of the study and said to the maid at the door of the study, "Tell the soldiers on duty to ask Dongfang Longjiu to come to my study after noon." "Yes, Your Majesty." After giving instructions to the maid, Lu Chen went directly to Chunsheng courtyard. When he arrived at Chunshengjiayuan, Yellow Nanyang was about to go to the main hall. When he saw Lu Chen entering the room, Yellow Nanyang was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Madam, you got up so early." Yellow Nanyang glanced at Lu Chen faintly. Lu Chen came to look for him early in the morning. "I'm afraid it was up to him. As long as this little man comes to Chunshengjiayuan, he will most likely do bad things to her. I have met the prince." Lu Chen came to Yellow Nanyang and hugged her body as soft and warm as cotton. Then he hugged Yellow Nanyang and walked towards the bed and said, "I haven't slept well these past 2 days, so I asked my wife to give me a pillow." Yellow Nanyang said, "Serving the prince is my blessing." Lu didn't say anything more. After going to bed, Yellow Nanyang began to undress Lu Chen. Although he was just sleeping, Yellow Nanyang knew Lu Chen's habits. Lu Chen liked to be unrestrained when sleeping, and there was no obstruction of clothing. Their bodies were close to each other, and Lu Chen could feel her warmth more directly. After both of them lay on the bed, Lu Chen hugged Yellow Nanyang's waist tightly, lay in the warm fragrance of her soft jade, and soon fell asleep. After seeing Lu Chen asleep, Yellow Nanyang lowered his head slightly and looked at Lu Chen. He raised his jade hand and gently stroked Lu Chen's black hair. Seeing Lu Chen's handsome side face, Yellow Nanyang couldn't help but smile. A smile appeared. When she came to Prince Bei's mansion, she was worried about this and that, afraid that Prince Bei would treat her roughly, but now it seems that those worries she had in the past were unnecessary. Lu Chen did treat her roughly, but Lu Chen himself knew magic, and she never felt any discomfort in her body. Although she no longer had the same power as in the Sirius King's tribe, she got more things in Buwang Mansion, such as the life she wanted and the happiness she longed for, which she could never get on the grassland in the past. At this time, the sunlight climbed over the windowsill and shone into the room, shining on Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen's eyelids moved unconsciously. Seeing this scene, Yellow Nyan immediately raised his jade hand to block the direct path for Lu Chen. The sunshine in Chen's eyes. Seeing Lu Chen sleeping so soundly, Yellow Nyan couldn't help but think that it would be great if days like this could continue like this. Yellow Nyan knew very well that Lu Chen's ambition was definitely not just to be satisfied with being a vassal king, he would definitely become an emperor in the future. If one day, when Lu Chen becomes the emperor, she will have more wives and concubines, it may not be certain whether Lu Chen will still be so doting on her at that time. And people can change. Since ancient times, the heart of an emperor has been ruthless. When Lu Chen becomes the emperor, his character may also change a lot. Will he still want to treat his harem beauties like he does now? It's hard to say. When he thought of this, Yellow Nyan felt a little more anxious. Lu Chen hugged Yellow Nyan's soft pillow and slept all morning. At this time, Dongfang Longjiu had already arrived in Lu Chen's study and was waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. Dongfang Longjiu was a little curious in her heart, whether King Bei wanted to give her some important instructions at this time. But she waited for half an hour, but Lu Chen didn't show up. At the same time, Chunchenjai Yuan. Although he had only slept for a few hours, Lu Chen's physical fatigue had basically disappeared. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and found that Yellow Nyan was looking at his face lovingly. Lu Chen asked, "What time is it now?" Yellow Nyan replied, "At noon, according to the timing method invented by the prince, it should be 1 o'clock in the afternoon now." Hearing Yellow Nyan's answer, Lu Chen thought that Dongfang Longjiu was already waiting for him in the study, so he immediately stood up from Yellow Nyan's delicate body. At this time, Lu Chen still seemed a little awake. Yellow Nyan asked gently, "Would you like to sleep a little longer, Your Majesty?" Lu Chen said, "I made an appointment to go to the study to discuss things, so I won't sleep for now." Speaking of this, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then smiled and said to Yellow Nyan, "I will come to Chunchencai Yuan again tonight." Hearing this, a blush appeared on Yellow Nyan's face. "I am waiting for the prince." Lu Chen didn't say anything more and got up from the bed. Yellow Nyan immediately helped Lu Chen get dressed. After a while, an energetic Lu Chen appeared in the study. After seeing Lu Chen coming, Dongfang Longjiu immediately saluted and said, "The daughter of the people pays homage to the prince." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Longjiu, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." Dongfang Longjiu said, "The civilian girl has just arrived." Lu Chen came to the desk and sat down, and then said, "I came to you this time because I have an important task for you." Dongfang Longjiu said, "Your Majesty, please tell me." "The daughter of the people must find a way to complete the important task of the prince." Lu Chen said, "I plan to let your Dongfang family set up a newspaper." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiu was slightly stunned, and she murmured, "The newspaper office? Your Majesty, please forgive me for my short-sightedness. Could you please tell me what a newspaper agency is?" Dongfang Longjiu is a native of this world, so naturally she has never heard of a newspaper agency. Lu Chen immediately explained, "Let me tell you, whatever happens in this world from now on and any interesting news, you can sort it out and then write it down on a whole piece of paper in time and let the printing house of Buwang Mansion print it. Finally, sell it to those who are literate at a suitable price, so that more people can know the news you compiled." This kind of paper printed with various news is called a newspaper, and the shop where you distribute the newspaper is called a newspaper agency. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longjiu instantly understood what Lu Chen meant by business newspaper. It's something similar to a royal announcement. Of course, the royal announcement only talks about the affairs of the royal palace or some reforms in the northern kingdom, and it's not for sale. Moreover, this so-called newspaper has actually taken shape in this world. The intelligence collected by some forces specializing in collecting intelligence will be sold to specific people, which is similar to newspapers. It's just that the newspaper Lu Chen mentioned is for everyone, including ordinary people, which can allow literate people to understand what is happening in the world faster. When newspapers are launched, those who are literate will be very interested as long as the price is right. But newspapers also have another problem. Dongfang Longjiu immediately saw a drawback of newspapers, that is, if someone spreads false news in newspapers, it will definitely cause civil unrest. Thinking of this, Dongfang Longjiu immediately said, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely impossible. Newspapers should be controlled by the Buwang Mansion. If it spreads, some people with ulterior motives will definitely publish some false news in the newspapers, causing civil unrest." Seeing that Dongfang Longjiu could see the shortcomings of the newspaper at a glance, Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Longjiu, I'm very happy that you can see the shortcomings of the newspaper at a glance, but don't worry, a newspaper can't be opened by just anyone. The newspaper I plan to create is divided into two types. One is a civilian newspaper and the other is an official newspaper. Official newspapers are naturally created by Buwang Mansion, but people's newspapers can no longer be created by Buwang Mansion. People's newspapers must record what is happening in the world from the perspective of ordinary people. Whether it is an official newspaper or a civilian newspaper, it will ultimately need to be reviewed by the Northern Palace before a newspaper can be established. And currently, no one in the north has the technology to control large-scale printing except the Northern Palace. Since Lu Chen acquired papermaking and printing skills, he immediately asked Buwang Mansion to build several papermaking workshops and printing workshops. Before papermaking and printing became popular among the people, it was not easy for people to print newspapers on a large scale, unless they cooperated with the Northern Palace. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Dongfang Longjiu thought for a while. Indeed, at present, the only one that can publish newspapers on a large scale is the Buwang Mansion, not even the ancient families of several major dynasties. Moreover, if the Buwang Mansion can control the newspaper office, it will not be so easy to use newspapers to spread false news. At this time, Dongfang Longjiu also realized why Lu Chen wanted to separate the official newspaper and the civilian newspaper, instead of unified the official newspaper. The core of Lu Chen's so-called civilian newspaper is also official newspaper. After all, the Dongfang family is a vassal family of the North Palace, and the Dongfang family is definitely on Lu Chen's side. When the people do not trust the official newspaper, the Dongfang family's civilian newspaper can still play a guiding role and allow public opinion to develop as the Bei Palace hopes. After thinking clearly about Lu Chen's intention, Dongfang Longjiu said, "The civilian girl understands what the prince means. When the civilian girl returns, she will start a newspaper immediately. But this is the first time a civilian girl has come into contact with this kind of thing. If there is anything she doesn't understand, I hope she can come to the North Palace to ask the prince at any time. Is that okay?" Lu Chen said, "It's natural. I will teach you what content to write in the newspaper, what title to write, and how to format it. If you don't understand anything, you can come to Buwang Mansion directly to see me." Speaking of this, Lu Chen emphasized, "The newspaper office is very important to me, to Buwangfu and Baiguo, so if you don't understand anything, you must ask me more, don't be embarrassed." After he finished speaking, Lu Chen glanced at the beautiful woman in front of him. Dongfang Longjiu said, "Women of the people must ask the prince for advice." Lu Chen then said, "You should go back and prepare today. The daughter of the people resigns." Then Dongfang Longjiu turned and left the study. Not long after Dongfang Longjiu left, Lu Chen also got up from his seat. He was about to leave the study when he suddenly heard the voice of the maid at the door of the study, "Your Majesty, Commander Bai is looking for you." Lu Chen said, "Come in." Bai Qingqing immediately entered the study. Lu Chen looked at Bai Qingqing's cold and beautiful face and asked curiously, "Xiao Bai, what's the matter?" Bai Qingqing rarely takes the initiative to look for him. She usually looks for him when she has some information about the capital. However, recently, the shadow guards in the capital have completely cut off contact with Bai Qingqing. It is obvious that Bai Qingqing has rebelled. His father had already found out, so he no longer trusted Bai Qingqing, and it was difficult for Bai Qingqing to obtain information about the capital through the shadow guard line. Bai Qingqing replied expressionlessly, "Most of the shadow guards in the northern kingdom have been dealt with. I suspect that your majesty has sent people to the northern kingdom to eliminate traitors. The shadow guards are the most important force around Emperor Xia. He will definitely not tolerate traitors in the shadow guards. Although the traitor is Bai Qingqing and has nothing to do with the shadow guards who are responsible for delivering the news, those shadow guards are also in the North Kingdom. It is impossible for the emperor to continue to trust them." Lu Chen was slightly stunned when he heard Bai Qingqing's words. He slowly walked to Bai Qingqing's side, then hugged Bai Qingqing's delicate body. "You mean someone will take action against you soon?" Bai Qingqing said him softly and said nothing more. She was actually wondering whether to tell Lu Chen about this last night. After all, the shadow guard's elimination of traitors must also be to eliminate themselves, and they would not take action against Lu Chen. Bai Qingqing thought about it all night, and finally decided to tell Lu Chen. She had a premonition that the person coming this time was very powerful, and she would most likely be no match. In the past, she would not ask for help from others even if she faced a strong enemy, but it is different now. Now that she has a man, and her man is so powerful, she does not need to face it alone. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, and then continued to ask, "Have the shadow guards in Yanqing been eliminated?" Bai Qingqing replied, "No." Lu Chen thought for a moment. If the shadow guards in Yanqing have not been dealt with yet, then there is a high probability that the other party does not want to alert the enemy. This does not mean that the people sent by his father have not arrived in Yanqing yet. But having said that, if Bai Qingqing had been in Buwang Mansion, people sent by his father would not have dared to come to Buwang Mansion to cause trouble for Bai Qingqing. Lu Chen then said, "From today on, you will always stay by my side. You can go wherever I go, even if you sleep, until I find the person sent by my father." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Bai Qingqing's cheeks turned slightly red and felt a little hot. Bai Qingqing then said, "I understand, slave." Lu Chen was not sure whether the other party would come to Buwang Mansion to directly trouble Bai Qingqing, but as a great master in Buwang Mansion, as long as the other party dared to come, he would be throwing himself into a trap. But this also made Lu Chen feel a little uneasy. What if he left Buwang Mansion and someone sent someone to Buwang Mansion to cause trouble for his wife, concubines, and children in the future? In the past, those who caused trouble for them were at most the Grand Master realm. There are now Grand Masters in the Northern Palace, and there are several Grand Masters who can temporarily resist the Grand Master. However, as the North Kingdom develops and grows, someone may one day send a Grand Master to cause trouble for them. Although Chen Wanrong is already a Grand Master, Chen Wanrong is the palace owner of Swanya Palace. It is very likely that she will return to Swanya Palace one day. As for their agreement that Chen Wanrong will not return to Swanya Palace until the child reaches 15 years old, Lu Chen doesn't take it to heart at all now. After listening to Lin Wanyun's words, he felt that it was impossible for him to force Chen Wanrong to stay. If Chen Wanrong really wanted to return to Swanya Palace, he would definitely let Chen Wanrong go back. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said to the maid at the door, "Xiao Huan, let someone call the bachelor. I have something to ask him." "Yes, Your Majesty." Now Zhuge Chongguang lives far away from Buwang Mansion. If something happens to Buwang Mansion, it will be difficult for Zhuge Chongguang to rush over immediately, so Lu Chen plans to let Zhuge Chongguang, the Great Master, move directly to Buwang Mansion. With Zhuge Guang, the great master who is about to break through to the realm of heaven and man, Lu Chen can feel a little more at ease. Half a month later. Northland, Government Hall. Lu Chen sat on the throne and said calmly, "If you have something to say, let's break up the meeting." Since some students from Huanyu Academy and the Chu family entered the officialdom, there are not many things in the entire Northern Kingdom that require Lu Chen's personal intervention. The small court meetings during this period were all about trivial matters. The reforms in the Northern Kingdom were in full swing. Under the control of Zhuge Guang, a great scholar, very few reform-related matters were brought up to the court. Lu Chen also felt that there were too many meetings. The current meetings were held once every 3 days. Basically, there would not be too many problems accumulated in 3 days. At first, he set the time for meetings to be once every 3 days, mainly because reform has just begun in northern China, and officials will encounter various problems during the reform. It's different now. The Northern Kingdom has basically stabilized. Even if there are a steady stream of refugees entering the Northern Kingdom due to the civil strife in the Great Xia, the lower-level officials in the Northern Kingdom can easily arrange for these refugees. Just when Lu Chen was thinking about whether to move the Xiaoqiao meeting when the time was set at 7 days or half a month, an official from the Universal Department stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I was on the street yesterday and saw someone selling something called a newspaper. I bought a copy and found that what this so-called newspaper records is what happened in Daxia in recent times. I made some inquiries later and found out that these newspapers were sold by a shop called Oriental News Agency. This newspaper can allow people to obtain news about other places in a short period of time, but I believe that if it is not controlled, some people with ulterior motives will definitely use this newspaper to spread rumors, which will eventually lead to civil unrest. So I suggest that the so-called Oriental News Agency be banned." After hearing what the official said, Li Rui also stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I have also bought that kind of newspaper a few days ago. These newspapers recorded a lot of gossipy news. Ordinary people cannot judge whether it is true or false, so I also recommend that newspapers be banned." After Li Rui finished speaking, many officials in the hall stood up and proposed to ban the newspaper. They all believed that such things that could affect social stability should not be allowed to appear in the north. Seeing that the officials were so disgusted with the newspapers, Lu Chen basically guessed some reasons. Some officials were indeed worried that these newspapers would lead to some negative public opinion in the north, but some officials must have selfish motives. In order to attract the attention of ordinary people, Lu Chen specially asked Dongfang Longjiu to record some anecdotes about officials in previous issues of the newspaper. Officials must have felt very uncomfortable after seeing these contents, and it is not surprising that they wanted to ban the newspaper. Chapter 250 The Chu Family's Divorce Letter. Seeing that most of the officials in the hall suggested shutting down the newspaper, Lu Chen showed a smile. He was about to say something when Zhuge Guang spoke first and said, "As far as I know, there are currently companies that have the ability to print paper books and paper manuscripts on a large scale. Only Buwangfu." Zhuge Guang didn't say this to Lu Chen, but to remind those officials in the hall who wanted to ban the newspaper. Without King Bei's nod, it would have been impossible for the newspaper to be opened. After hearing what Zhuge Guang said, the officials reacted instantly. Li Rui said at this time, "Your Majesty, I believe that although there may be people with ulterior motives using newspapers to spread some unfavorable remarks about the North, as long as we supervise it properly, newspapers can also it has become an important tool for our internal or external publicity. So I don't think it's necessary to ban newspapers." Seeing how quickly Li Rui changed his face, Lu Chen laughed and said, "Master Li, your change of face is really not that fast." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at the other officials in the hall, and then continued, "The Dongfang family came to see me before establishing the newspaper. Their newspaper was founded with the permission of the Northern King. As for what you just mentioned, I have already considered the disadvantages, but I believe that the advantages of establishing a newspaper outweigh the disadvantages. In addition, in order to prevent private newspapers from guiding public opinion, I plan to create an official newspaper. From now on, any major events in the Northern Kingdom will be published in the official newspaper. In the future, announcements from the Northern Palace will also be published in the official newspaper. Lu Chen continued, in addition to creating an official newspaper, I also plan to establish a new cultural bureau. In the future, the review of books or newspapers and periodicals will be handed over to the Cultural Bureau. Having said this, Lu Chen looked at Zhuge Chongguang and said, Grand Bachelor, the establishment of the Cultural Bureau will trouble you. Zhuge Chongguang immediately said, Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen then asked, Is there anything else going on today? After Lu Chen finished speaking, the officials in the hall looked at me and I looked at you, but no one said anything. Lu Chen said, Since there is nothing wrong, I will say one more thing. From now on, the Umrah will be changed to once every 7 days. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the officials in the hall were very happy. There was really nothing to talk about in the small court meeting held every 3 days. The small court meeting in the north was not like the Great Xia court. When the Great Xia court went to court every day, the ministers they criticize each other for nothing. At the northern small court meeting, there was basically no fighting between ministers. The officials knew very well that Lu Chen was a relatively pragmatic person and he couldn't stand hearing useless nonsense from officials. Don't talk nonsense in Umrah meetings, which means that most Umrah meetings actually have nothing to discuss at all. The 3-day Umrah meeting is indeed too intensive, so it would be just right to change it to 7 days. If something particularly important happens, they can just go to the study room of Bei Wang Mansion to find Bei Wang. Seeing that none of the officials in the hall objected, Lu Chen stood up from the throne, waved his sleeves and said, Okay, that'll be it for today's small court meeting. Then Lu Chen left the political hall. After the small court meeting, Lu Chen did not do anything. He also had to deal with government affairs. He went directly to his study. As soon as he arrived in the study, Qin Yushan followed him. Your Majesty, the head of the Chu family asked me to give you this letter of annulment. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen glanced at the annulment letter in Qin Yushan's hand, then took it and looked at it briefly. The content of the annulment letter is very simple. It mainly states that the Wang family has become a traitor, so the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom will sever all relations with the Wang family, and the marriage between Chu Yukan and Wang Han will be annulled. With this divorce document, Chu Yukan is nominally free. Lu Chen smiled, and then said, Give this divorce letter to Dongfang Longjiu and ask her to put the contents of the divorce letter on the headlines of tomorrow's newspaper. Qin Yushan took back the engagement cancellation letter again. Yes, Your Majesty, I will go now. My subordinates resign. Looking at Qin Yushan's leaving figure, Lu Chen thought that it was time to marry Chu Yukan. At first, Lu Chen only wanted to possess Chu Yukan's body, but as Lu Chen had more and more women, Lu Chen's energy was dispersed a lot, and he no longer had as strong thoughts about Chu Yukan's body as before. Which made him calm down a little. In addition to wanting Chu Yukan's body, he also wanted to give Chu Yukan a status so that she could bear children for him openly in the future, and the two of them didn't have to be secretive. The next day, early morning, Chu Yukan got up from the bed and stretched her graceful body. At this moment, an impatient voice came from the door. Sister, there is good news. Before Chu Yukan could react, the door was pushed open and Chu Qingli was seen holding a huge piece of paper in her hand, looking very excited. Chu Yukan asked curiously, What good news makes you so happy? Chu Qingli said, Sister, when I went out this morning, I bought a newspaper on the street and found that the Chu family's divorce letter was published in the newspaper. Hearing this, Chu Yukan was slightly stunned. Letter of annulment? What kind of annulment letter? Chu Yukan was about to ask Chu Qingli what was going on, when Chu King Gli came to Chu Yukin with the newspaper and opened the newspaper. Chu Yukin then glanced at the contents of the newspaper and found that the first article in the newspaper was the divorce letter from the Chu family of the Northern Kingdom. After briefly reading the contents of the annulment letter, Chu Yukin froze on the spot and did not come back to her senses for a long time. She was not a fool. She had already guessed in her heart who asked Oriental newspaper to publish the annulment letter. It was obviously not the Chu family, but Lu Chen. Lu Chen used this divorce letter to directly return her freedom. From now on, she would no longer be the wife of the Wang family. But having said that, will ordinary people agree with this divorce agreement? After all, she is the woman. Since ancient times, the man has been dissatisfied with the bride and then broke off the engagement. I have never seen a woman break off the engagement. Moreover, this is a public breakup, not a private breakup. Seeing Chu Yukin reading the newspaper in a daze, Chu King Gli continued, "Sister, you will be free from now on. You are no longer the wife of the Wang family." Hearing Chu King Gli's words, Chu Yukin sighed slightly, and then said, "King Gli, this matter is not that simple. Although the Chu family has publicly divorced, the common people may not necessarily agree with the divorce letter. Maybe in the eyes of ordinary people, I am still the wife of the Wang family." Chu King Gli immediately said, "Sister, don't worry, I just heard some people discussing on the street. People said that the Wang family rebelled and was treasonous. The Chu family should have severed ties with the Wang family long ago. In the eyes of the common people, you are just a miserable woman, and they will accept this divorce letter." Hearing Chu King Gli's words, Chu Yukin's inner emotions also had a ripple. If it was true as Chu King Gli said, then she would no longer be the daughter-in-law of the Wang family and could marry directly to the North Prince's mansion. At this time, Chu Yukin thought of what Lu Chen said to her some time ago. Lu Chen said that he would marry her into the palace openly and openly. From now on, their relationship would no longer be secretive, and they would no longer have to be afraid of rumors. When she thought of this, Chu Yukin felt very warm in her heart. Seeing that Chu Yukin was silent again and seemed to be thinking about something, Chu King Gli asked doubtfully, "Sister, you are free again, aren't you happy?" Although Chu Yukin was not actually married to Wang Han, she had always been the wife of the Wang family. In the eyes of others, she was just a widow. Now that her identity has been removed, Chu Yukin will be free from now on, and can marry whomever she wants to pursue her own happiness. Chu King Gli doesn't understand why Chu Yukin still looks a little unhappy. Chu Yukin looked into Chu King Gli's eyes and asked, "King Gli, do you think the Chu family asked Oriental newspaper to publish this divorce cancellation letter?" Chu King Gli said without thinking, "Of course it is. Doesn't the end of the engagement letter include the name of the family head?" Chu Yukin smiled slightly and said nothing. Seeing Chu Yukin's smile, Chu King Gli's heart skipped a beat, and she reacted instantly. If Chu Yukin regains her freedom and is no longer the wife of the Wang family, doesn't it mean that a man can possess her body openly? As for which man it is, no need to think about it. Isn't it just some animal from Buwang Mansion? Thinking about it this way, there was a high probability that the bastard asked Oriental newspaper to publish this divorce letter. As for the purpose, it was already obvious, which was to occupy Chu Yukin. Thinking of this, Chu King Gli said, "Sister, you don't mean that King Bei asked Dongfang newspaper to publish this letter of annulment, right?" Chu Yukin still didn't speak. Seeing that Chu Yukin acquiesced, Chu King Gli said angrily, "If that bastard dares to attract my sister's attention, I will fight with him. Don't worry, sister, I will definitely find a way to rescue you." After hearing what Chu King Gli said, Chu Yukin asked lightly, "King Gli, tell me honestly, are you doing it for your sister one at a time? Is it because you want to occupy Chener all by yourself?" Chu King Gli was stunned for a moment, and suddenly panicked inside. Ever since Chu Yukin discovered what happened between her and Lu Chen, Chu King Gli had been worried that Chu Yukin would have such thoughts. Chu Qingli said quickly, I didn't. My sister did all this to let you, sister, be free. Chu Yukin said coldly, for my freedom, what you say sounds nice. After you climbed into Chener's bed, I'm afraid you even forgot your own name. You can still think of your sister. Do you think your sister is a fool? Chu Qingli hesitated, not knowing how to explain. Then Chu Qingli gritted her teeth and simply told her about the deal between Lu Chen and her sister. I really wanted to save you from the palace at the beginning. I made an agreement with King Bei that as long as I serve him 100 times, he just let you leave Buwang Mansion, but I didn't expect that he would actually break his promise. The number of times I served him. Before Chu Qingli finished speaking, she was interrupted by Chu Yukin. What? You and Chener secretly did that thing more than 100 times behind my back. It's been more than 100 times, and you still tell me that you are doing it for me, my sister. Qingli, do you believe this kind of lie? Chu Qingli was stunned again. She had only been in Buwang Mansion for more than a year, and she had already done business with Lu Chen 100 times. Lu Chen had not even entered the rooms of some of his wives and concubines 100 times. At this time, Chu Qingli also felt that what she said seemed like a lie, but this was indeed what she had agreed with Lu Chen at the beginning. Chu Qingli had a feeling at this time, a feeling of being tricked by Lu Chen. Chu Qingli cursed in her heart that this damn bastard was actually planning it from the beginning. In the past, she thought that 100 transactions would be over in 3 months. When the transaction was over, her sister would be free, and then she would leave the North Palace. Thinking about it now, things couldn't have been that easy. She couldn't live without Lu Chen now. No matter how much she called Lu Chen a bastard, if she didn't do business with Lu Chen in a few days, she would still be able to think about Lu Chen involuntarily at night. Chen. Not only was she inseparable from Lu Chen, but now that she told her about the transaction, her sister didn't believe it because she had done so many transactions. Instead, her sister thought that she was shameless and greedy for pleasure. Seeing that Chu Qingli fell silent and did not speak, Chu Yukin asked, Qingli, tell me, what are your plans? Chu Qingli blushed and replied, I don't know. Chu Yukin asked, didn't Chener say that she wanted to take you as my concubine? Chu Qingli wanted to say angrily, who wants to marry that bastard, but she swallowed the words as soon as they reached her lips. Now, no matter how much she denies it, in her sister's eyes, she is telling the truth. After all, her sister personally caught up on her affair with Lu Chen. Not only was she caught, but her sister also listened in the yard all night, which made her a little bit nervous. There is no room for sophistry. If she wanted to say that she didn't like Lu Chen, her sister would definitely say that she didn't like it and made such a sound, and she did the same thing secretly 100 times. Chu Qingli felt that even if she jumped into the sea in the east of the North Country, she would not be able to clean herself. She had to get married now even if she didn't want to. Chu Qingli was silent for a long time and said, Sister, it's my business to marry Lu Chen, but you have your own happiness. This man. Before Chu Qingli could say anything, she was interrupted again by Chu Yukin. Qingli, do you want to say that Chener is despicable and shameless, and his methods are dirty and dirty? Humph, at this point, you still want to stop me from serving Chener? Chu Qingli didn't know what to say. She felt that nothing she said was useless. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, Sister, from now on, I will no longer care about your affairs with him. You can do whatever you want. Let's do that. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukin felt happy and finally let Chu Qingli relax. At this time, Chu Qingli thought in her heart that she could not stop Lu Chen from occupying her sister anyway, so she might as well stay in Buwang Mansion and keep an eye on them from now on. If one day Lu Chen failed her sister, she would definitely take her place. His sister's revenge made Lu Chen regret what he had done. At the same time, Yancheng, in a private room of a certain restaurant. A dozen men wearing bamboo hats were drinking. At this time, a man in grey cloth entered the private room and whispered to the man sitting at the window, "Commander, she has been staying in Buwang Mansion these days and basically hasn't gone out, and Zhuge Chongguang lives next to Buwang Mansion. If we take action, Zhuge Chongguang will definitely be alarmed. Zhuge Zhongguang is as powerful as a Grand Master, and he is also a Grand Master who is about to break through to the heavenly realm. He is obviously not that easy to deal with, which makes Wang Jiantao feel a little difficult to deal with. Bai Qingqing has most likely betrayed Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia cannot tolerate betrayal. She must be dealt with. She is the deputy commander of the Shadow Guards. If she is still alive, how will she frighten the other Shadow Guards in the future?" Wang Jiantao asked at this time, "Has the Shadow Guard's letter been delivered to the palace again?" The man in grey replied, "Sent it in, but she will most likely ignore it." Wang Jiantao did not get rid of Yancheng's former Shadow Guards mainly because he could use those Shadow Guards to lure Bai Qingqing out. However, they used Yancheng's former Shadow Guards to pass on some information to Bai Qingqing in the past few days. In the end, Bai Qingqing was not attracted. Wang Jiantao said at this time, "It seems that she has noticed that His Majesty is purging traitors. We have to find another way to lure her out." At this moment, Northland. On the broad grassland, horns sounded. A group of barbarian cavalry wearing animal skins is rapidly advancing eastward. The number of this barbarian cavalry is very large. At a glance, it is almost impossible to see the end of this cavalry team. A man wearing black and gold metal armor, carrying a huge axe, looked to the east. After a while, their spies came back. The spies immediately dismounted, saluted the man and said, "Your Majesty, the tribe of the Heavenly Wolf King and the Northern Xian King tribe have been destroyed by the Northern Kingdom. According to the information we gathered, the Northern Territory has been incorporated into the Northern Kingdom by the Northern King of Daxia." After hearing this, the man immediately said, "These two tribes really disgraced our barbarians. When I asked them to surrender to me, they were unwilling, but they were destroyed by a group of two-legged sheep. Ridiculous! How ridiculous!" At this time, the confidant next to the man said, "Your Majesty, should we directly occupy the Northland, or should we go south and attack the Northland?" King Tiankai smiled and said, "What good things can be found in the north? What should we do in the north? If we want to go to the north, we should go to the north. Being able to destroy the two tribes of King Tianlang and King Baixian, the northern kingdom of Daxia is quite powerful. I want to go and see what is so special about this northern kingdom." Another confidant next to him reminded at this time, "The envoy of God asked us to occupy the Northland first and not to act rashly for the time being. If she knows that we are running to attack Daxia, I am afraid she will be unhappy." Hearing the reminder from his confidant, King Tiankai's face darkened instantly. When he thought of that beautiful woman, King Tiankai felt extremely hot inside. However, he was no match for that woman and he would not be able to survive in that woman's hands. "Lose less." King Tiankai snorted coldly and said, "Is she your king, or am I your king?" Seeing that King Tiankai was angry, the confidant generals behind him said nothing more. Everyone knew in their hearts that King Tiankai suffered a defeat when he attacked Daiyu and was very unhappy. Now he urgently needed to find a force to vent his anger on. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.